Eclipse by Stephanie Meyer. Fire and ice. Some say the world will end in fire, some say in ice. From what I've tasted of desire, I hold with those who favor fire. But if it had to perish twice, I think I know enough of hate to say that for destruction ice is also great and would suffice. Robert Frost. Preface. All our attempts at subterfuge had been in vain. With ice in my heart, I watched him prepare to defend me. His intense concentration betrayed no hint of doubt, though he was outnumbered. I knew that we could expect no help. At this moment, his family was fighting for their lives, just as surely as he was fighting for ours. Would I ever learn the outcome of that other fight? Find out who the winners and the losers were? Would I live long enough for that? The odds of that didn't look so great. Black eyes, wild with their fierce craving for my death, watched for the moment when my protector's attention would be diverted. The moment I would surely die. Somewhere, far, far away in the cold forest, a wolf howled. Chapter 1. Ultimatum. Bella, I don't know why you're making Charlie carry notes to Billy like we're in second grade. If I wanted to talk to you, I would answer the... You made the choice here, okay? You can't have it both ways when... What part of Mortal Enemies is too complicated for you to... Look, I know I'm being a jerk, but there's just no way around. We can't be friends when you're spending all your time with a bunch of... It just makes it worse when I think about you too much, so don't write anymore. Yeah, I miss you too. A lot. Doesn't change anything. Sorry. Jacob. I ran my fingers across the page, feeling the dents where he had pressed the pen to the paper so hard that it had nearly broken through. I could picture him writing this, scrawling the angry letters in his rough handwriting, slashing through line after line when the words came out wrong, maybe even snapping the pen in his too big hand. That would explain the ink splatters. I could imagine the frustration pulling his black eyebrows together and crumpling his forehead. If I had been there, I might have laughed. Don't give yourself a brain hemorrhage, Jacob, I would have told him. Just spit it out. Laughing was the last thing I felt like doing now, as I reread the words I'd already memorized. His answer to my pleading note, passed from Charlie to Billy to him, just like second grade, as he'd pointed out, was no surprise. I'd known the essence of what it would say before I'd opened it. What was surprising was how much each crossed out line wounded me, as if the points of the letters had cutting edges. More than that, behind each angry beginning lurked a vast pool of hurt. Jacob's pain cut me deeper than my own. While I was pondering this, I caught the unmistakable scent of a smoking burner rising from the kitchen. In another house, the fact that someone besides myself was cooking might not be cause for panicking. I shoved the wrinkled paper into my back pocket and ran, making it downstairs in the nick of time. The jar of spaghetti sauce Charlie'd stuck in the microwave was only on its first revolution, when I yanked the door open and pulled it out. What did I do wrong? Charlie demanded. You're supposed to take the lid off first, Dad. Metal's bad for microwaves. I swiftly removed the lid as I spoke, pouring half the sauce into a bowl, and then put the bowl inside the microwave and the jar back in the fridge. I fixed the time and pressed start. Charlie watched my adjustment with pursed lips. Did I get the noodles right? I looked in the pan on the stove, the source of the smell that had alerted me. Stirring helps, I said mildly. I found a spoon and tried to declump the mushy hunk that was scalded to the bottom. Charlie sighed. So what's all this about? I asked him. He folded his arms across his chest and glared out the back windows into the sheeting rain. Don't know what you're talking about, he grumbled. I was mystified. Charlie cooking? And what was with the surly attitude? Edward wasn't here yet. Usually my dad reserved this kind of behavior for my boyfriend's benefit, doing his best to illustrate the theme of unwelcome with every word and posture. Charlie's efforts were unnecessary. Edward knew exactly what my dad was thinking without the show. The word boyfriend had me chewing on the inside of my cheek with a familiar tension while I stirred. It wasn't the right word. Not at all. I needed something more expressive of eternal commitment. But words like destiny and fate sounded hokey when you used them in casual conversation. Edward had another word in mind, and that word was the source of the tension I felt. It put my teeth on edge just to think it to myself. Fiancé. Ugh, I shuddered away from the thought. Did I miss something? Since when do you make dinner? I asked Charlie. The pasta lump bobbed in the boiling water as I poked it. Or try to make dinner, I should say. Charlie shrugged. There's no law that says I can't cook in my own house. You would know, I replied, grinning as I eyed the badge pinned to his leather jacket. Ha! Good one. He shrugged out of the jacket, as if my glance had reminded him he still had it on, and hung it on the peg reserved for his gear. His gun belt was already slung in place. He hadn't felt the need to wear that to the station for a few weeks. There had been no more disturbing disappearances to trouble the small town of Forks, Washington. No more sightings of the giant, mysterious wolves in the ever-rainy woods. I prodded the noodles in silence, guessing that Charlie would get around to talking about whatever was bothering him in his own time. My dad was not a man of many words, and the effort that he had put into trying to orchestrate a sit-down dinner with me made it clear that there were an uncharacteristic number of words on his mind. I glanced at the clock routinely, something I did every few minutes around this time. Less than a half hour to go now. Afternoons were the hardest part of my day. Ever since my former best friend, and werewolf, Jacob Black, had informed on me about the motorcycle I'd been riding on the sly. A betrayal that he had devised in order to get me grounded so that I couldn't spend time with my boyfriend and vampire, Edward Cullen. Edward had been allowed to see me only from 7 till 9:30 p.m., always inside the confines of my home, and under the supervision of my dad's unfailingly crabby glare. This was an escalation from the previous, slightly less stringent grounding that I'd earned for an unexplained 3-day disappearance and one episode of cliff diving. Of course, I still saw Edward at school, because there wasn't anything Charlie could do about that. And then Edward spent almost every night in my room, too, but Charlie wasn't precisely aware of that. Edward's ability to climb easily and silently through my second-story window was almost as useful as his ability to read Charlie's mind. Though the afternoon was the only time I spent away from Edward, it was still enough to make me restless, and the hours always dragged. Still, I endured my punishment without complaining because, for one thing, I knew I'd earned it. And for another, because I couldn't bear to hurt my dad by moving out now, when a much more permanent separation hovered, invisible to Charlie, so close on my horizon. My dad sat down at the table with a grunt and unfolded the damp newspaper there. Within seconds, he was clucking his tongue in disapproval. I don't know why you read the news, Dad. It only ticks you off. He ignored me, grumbling at the paper in his hands. This is why everyone wants to live in a small town. Ridiculous. What have big cities done wrong now? Seattle's making a run for murder capital of the country. 5 unsolved homicides in the last 2 weeks. Can you imagine living like that? I think Phoenix is actually higher up on the homicide list, Dad. I have lived like that. And I'd never come close to being a murder victim until I moved to his safe little town. In fact, I was still on several hit lists. The spoon shook in my hands, making the water tremble. Well, you couldn't pay me enough, Charlie said. I gave up on saving dinner and settled for serving it. I had to use a steak knife to cut a portion of spaghetti for Charlie, and then myself, while he watched with a sheepish expression. Charlie coated his helping with sauce and dug in. I disguised my own clump as well as I could and followed his example without much enthusiasm. We ate in silence for a moment. Charlie was still scanning the news, so I picked up my much abused copy of Wuthering Heights from where I'd left it this morning at breakfast, and tried to lose myself in turn of the century England while I waited for him to start talking. I was just at the part where Heathcliff returns, when Charlie cleared his throat and threw the paper to the floor. You're right, Charlie said. I did have a reason for doing this. He waved his fork at the gluey spread. I wanted to talk to you. I laid the book aside. The binding was so destroyed that it slumped flat to the table. You could have just asked. He nodded, his eyebrows pulling together. Yeah, I'll remember that next time. I thought taking dinner off your hands would soften you up. I laughed. It worked. Your cooking skills have me as soft as a marshmallow. What do you need, Dad? Well, it's about Jacob. I felt my face harden. What about him? I asked through stiff lips. Easy, Bells. I know you're still upset that he told on you, but it was the right thing. He was being responsible. Responsible, I repeated scathingly, rolling my eyes. Right. So what about Jacob? The careless question repeated inside my head. Anything but trivial. What about Jacob? What was I going to do about him? My former best friend who was now... what? My enemy? I cringed. Charlie's face was suddenly wary. Don't get mad at me, okay? Mad? Well, it's about Edward, too. My eyes narrowed. Charlie's voice got gruffer. I let him in the house, don't I? You do, I admitted, for brief periods of time. Of course, you might let me out of the house for brief periods now and then, too, I continued, only jokingly. I knew I was on lockdown for the duration of the school year. I've been pretty good lately. Well, that's kind of where I was heading with this. And then Charlie's face stretched into an unexpected, eye-crinkling grin. For a second, he looked 20 years younger. I saw a dim glimmer of possibility in that smile, but I proceeded slowly. I'm confused, Dad. Are we talking about Jacob or Edward? or me being grounded? The grin flashed again.
Sort of all three.
And how do they relate? I asked, cautious.
Okay,
He sighed, raising his hands as if in surrender.
so I'm thinking maybe you deserve parole for good behavior. For a teenager, you're amazingly non whiny.
My voice and eyebrows shot up. Seriously? I'm free? Where was this coming from? I'd been positive I would be under house arrest until I actually moved out, and Edward hadn't picked up any wavering in Charlie's thoughts. Charlie held up one finger.
Conditionally.
The enthusiasm vanished.
Fantastic, I groaned. Bella, this is more of a request than a demand, okay? You're free, but I'm hoping you'll use that freedom judiciously.
What does that mean? He sighed again.
I know you're satisfied to spend all of your time with Edward.
I spend time with Alice, too, I interjected. Edward's sister had no hours of visitation. She came and went as she pleased. Charlie was putty in her capable hands.
That's true, he said. But you have other friends beside the Cullens, Bella. Or you used to.
We stared at each other for a long moment.
When was the last time you spoke to Angela Weber?
He threw at me. Friday at lunch, I answered immediately. Before Edward's return, my school friends had polarized into two groups. I liked to think of those groups as good versus evil. Us and them worked, too. The good guys were Angela, her steady boyfriend Ben Cheney, and Mike Newton. These three had all very generously forgiven me for going crazy when Edward left. Lauren Mallory was the evil core of the them side, and almost everyone else, including my first friend in Forks, Jessica Stanley, seemed to be content to go along with her anti-Bella agenda. With Edward back at school, the dividing line had become even more distinct. Edward's return had taken its toll on Mike's friendship, but Angela was unswervingly loyal, and Ben followed her lead. Despite the natural aversion most humans felt toward the Cullens, Angela sat dutifully beside Alice every day at lunch. After a few weeks, Angela even looked comfortable there. It was difficult not to be charmed by the Cullens, once one gave them the chance to be charming.
Outside of school?
Charlie asked, calling my attention back. I haven't seen anyone outside of school, Dad. Grounded, remember? And Angela has a boyfriend, too. She's always with Ben. If I'm really free, I added, heavy on the skepticism, maybe we could double.
Okay, but then
He hesitated.
you and Jake used to be joined at the hip, and now
I cut him off. Can you get to the point, Dad? What's your condition? Exactly.
I don't think you should dump all your other friends for your boyfriend, Bella,
He said in a stern voice.
It's not nice, and I think your life would be better balanced if you kept some other people in it. What happened last September?
I flinched.
Well, he said defensively, if you'd had more of a life outside of Edward Cullen, it might not have been like that.
It would have been exactly like that, I muttered.
Maybe, maybe not.
The point, I reminded him.
Use your new freedom to see your other friends too. Keep it balanced.
I nodded slowly. Balance is good. Do I have specific time quotas to fill, though? He made a face, but shook his head.
I don't want to make this complicated. Just don't forget your friends.
It was a dilemma I was already struggling with. My friends, people who, for their own safety, I would never be able to see again after graduation. So, what was the better course of action? Spend time with them while I could? Or start the separation now to make it more gradual? I quailed at the idea of the second option. Particularly Jacob, Charlie added before I could think things through more than that. A greater dilemma than the first. It took me a moment to find the right words. Jacob might be difficult. The Blacks are practically family, Bella, he said, stern and fatherly again. And Jacob has been a very, very good friend to you. I know that. Don't you miss him at all? Charlie asked, frustrated. My throat suddenly felt swollen. I had to clear it twice before I answered. Yes, I do miss him, I admitted, still looking down. I miss him a lot. Then why is it difficult? It wasn't something I was at liberty to explain. It was against the rules for normal people, human people, like me and Charlie, to know about the clandestine world full of myths and monsters that existed secretly around us. I knew all about that world, and I was in no small amount of trouble as a result. I wasn't about to get Charlie in the same trouble. With Jacob, there is a conflict, I said slowly. A conflict about the friendship thing, I mean. Friendship doesn't always seem to be enough for Jake. I wound my excuse out of details that were true but insignificant, hardly crucial compared to the fact that Jacob's werewolf pack bitterly hated Edward's vampire family. And therefore, me too, as I fully intended to join that family. It just wasn't something I could work out with him in a note, and he wouldn't answer my calls. But my plan to deal with the werewolf in person had definitely not gone over well with the vampires. Isn't Edward up for a little healthy competition? Charlie's voice was sarcastic now. I leveled a dark look at him. There's no competition. You're hurting Jake's feelings, avoiding him like this. He'd rather be just friends than nothing. Oh, now I was avoiding him? I'm pretty sure Jake doesn't want to be friends at all. The words burned in my mouth. Where'd you get that idea anyway? Charlie looked embarrassed now. The subject might have come up today with Billy. You and Billy gossip like old women, I complained, stabbing my fork viciously into the congealed spaghetti on my plate. Billy's worried about Jacob, Charlie said. Jake's having a hard time right now. He's depressed. I winced but kept my eyes on the blob. And then you were always so happy after spending the day with Jake, Charlie sighed. I'm happy now, I growled fiercely through my teeth. The contrast between my words and tone broke through the tension. Charlie burst into laughter, and I had to join in. Okay, I agreed. Balance. And Jacob, he insisted. I'll try. Good. Find that balance, Bella. And, oh yeah, you've got some mail, Charlie said, closing the subject with no attempt at subtlety. It's by the stove. I didn't move, my thoughts twisting into snarls around Jacob's name. It was most likely junk mail. I'd just gotten a package from my mom yesterday, and I wasn't expecting anything else. Charlie shoved his chair away from the table and stretched as he got to his feet. He took his plate to the sink, but before he turned the water on to rinse it, he paused to toss a thick envelope at me. The letters skidded across the table and thunked into my elbow. Thanks, I muttered, puzzled by his pushiness. Then I saw the return address. The letter was from the University of Alaska Southeast. That was quick. I guess I missed the deadline on that one, too. Charlie chuckled. I flipped the envelope over and glared up at him. It's open. I was curious. I'm shocked, Sheriff. That's a federal crime. Oh, just read it. I pulled out the letter and a folded schedule of courses. Congratulations, he said before I could read anything. Your first acceptance. Thanks, Dad. We should talk about tuition. I've got some money saved up. Hey, none of that. I'm not touching your retirement, Dad. I've got my college fund. What was left of it, and there hadn't been much to begin with. Charlie frowned. Some of these places are pretty pricey bills. I want to help. You don't have to go all the way to Alaska just because it's cheaper. It wasn't cheaper. Not at all. But it was far away, and Juneau had an average of 321 overcast days per year. The first was my prerequisite. The second was Edward's. I've got it covered. Besides, there's lots of financial aid out there. It's easy to get loans. I hoped my bluff wasn't too obvious. I hadn't actually done a lot of research on the subject. So, Charlie began, and then he pursed his lips and looked away. So, what? Nothing. I was just, he frowned, just wondering what Edward's plans are for next year. Oh, well. 3 quick taps on the door saved me. Charlie rolled his eyes and I jumped up. Coming! I called while Charlie mumbled something that sounded like, Go away. I ignored him and went to let Edward in. I wrenched the door out of my way, ridiculously eager. And there he was, my personal miracle. Time had not made me immune to the perfection of his face, and I was sure that I would never take any aspect of him for granted. My eyes traced over his pale white features, the hard square of his jaw, the softer curve of his full lips, twisted up into a smile now, the straight line of his nose, the sharp angle of his cheekbones, the smooth marble span of his forehead, partially obscured by a tangle of rain-darkened bronze hair. I saved his eyes for last, knowing that when I looked into them I was likely to lose my train of thought. They were wide, warm with liquid gold, and framed by a thick fringe of black lashes. Staring into his eyes always made me feel extraordinary, sort of like my bones were turning spongy. I was also a little lightheaded, but that could have been because I'd forgotten to keep breathing. Again. It was a face any male model in the world would trade his soul for. Of course, that might be exactly the asking price. 1 soul. No, I didn't believe that. I felt guilty for even thinking it, and was glad, as I was often glad, that I was the one person whose thoughts were a mystery to Edward. I reached for his hand and sighed when his cold fingers found mine. His touch brought with it the strangest sense of relief, as if I'd been in pain, and that pain had suddenly ceased. Hey, I smiled a little at my anticlimactic greeting. He raised our interlaced fingers to brush my cheek with the back of his hand. How was your afternoon? Slow. For me, as well. He pulled my wrist up to his face, our hands still twisted together. His eyes closed as his nose skimmed along the skin there, and he smiled gently without opening them, enjoying the bouquet while resisting the wine, as he'd once put it. I knew that the scent of my blood, so much sweeter to him than any other person's blood, truly like wine beside water to an alcoholic, caused him actual pain from the burning thirst it engendered. But he didn't seem to shy away from it as much as he once had. I could only dimly imagine the Herculean effort behind this simple gesture. It made me sad that he had to try so hard. I comforted myself with the knowledge that I wouldn't be causing him pain much longer. I heard Charlie approaching then, stamping his feet on the way to express his customary displeasure with our guest. Edward's eyes snapped open, and he let our hands fall, keeping them twined. "Good evening, Charlie." Edward was always flawlessly polite, though Charlie didn't deserve it. Charlie grunted at him, and then stood there with his arms crossed over his chest. He was taking the idea of parental supervision to extremes lately. "I brought another set of applications," Edward told me then, holding up a stuffed manila envelope. He was wearing a roll of stamps like a ring around his littlest finger. I groaned. How were there any colleges left that he hadn't forced me to apply to already? And how did he keep finding these loophole openings? It was so late in the year. He smiled as if he could read my thoughts. They must have been very obvious on my face. "There are still a few open deadlines, and a few places willing to make exceptions." I could just imagine the motivations behind such exceptions, and the dollar amounts involved. Edward laughed at my expression. "Shall we?" he asked, towing me toward the kitchen table. Charlie huffed and followed behind, though he could hardly complain about the activity on tonight's agenda. He'd been pestering me to make a decision about college on a daily basis. I cleared the table quickly while Edward organized an intimidating stack of forms. When I moved Wuthering Heights to the counter, Edward raised one eyebrow. I knew what he was thinking, but Charlie interrupted before Edward could comment. "Speaking of college applications, Edward," Charlie said, his tone even more sullen. He tried to avoid addressing Edward directly, and when he had to, it exacerbated his bad mood. "Bella and I were just talking about next year. Have you decided where you're going to school?" Edward smiled up at Charlie, and his voice was friendly. "Not yet. I've received a few acceptance letters, but I'm still weighing my options." "Where have you been accepted?" Charlie pressed. "Syracuse, Harvard, Dartmouth, and I just got accepted to the University of Alaska Southeast today." Edward turned his face slightly to the side so that he could wink at me. I stifled a giggle. "Harvard? Dartmouth?" Charlie mumbled, unable to conceal his awe. "Well, that's something. Yeah, but the University of Alaska? You wouldn't really consider that when you could go Ivy League. I mean, your father would want you to." "Carlisle's always been fine with whatever I choose to do," Edward told him serenely. "Huh." "Guess what, Edward?" I asked in a bright voice, playing along. "What, Bella?" I pointed to the thick envelope on the counter. "I just got my acceptance to the University of Alaska." "Congratulations." He grinned. "What a coincidence." Charlie's eyes narrowed and he glared back and forth between the two of us. "Fine," he muttered after a minute. "I'm going to watch the game, Bella. 9:30. That was his usual parting command. Dad? Remember the very recent discussion we had about my freedom? He sighed. Right. Okay, 10:30. You still have a curfew on school nights. Bella is no longer grounded? Edward asked. Though I knew he wasn't really surprised, I couldn't detect any false note to the sudden excitement in his voice. Conditionally, Charlie corrected through his teeth. What's it to you? I frowned at my dad, but he didn't see. It's just good to know, Edward said. Alice has been itching for a shopping partner, and I'm sure Bella would love to see some city lights. He smiled at me. But Charlie growled, No! And his face flushed purple. Dad, what's the problem? He made an effort to unclench his teeth. I don't want you going to Seattle right now. Huh? I told you about that story in the paper. There's some kind of gang on a killing spree in Seattle, and I want you to steer clear. Okay? I rolled my eyes. Dad, there's a better chance that I'll get struck by lightning than that one day I'm in Seattle. No, that's fine, Charlie, Edward said, interrupting me. I didn't mean Seattle. I was thinking Portland, actually. I wouldn't have Bella in Seattle either. Of course not. I looked at him in disbelief, but he had Charlie's newspaper in his hands and was reading the front page intently. He must have been trying to appease my father. The idea of being in danger from even the most deadly of humans while I was with Alice or Edward was downright hilarious. It worked. Charlie stared at Edward for one more second, and then shrugged. Fine. He stalked off toward the living room, in a bit of a hurry now. Maybe he didn't want to miss tip-off. I waited till the TV was on, so that Charlie wouldn't be able to hear me. What? I started to ask. Hold on, Edward said without looking up from the paper. His eyes stayed focused on the page as he pushed the first application toward me across the table. I think you can recycle your essays for this one. Same questions. Charlie must still be listening. I sighed and started to fill out the repetitive information. Name, address, social. After a few minutes, I glanced up, but Edward was now staring pensively out the window. As I bent my head back to my work, I noticed for the first time the name of the school. I snorted and shoved the papers aside. Bella? Be serious, Edward. Dartmouth? Edward lifted the discarded application and laid it gently in front of me again. I think you'd like New Hampshire, he said. There's a full complement of night courses for me, and the forests are very conveniently located for the avid hiker. Plentiful wildlife. He pulled out the crooked smile he knew I couldn't resist. I took a deep breath through my nose. I'll let you pay me back, if that makes you happy, he promised. If you want, I can charge you interest. Like I could even get in without some enormous bribe. Or was that part of the loan? The new Cullen wing of the library? Ugh, why are we having this discussion again? Will you just fill out the applications, please, Bella? It won't hurt you to apply. My jaw flexed. You know what? I don't think I will. I reached for the papers, planning to crumple them into a suitable shape for lobbing at the trash can, but they were already gone. I stared at the empty table for a moment, and then at Edward. He didn't appear to have moved, but the application was probably already tucked away in his jacket. What are you doing? I demanded. I sign your name better than you do yourself. You've already written the essays. You're going way overboard with this, you know, I whispered on the off chance that Charlie wasn't completely lost in his game. I really don't need to apply anywhere else. I've been accepted in Alaska. I can almost afford the first semester's tuition. It's as good an alibi as any. There's no need to throw away a bunch of money, no matter whose it is. A pained look tightened his face. Bella, don't start. I agree that I need to go through the motions for Charlie's sake, but we both know I'm not going to be in any condition to go to school next fall, to be anywhere near people. My knowledge of those first few years as a new vampire was sketchy. Edward had never gone into the details. It wasn't his favorite subject, but I knew it wasn't pretty. Self control was apparently an acquired skill. Anything more than correspondence school was out of the question. I thought the timing was still undecided, Edward reminded me softly. You might enjoy a semester or two of college. There are a lot of human experiences you've never had. I'll get to those afterward. They won't be human experiences afterward. You don't get a second chance at humanity, Bella. I sighed. You've got to be reasonable about the timing, Edward. It's just too dangerous to mess around with. There's no danger yet, he insisted. I glared at him. No danger? Sure. I only had a sadistic vampire trying to avenge her mate's death with my own, preferably through some slow and torturous method, who was worried about Victoria. And oh yeah, the Volturi, the vampire royal family with their small army of vampire warriors, who insisted that my heart stop beating one way or another in the near future, because humans weren't allowed to know that they existed. Right. No reason at all to panic. Even with Alice keeping watch, Edward was relying on her uncannily accurate visions of the future to give us advance warning. It was insane to take chances. Besides, I'd already won this argument. The date for my transformation was tentatively set for shortly after my graduation from high school, only a handful of weeks away. A sharp jolt of unease pierced my stomach as I realized how short the time really was. Of course, this change was necessary, and the key to what I wanted more than everything else in the world put together. But I was deeply conscious of Charlie sitting in the other room enjoying his game, just like every other night. And my mother, Renee, far away in sunny Florida, still pleading with me to spend the summer on the beach with her and her new husband. And Jacob, who, unlike my parents, would know exactly what was going on when I disappeared to some distant school. Even if my parents didn't grow suspicious for a long time. Even if I could put off visits with excuses about travel expenses or study loads or illnesses, Jacob would know the truth. For a moment, the idea of Jacob's certain revulsion overshadowed every other pain. Bella, Edward murmured, his face twisting when he read the distress in mine. There's no hurry. I won't let anyone hurt you. You can take all the time you need. I want to hurry, I whispered, smiling weakly, trying to make a joke of it. I want to be a monster too. His teeth clenched. He spoke through them. You have no idea what you're saying. Abruptly, he flung the damp newspaper onto the table in between us. His finger stabbed the headline on the front page. Death toll on the rise. Police fear gang activity. What does that have to do with anything? Monsters are not a joke, Bella. I stared at the headline again, and then up to his hard expression. Uh, a vampire is doing this? I whispered. He smiled without humor. His voice was low and cold. You'd be surprised, Bella, at how often my kind are the source behind the horrors in your human news. It's easy to recognize, when you know what to look for. The information here indicates a newborn vampire is loose in Seattle. Bloodthirsty, wild, out of control. The way we all were. I let my gaze drop to the paper again, avoiding his eyes. We've been monitoring the situation for a few weeks. All the signs are there. The unlikely disappearances, always in the night. The poorly disposed of corpses. The lack of other evidence. Yes, someone brand new. And no one seems to be taking responsibility for the neophyte. He took a deep breath. Well, it's not our problem. We wouldn't even pay attention to the situation if it wasn't going on so close to home. Like I said, this happens all the time. The existence of monsters results in monstrous consequences. I tried not to see the names on the page, but they jumped out from the rest of the print like they were in bold. The 5 people whose lives were over, whose families were mourning now. It was different from considering murder in the abstract, reading those names. Maureen Gardner, Jeffrey Campbell, Grace Razzie, Michelle O'Connell, Ronald Albrook. People who'd had parents and children and friends and pets and jobs and hopes and plans and memories and futures. It won't be the same for me, I whispered, half to myself. You won't let me be like that. We'll live in Antarctica. Edward snorted, breaking the tension. Penguins. Lovely. I laughed a shaky laugh and knocked the paper off the table so I wouldn't have to see those names. It hit the linoleum with a thud. Of course, Edward would consider the hunting possibilities. He and his vegetarian family, all committed to protecting human life, preferred the flavor of large predators for satisfying their dietary needs. Alaska, then, as planned, only somewhere much more remote than Juneau. Somewhere with grizzlies galore. Better, he allowed. There are polar bears, too, very fierce, and the wolves get quite large. My mouth fell open and my breath blew out in a sharp gust. What's wrong? He asked. Before I could recover, the confusion vanished and his whole body seemed to harden. Oh, never mind the wolves then, if the idea is offensive to you. His voice was stiff, formal, his shoulders rigid. He was my best friend, Edward, I muttered. It stung to use the past tense. Of course the idea offends me. Please forgive my thoughtlessness, he said, still very formal. I shouldn't have suggested that. Don't worry about it. I stared at my hands, clenched into a double fist on the table. We were both silent for a moment, and then his cool finger was under my chin, coaxing my face up. His expression was much softer now. Sorry, really. I know it's not the same thing. I shouldn't have reacted that way. It's just, well, I was already thinking about Jacob when you came over. I hesitated. His tawny eyes seemed to get a little bit darker whenever I said Jacob's name. My voice turned pleading in response. Charlie says Jake is having a hard time. He's hurting right now, and it's my fault. You've done nothing wrong, Bella. I took a deep breath. I need to make it better, Edward. I owe him that. And it's one of Charlie's conditions anyway. His face changed while I spoke, turning hard again, statue-like. You know it's out of the question for you to be around a werewolf unprotected, Bella. And it would break the treaty for any of us to cross over onto their land. Do you want us to start a war? Of course not. Then there's really no point in discussing the matter further. He dropped his hand and looked away, searching for a subject change. His eyes paused on something behind me, and he smiled, though his eyes stayed wary. I'm glad Charlie has decided to let you out. You're sadly in need of a visit to the bookstore. I can't believe you're reading Wuthering Heights again. Don't you know it by heart yet? Not all of us have photographic memories, I said curtly. Photographic memory or not, I don't understand why you like it. The characters are ghastly people who ruin each other's lives. I don't know how Heathcliff and Cathy ended up being ranked with couples like Romeo and Juliet, or Elizabeth Bennet and Mr. Darcy. It isn't a love story, it's a hate story. You have some serious issues with the classics, I snapped. Perhaps it's because I'm not impressed by antiquity. He smiled, evidently satisfied that he had distracted me. Honestly, though, why do you read it over and over? His eyes were vivid with real interest now, trying again to unravel the convoluted workings of my mind. He reached across the table to cradle my face in his hand. What is it that appeals to you? His sincere curiosity disarmed me. I'm not sure, I said, scrambling for coherency while his gaze unintentionally scattered my thoughts. I think it's something about the inevitability, how nothing can keep them apart, not her selfishness or his evil, or even death in the end. His face was thoughtful as he considered my words. After a moment, he smiled a teasing smile. I still think it would be a better story if either of them had one redeeming quality. I think that might be the point, I disagreed. Their love is their only redeeming quality. I hope you have better sense than that, to fall in love with someone so malignant. It's a bit late for me to worry about who I fall in love with, I pointed out. But even without the warning, I seemed to have managed fairly well. He laughed quietly. I'm glad you think so. Well, I hope you're smart enough to stay away from someone so selfish. Catherine is really the source of all the trouble, not Heathcliff. I'll be on my guard, he promised. I sighed. He was so good at distractions. I put my hand over his to hold it to my face. I need to see Jacob. His eyes closed. No. It's truly not dangerous at all, I said, pleading again. I used to spend all day in La Push with the whole lot of them, and nothing ever happened. But I made a slip. My voice faltered at the end because I realized as I was saying the words that they were a lie. It was not true that nothing had ever happened. A brief flash of memory. An enormous gray wolf crouched to spring, baring his dagger-like teeth at me, had my palms sweating with an echo of remembered panic. Edward heard my heart accelerate and nodded as if I'd acknowledged the lie aloud. Werewolves are unstable. Sometimes the people near them get hurt. Sometimes they get killed. I wanted to deny it, but another image slowed my rebuttal. I saw in my head the once beautiful face of Emily Young, now marred by a trio of dark scars that dragged down the corner of her right eye and left her mouth warped forever into a lopsided scowl. He waited, grimly triumphant, for me to find my voice. You don't know them, I whispered. I know them better than you think, Bella. I was here the last time. The last time? We started crossing paths with the wolves about 70 years ago. We had just settled near Hakim. That was before Alice and Jasper were with us. We outnumbered them, but that wouldn't have stopped it from turning into a fight, if not for Carlyle. He managed to convince Ephraim Black that coexisting was possible, and eventually we made the truce. Jacob's great-grandfather's name startled me. We thought the line had died out with Ephraim, Edward muttered. It sounded like he was talking to himself now. That the genetic quirk which had allowed the transmutation had been lost. He broke off and stared at me accusingly. Your bad luck seems to get more potent every day. Do you realize that your insatiable pull for all things deadly was strong enough to recover a pack of mutant canines from extinction? If we could bottle your luck, we'd have a weapon of mass destruction on our hands. I ignored the ribbing, my attention caught by his assumption. Was he serious? But I didn't bring them back. Don't you know? Know what? My bad luck had nothing to do with it. The werewolves came back because the vampires did. Edward stared at me, his body motionless with surprise. Jacob told me that your family being here set things in motion. I thought you would already know. His eyes narrowed. Is that what they think? Edward, look at the facts. 70 years ago, you came here and the werewolves showed up. You come back now and the werewolves show up again. Do you think that's a coincidence? He blinked and his glare relaxed. Carlyle will be interested in that theory. Theory, I scoffed. He was silent for a moment, staring out the window into the rain. I imagined he was contemplating the fact that his family's presence was turning the locals into giant dogs. Interesting, but not exactly relevant, he murmured after a moment. The situation remains the same. I could translate that easily enough. No werewolf friends. I knew that I must be patient with Edward. It wasn't that he was unreasonable. It was just that he didn't understand. He had no idea how very much I owed Jacob Black. My life many times over, and possibly my sanity too. I didn't like to talk about that barren time with anyone, and especially not Edward. He had only been trying to save me when he'd left, trying to save my soul. I didn't hold him responsible for all the stupid things I'd done in his absence, or the pain I had suffered. He did. So I would have to word my explanation very carefully. I got up and walked around the table. He opened his arms for me and I sat on his lap, nestling into his cool stone embrace. I looked at his hands while I spoke. Please just listen for a minute. This is so much more important than some whim to drop in on an old friend. Jacob is in pain. My voice distorted around the word. I can't not try to help him. I can't give up on him now when he needs me. Just because he's not human all the time. Well, he was there for me when I was not so human myself. You don't know what it was like. I hesitated. Edward's arms were rigid around me. His hands were in fists now, the tendons standing out. If Jacob hadn't helped me, I'm not sure what you would have come home to. I owe him better than this, Edward. I looked up at his face warily. His eyes were closed, and his jaw was strained. I'll never forgive myself for leaving you, he whispered. Not if I live 100,000 years. I put my hand against his cold face and waited until he sighed and opened his eyes. You were just trying to do the right thing, and I'm sure it would have worked with anyone less mental than me. Besides, you're here now. That's the part that matters. If I'd never left, you wouldn't feel the need to risk your life to comfort a dog. I flinched. I was used to Jacob and all his derogatory slurs. Bloodsucker, leech, parasite. Somehow it sounded harsher in Edward's velvet voice. I don't know how to phrase this properly, Edward said, and his tone was bleak. It's going to sound cruel, I suppose, but I've come too close to losing you in the past. I know what it feels like to think I have. I am not going to tolerate anything dangerous. You have to trust me on this. I'll be fine. His face was pained again. Please, Bella, he whispered. I stared into his suddenly burning gold eyes. Please, what? Please, for me. Please make a conscious effort to keep yourself safe. I'll do everything I can, but I would appreciate a little help. I'll work on it, I murmured. Do you really have any idea how important you are to me? Any concept at all of how much I love you? He pulled me tighter against his hard chest, tucking my head under his chin. I pressed my lips against his snow-cold neck. I know how much I love you, I answered. You compare one small tree to an entire forest. I rolled my eyes, but he couldn't see. Impossible. He kissed the top of my head and sighed. No werewolves. I'm not going along with that. I have to see Jacob. Then I'll have to stop you. He sounded utterly confident that this wouldn't be a problem. I was sure he was right. We'll see about that. I bluffed anyway. He's still my friend. I could feel Jacob's note in my pocket, like it suddenly weighed 10 pounds. I could hear the words in his voice, and he seemed to be agreeing with Edward. Something that would never happen in reality. Doesn't change anything. Sorry. Chapter 2. Evasion. I felt oddly buoyant as I walked from Spanish toward the cafeteria. And it wasn't just because I was holding hands with the most perfect person on the planet, though that was certainly part of it. Maybe it was the knowledge that my sentence was served, and I was a free woman again. Or maybe it wasn't anything to do with me specifically. Maybe it was the atmosphere of freedom that hung over the entire campus. School was winding down, and for the senior class especially, there was a perceptible thrill in the air. Freedom was so close that it was touchable, tasteable. Signs of it were everywhere. Posters crowded together on the cafeteria walls, and the trash cans wore a colorful skirt of spilled over flyers, reminders to buy yearbooks, class rings, and announcements, deadlines to order graduation gowns, hats, and tassels, neon bright sales pitches, the juniors campaigning for class office, ominous rose-wreathed advertisements for this year's prom. The big dance was coming this weekend, but I had an ironclad promise from Edward that I would not be subjected to that again. After all, I had already had that human experience. No, it must be my personal freedom that lightened me today. The ending of the school year did not give me the pleasure it seemed to give the other students. Actually, I felt nervous to the point of nausea whenever I thought of it. I tried to not think of it. But it was hard to escape such an omnipresent topic as graduation. Have you sent your announcements yet? Angela asked when Edward and I sat down at our table. She had her light brown hair pulled back into a sloppy ponytail, instead of her usual smooth hairdo, and there was a slightly frantic look about her eyes. Alice and Ben were already there too, on either side of Angela. Ben was intent over a comic book, his glasses sliding down his narrow nose. Alice was scrutinizing my boring jeans and a t-shirt outfit in a way that made me feel self-conscious, probably plotting another makeover. I sighed. My indifferent attitude to fashion was a constant thorn in her side. If I'd allow it, she'd love to dress me up every day, perhaps several times a day, like some oversized three-dimensional paper doll. No, I answered Angela. There's no point, really. Renee knows when I'm graduating. Who else is there? How about you, Alice? Alice smiled. All done. Lucky you, Angela sighed. My mother has 1,000 cousins, and she expects me to hand address one to everybody. I'm going to get carpal tunnel. I can't put it off any longer, and I'm just dreading it. I'll help you, I volunteered, if you don't mind my awful handwriting. Charlie would like that. From the corner of my eye, I saw Edward smile. He must like that too. Me fulfilling Charlie's conditions without involving werewolves. Angela looked relieved. That's so nice of you. I'll come over any time you want. Actually, I'd rather go to your house if that's okay. I'm sick of mine. Charlie ungrounded me last night. I grinned as I announced my good news. Really? Angela asked, mild excitement lighting her always gentle brown eyes. I thought you said you were in for life. I'm more surprised than you are. I was sure I would have at least finished high school before he set me free. Well, this is great, Bella. We'll have to go out to celebrate. You have no idea how good that sounds. What should we do? Alice mused, her face lighting up at the possibilities. Alice's ideas were usually a little grandiose for me, and I could see it in her eyes now, the tendency to take things too far kicking into action. Whatever you're thinking, Alice, I doubt I'm that free. Free is free, right? She insisted. I'm sure I still have boundaries, like the continental US, for example. Angela and Ben laughed, but Alice grimaced in real disappointment. So, what are we doing tonight? She persisted. Nothing. Look, let's give it a couple of days to make sure he wasn't joking. It's a school night, anyway. We'll celebrate this weekend, then. Alice's enthusiasm was impossible to repress. Sure, I said, hoping to placate her. I knew I wasn't going to do anything too outlandish. It would be safer to take it slow with Charlie. Give him a chance to appreciate how trustworthy and mature I was before I asked for any favors. Angela and Alice started talking about options. Ben joined the conversation, setting his comics aside. My attention drifted. I was surprised to find that the subject of my freedom was suddenly not as gratifying as it had been just a moment ago. While they discussed things to do in Port Angeles, or maybe Hokiem, I began to feel disgruntled. It didn't take long to determine where my restlessness stemmed from. Ever since I'd said goodbye to Jacob Black in the forest outside my home, I'd been plagued by a persistent, uncomfortable intrusion of a specific mental picture. It popped into my thoughts at regular intervals, like some annoying alarm clock set to sound every half hour, filling my head with the image of Jacob's face crumpled in pain. This was the last memory I had of him. As the disturbing vision struck again, I knew exactly why I was dissatisfied with my liberty. Because it was incomplete. Sure, I was free to go anywhere I wanted, except La Push. Free to do anything I wanted, except see Jacob. I frowned at the table. There had to be some kind of middle ground. Alice! Alice! Angela's voice yanked me from my reverie. She was waving her hand back and forth in front of Alice's blank, staring face. Alice's expression was something I recognized, an expression that sent an automatic shock of panic through my body. The vacant look in her eyes told me that she was seeing something very different from the mundane lunchroom scene that surrounded us, but something that was every bit as real in its own way. Something that was coming, something that would happen soon. I felt the blood slither from my face. Then Edward laughed, a very natural, relaxed sound. Angela and Ben looked toward him, but my eyes were locked on Alice. She jumped suddenly, as if someone had kicked her under the table. Is it nap time already, Alice? Edward teased. Alice was herself again. Sorry, I was daydreaming, I guess. Daydreaming's better than facing 2 more hours of school, Ben said. Alice threw herself back into the conversation with more animation than before. Just a little bit too much. Once I saw her lock eyes with Edward, only for a moment, and then she looked back to Angela before anyone else noticed. Edward was quiet, playing absent-mindedly with a strand of my hair. I waited anxiously for a chance to ask Edward what Alice had seen in her vision, but the afternoon passed without 1 minute of alone time. It felt odd to me, almost deliberate. After lunch, Edward slowed his pace to match Ben's, talking about some assignment I knew he'd already finished. Then there was always someone else there between classes, though we usually had a few minutes to ourselves. When the final bell rang, Edward struck up a conversation with Mike Newton, of all people, falling into step beside him as Mike headed for the parking lot. I trailed behind, letting Edward tow me along. I listened, confused, while Mike answered Edward's unusually friendly queries. It seemed Mike was having car troubles. But I just replaced the battery, Mike was saying. His eyes darted ahead, and then back to Edward wearily, mystified, just like I was. Perhaps it's the cables? Edward offered. Maybe. I don't really know anything about cars, Mike admitted. I need to have someone look at it, but I can't afford to take it to Dowling's. I opened my mouth to suggest my mechanic, and then snapped it shut again. My mechanic was busy these days, busy running around as a giant wolf. I know a few things. I could take a look, if you like, Edward offered. Just let me drop Alice and Bella at home. Mike and I both stared at Edward with our mouths hanging open. Uh, thanks, Mike mumbled when he recovered. But I have to get to work. Maybe some other time. Absolutely. See ya. Mike climbed into his car, shaking his head in disbelief. Edward's Volvo, with Alice already inside, was just 2 cars away. What was that about? I muttered as Edward held the passenger door for me. Just being helpful, Edward answered. And then Alice, waiting in the back seat, was babbling at top speed. You're really not that good a mechanic, Edward. Maybe you should have Rosalie take a look at it tonight. Just so you look good if Mike decides to let you help, you know? Not that it wouldn't be fun to watch his face if Rosalie showed up to help. But since Rosalie is supposed to be across the country attending college, I guess that's not the best idea. Too bad. Though I suppose for Mike's car, you'll do. It's only with the finer tunings of good Italian sports cars that you're out of your depth. And speaking of Italy and sports cars that I stole there, you still owe me a yellow Porsche. I don't know that I want to wait for Christmas. I stopped listening after a minute, letting her quick voice become just a hum in the background as I settled into my patient mode. It looked to me like Edward was trying to avoid my questions. Fine. He would have to be alone with me soon enough. It was only a matter of time. Edward seemed to realize that too. He dropped Alice at the mouth of the Cullens Drive as usual, though by this point I half expected him to drive her to the door and walk her in. As she got out, Alice threw a sharp look at his face. Edward seemed completely at ease. "See you later," he said, and then ever so slightly he nodded. Alice turned to disappear into the trees. He was quiet as he turned the car around and headed back to Forks. I waited, wondering if he would bring it up himself. He didn't, and this made me tense. What had Alice seen today at lunch? Something he didn't want to tell me, and I tried to think of a reason why he would keep secrets. Maybe it would be better to prepare myself before I asked. I didn't want to freak out and have him think I couldn't handle it, whatever it was. So we were both silent until we got back to Charlie's house. "Light homework load tonight," he commented. "Hmm," I assented. "Do you suppose I'm allowed inside again?" "Charlie didn't throw a fit when you picked me up for school." But I was sure Charlie was going to turn sulky fast when he got home and found Edward there. Maybe I should make something extra special for dinner. Inside, I headed up the stairs, and Edward followed. He lounged on my bed and gazed out the window, seeming oblivious to my edginess. I stowed my bag and turned the computer on. There was an unanswered email from my mom to attend to, and she got panicky when I took too long. I drummed my fingers as I waited for my decrepit computer to wheeze awake. They snapped against the desk, staccato and anxious. And then his fingers were on mine, holding them still. "Are we a little impatient today?" he murmured. I looked up, intending to make a sarcastic remark, but his face was closer than I'd expected. His golden eyes were smoldering, just inches away, and his breath was cool against my open lips. I could taste his scent on my tongue. I couldn't remember the witty response I'd been about to make. I couldn't remember my own name. He didn't give me a chance to recover. If I had my way, I would spend the majority of my time kissing Edward. There wasn't anything I'd experienced in my life that compared to the feeling of his cool lips, marble hard but always so gentle, moving with mine. I didn't often get my way. So it surprised me a little when his fingers braided themselves into my hair, securing my face to his. My arms locked behind his neck, and I wished I was stronger, strong enough to keep him prisoner here. One hand slid down my back, pressing me tighter against his stone chest. Even through his sweater, his skin was cold enough to make me shiver. It was a shiver of pleasure, of happiness, but his hands began to loosen in response. I knew I had about 3 seconds before he would sigh and slide me deftly away, saying something about how we had risked my life enough for one afternoon. Making the most of my last seconds, I crushed myself closer, molding myself to the shape of him. The tip of my tongue traced the curve of his lower lip, It was as flawlessly smooth as if it had been polished. And the taste. He pulled my face away from his, breaking my hold with ease. He probably didn't even realize that I was using all my strength. He chuckled once, a low, throaty sound. His eyes were bright with the excitement he so rigidly disciplined. Ah, Bella, he sighed. I'd say I'm sorry, but I'm not. And I should feel sorry that you're not sorry, but I don't. Maybe I should go sit on the bed. I exhaled a little dizzily. If you think that's necessary. He smiled crookedly and disentangled himself. I shook my head a few times, trying to clear it, and turned back to my computer. It was all warmed up and humming now. Well, not as much humming as groaning. Tell Renee I said hello. Sure thing. I scanned through Renee's email, shaking my head now and then at some of the dippier things she'd done. I was just as entertained and horrified as the first time I'd read this. It was so like my mother to forget exactly how paralyzed she was by heights until she was already strapped to a parachute and a dive instructor. I felt a little frustrated with Phil, her husband of almost 2 years, for allowing that one. I would have taken better care of her. I knew her so much better. You have to let them go their own way, eventually, I reminded myself. You have to let them have their own life. I'd spent most of my life taking care of Renee, patiently guiding her away from her craziest plans, good-naturedly enduring the ones I couldn't talk her out of. I'd always been indulgent with my mom, amused by her, even a little condescending to her. I saw her cornucopia of mistakes and laughed privately to myself. Scatterbrained Renee. I was a very different person from my mother, someone thoughtful and cautious, the responsible one, the grown-up. That's how I saw myself. That was the person I knew. With the blood still pounding in my head from Edward's kiss, I couldn't help but think of my mother's most life-altering mistake. Silly and romantic, getting married fresh out of high school to a man she barely knew, then producing me a year later. She'd always promised me that she had no regrets, that I was the best gift her life had ever given her. And yet she drilled it into me over and over. Smart people took marriage seriously. Mature people went to college and started careers before they got deeply involved in a relationship. She knew I would never be as thoughtless and goofy and small town as she'd been. I gritted my teeth and tried to concentrate as I answered her letter. Then I hit her parting line and remembered why I'd neglected to write sooner. You haven't said anything about Jacob in a long time, she'd written. What's he up to these days? Charlie was prompting her, I was sure. I sighed and typed quickly, tucking the answer to her question between two less sensitive paragraphs. Jacob is fine, I guess. I don't see him much. He spends most of his time with a pack of his friends down at La Push these days. Smiling wryly to myself, I added Edward's greeting and hit send. I didn't realize that Edward was standing silently behind me again until after I had turned off the computer and shoved away from the desk. I was about to scold him for reading over my shoulder when I realized that he wasn't paying any attention to me. He was examining a flat black box with wires curling crookedly away from the main square, in a way that didn't look healthy for whatever it was. After a second, I recognized the car stereo Emmett, Rosalie, and Jasper had given me for my last birthday. I'd forgotten about the birthday presents hiding under a growing pile of dust on the floor of my closet. What did you do to this? He asked in a horror-struck voice. It didn't want to come out of the dashboard.
So you felt the need to torture it?
You know how I am with tools. No pain was inflicted intentionally. He shook his head, his face a mask of faux tragedy.
You killed it.
I shrugged. Oh well.
It would hurt their feelings if they saw this,
He said.
I guess it's a good thing that you've been on house arrest. I'll have to get another one in place before they notice.
Thanks, but I don't need a fancy stereo.
It's not for your sake that I'm going to replace it.
I sighed.
You didn't get much good out of your birthday presents last year,
He said in a disgruntled voice. Suddenly he was fanning himself with a stiff rectangle of paper. I didn't answer, for fear my voice would shake. My disastrous 18th birthday, with all its far-reaching consequences, wasn't something I cared to remember, and I was surprised that he would bring it up. He was even more sensitive about it than I was.
Do you realize these are about to expire?
He asked, holding the paper out to me. It was another present, the voucher for airplane tickets that Esme and Carlisle had given me so that I could visit Renee in Florida. I took a deep breath and answered in a flat voice. No, I'd forgotten all about them, actually. His expression was carefully bright and positive. There was no trace of any deep emotion as he continued.
Well, we still have a little time. You've been liberated, and we have no plans this weekend, as you refuse to go to the prom with me.
He grinned.
Why not celebrate your freedom this way?
I gasped. By going to Florida?
You did say something about the continental US being allowable.
I glared at him, suspicious, trying to understand where this had come from.
Well,
he demanded,
are we going to see Renee or not?
Charlie will never allow it.
Charlie can't keep you from visiting your mother. She still has primary custody.
Nobody has custody of me. I'm an adult. He flashed a brilliant smile.
Exactly.
I thought it over for a short minute before deciding that it wasn't worth the fight. Charlie would be furious. Not that I was going to see Renee, but that Edward was going with me. Charlie wouldn't speak to me for months, and I'd probably end up grounded again. It was definitely smarter not to even bring it up. Maybe in a few weeks, as a graduation favor or something. But the idea of seeing my mother now, not weeks from now, was hard to resist. It had been so long since I'd seen Renee, and even longer since I'd seen her under pleasant circumstances. The last time I'd been with her in Phoenix, I'd spent the whole time in a hospital bed. The last time she'd come here, I'd been more or less catatonic. Not exactly the best memories to leave her with. And maybe, if she saw how happy I was with Edward, she would tell Charlie to ease up. Edward scrutinized my face while I deliberated. I sighed. Not this weekend.
Why not?
I don't want to fight with Charlie. Not so soon after he's forgiven me. His eyebrows pulled together.
I think this weekend is perfect,
he muttered. I shook my head. Another time.
You aren't the only one who's been trapped in this house, you know.
He frowned at me. Suspicion returned. This kind of behavior was unlike him. He was always so impossibly selfless. I knew it was making me spoiled. You can go anywhere you want, I pointed out.
The outside world holds no interest for me without you.
I rolled my eyes at the hyperbole.
I'm serious,
he said. Let's take the outside world slowly, all right? For example, we could start with a movie in Port Angeles. He groaned. Never mind. We'll talk about it later. There's nothing left to talk about. He shrugged. Okay then, new subject, I said. I'd almost forgotten my worries about this afternoon. Had that been his intention? What did Alice see today at lunch? My eyes were fixed on his face as I spoke, measuring his reaction. His expression was composed. There was only the slightest hardening of his topaz eyes. She's been seeing Jasper in a strange place, somewhere in the southwest, she thinks, near his former family. But he has no conscious intentions to go back. He sighed. It's got her worried. Oh, that was nothing close to what I'd been expecting. But of course it would make sense that Alice would be watching out for Jasper's future. He was her soulmate, her true other half, though they weren't as flamboyant about the relationship as Rosalie and Emmett were. Why didn't you tell me before? I didn't realize you'd noticed, he said. It's probably nothing important, in any case. My imagination was sadly out of control. I had taken a perfectly normal afternoon and twisted it until it looked like Edward was going out of his way to keep things from me. I needed therapy. We went downstairs to work on our homework, just in case Charlie showed up early. Edward finished in minutes. I slogged laboriously through my calculus until I decided it was time to fix Charlie's dinner. Edward helped, making faces every so often at the raw ingredients. Human food was mildly repulsive to him. I made stroganoff from Grandma Swan's recipe because I was sucking up. It wasn't one of my favorites, but it would please Charlie. Charlie seemed to already be in a good mood when he got home. He didn't even go out of his way to be rude to Edward. Edward excused himself from eating with us, as usual. The sound of the nightly news drifted from the front room, but I doubted Edward was really watching. After forcing down 3 helpings, Charlie kicked his feet up on the spare chair and folded his hands contentedly across his distended stomach. That was great, Bells. I'm glad you liked it. How was work? He'd been eating with too much concentration for me to make conversation before. Sort of slow. Well, dead slow, really. Mark and I played cards for a good part of the afternoon, he admitted with a grin. I won, 19 hands to 7. And then I was on the phone with Billy for a while. I tried to keep my expression the same. How is he? Good, good. His joints are bothering him a little. Oh, that's too bad. Yeah. He invited us down to visit this weekend. He was thinking of having the Clearwaters and the Yuleys over too. Sort of a playoff party. Huh, was my genius response. But what could I say? I knew I wouldn't be allowed to hit a werewolf party, even with parental supervision. I wondered if Edward would have a problem with Charlie hanging out in La Push. Or would he suppose that, since Charlie was mostly spending time with Billy, who was only human, my father wouldn't be in danger? I got up and piled the dishes together without looking at Charlie. I dumped them into the sink and started the water. Edward appeared silently and grabbed a dish towel. Charlie sighed and gave up for the moment, though I imagined he would revisit the subject when we were alone again. He heaved himself to his feet and headed for the TV, just like every other night. Charlie, Edward said in a conversational tone. Charlie stopped in the middle of his little kitchen. Yeah? Did Bella ever tell you that my parents gave her airplane tickets on her last birthday so that she could visit Renee? I dropped the plate I was scrubbing. It glanced off the counter and clattered noisily to the floor. It didn't break, but it spattered the room, and all 3 of us. with soapy water. Charlie didn't even seem to notice.
Bella?
He asked in a stunned voice. I kept my eyes on the plate as I retrieved it. Yeah, they did. Charlie swallowed loudly, and then his eyes narrowed as he turned back to Edward.
No, she never mentioned it.
Hmm, Edward murmured.
Was there a reason you brought it up?
Charlie asked in a hard voice. Edward shrugged. They're about to expire. I think it might hurt Esme's feelings if Bella doesn't use her gift. Not that she'd say anything. I stared at Edward in disbelief. Charlie thought for a minute. It's probably a good idea for you to visit your mom, Bella. She'd love that. I'm surprised you didn't say anything about this, though. I forgot, I admitted. He frowned.
You forgot that someone gave you plane tickets?
I murmured vaguely and turned back to the sink.
I noticed that you said they're about to expire, Edward.
Charlie went on.
How many tickets did your parents give her?
Just one for her and one for me. The plate I dropped this time landed in the sink, so it didn't make as much noise. I could easily hear the sharp huff as my father exhaled. The blood rushed into my face, fueled by irritation and chagrin. Why was Edward doing this? I glared at the bubbles in the sink, panicking.
That's out of the question.
Charlie was abruptly in a rage, shouting the words. Why? Edward asked, his voice saturated with innocent surprise. You just said it was a good idea for her to see her mother. Charlie ignored him.
You're not going anywhere with him, young lady,
he yelled. I spun around and he was jabbing a finger at me. Anger pulsed through me automatically, an instinctive reaction to his tone. I'm not a child, Dad, and I'm not grounded anymore, remember?
Oh, yes, you are. Starting now.
For what?
Because I said so.
Do I need to remind you that I'm a legal adult, Charlie?
This is my house. You follow my rules.
My glare turned icy. If that's how you want it, do you want me to move out tonight, or can I have a few days to pack? Charlie's face went bright red. I instantly felt horrible for playing the move-out card. I took a deep breath and tried to make my tone more reasonable. I'll do my time without complaining when I've done something wrong, Dad, but I'm not going to put up with your prejudices. He sputtered, but managed nothing coherent. Now I know that you know that I have every right to see Mom for the weekend. You can't honestly tell me you'd object to the plan if I was going with Alice or Angela.
Girls,
he grunted with a nod. Would it bother you if I took Jacob? I'd only picked the name because I knew of my father's preference for Jacob, but I quickly wished I hadn't. Edward's teeth clenched together with an audible snap. My father struggled to compose himself before he answered.
Yes,
he said in an unconvincing voice.
That would bother me.
You're a rotten liar, Dad.
Bella,
it's not like I'm headed off to Vegas to be a showgirl or anything. I'm going to see Mom, I reminded him. She's just as much my parental authority as you are. He threw me a withering look. Are you implying something about Mom's ability to look after me? Charlie flinched at the threat implicit in my question. You'd better hope I don't mention this to her, I said.
You'd better not,
he warned.
I am not happy about this, Bella.
There's no reason for you to be upset. He rolled his eyes, but I could tell the storm was over. I turned to pull the plug out of the sink. So my homework is done, your dinner is done, the dishes are done, and I'm not grounded. I'm going out. I'll be back before 10:30.
Where are you going?
His face, almost back to normal, flushed light red again. I'm not sure, I admitted. I'll keep it within a 10-mile radius, okay? He grunted something that did not sound like approval and stalked out of the room. Naturally, as soon as I'd won the fight, I began to feel guilty.
We're going out?
Edward asked, his voice low but enthusiastic. I turned to glower at him. Yes, I think I'd like to speak to you alone. He didn't look as apprehensive as I thought he should. I waited to begin until we were safely in his car. What was that? I demanded. I know you want to see your mother, Bella. You've been talking about her in your sleep. Worrying, actually. I have? He nodded. But clearly you were too much of a coward to deal with Charlie, so I interceded on your behalf. Interceded? You threw me to the sharks. He rolled his eyes. I don't think you were in any danger. I told you I didn't want to fight with Charlie. Nobody said that you had to. I glowered at him. I can't help myself when he gets all bossy like that. My natural teenage instincts overpower me. He chuckled. Well, that's not my fault. I stared at him, speculating. He didn't seem to notice. His face was serene as he gazed out the windshield. Something was off, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Or maybe it was just my imagination again, running wild like it had this afternoon. Does this sudden urge to see Florida have anything to do with the party at Billy's place? His jaw flexed. Nothing at all. It wouldn't matter if you were here or on the other side of the world. You still wouldn't be going. It was just like with Charlie before. Just like being treated as a misbehaving child. I gritted my teeth together so I wouldn't start shouting. I didn't want to fight with Edward, too. Edward sighed, and when he spoke, his voice was warm and velvet again. So what do you want to do tonight? He asked. Can we go to your house? I haven't seen Esme in so long. He smiled. She'll like that, especially when she hears what we're doing this weekend. I groaned in defeat. We didn't stay out late, as I'd promised. I was not surprised to see the lights still on when we pulled up in front of the house. I knew Charlie would be waiting to yell at me some more. You'd better not come inside, I said. It will only make things worse. His thoughts are relatively calm, Edward teased. His expression made me wonder if there was some additional joke I was missing. The corners of his mouth twitched, fighting a smile. I'll see you later, I muttered glumly. He laughed and kissed the top of my forehead. I'll be back when Charlie's snoring. The TV was loud when I got inside. I briefly considered trying to sneak past him. Could you come in here, Bella? Charlie called, sinking that plan. My feet dragged as I took the 5 necessary steps. What's up, Dad? Did you have a nice time tonight? He asked. He seemed ill at ease. I looked for hidden meanings in his words before I answered. Yes, I said hesitantly. What did you do? I shrugged. Hung out with Alice and Jasper. Edward beat Alice at chess, and then I played Jasper. He buried me. I smiled. Edward and Alice playing chess was one of the funniest things I'd ever seen. They'd sat there nearly motionless, staring at the board, while Alice foresaw the moves he would make and he picked the moves she would make in return out of her head. They played most of the game in their minds. I think they'd each moved 2 pawns when Alice suddenly flicked her king over and surrendered. It took all of 3 minutes. Charlie hit the mute button, an unusual action.
Look, there's something I need to say.
He frowned, looking very uncomfortable. I sat still, waiting. He met my gaze for a second before shifting his eyes to the floor. He didn't say anything more. What is it, Dad? He sighed.
I'm not good at this kind of a thing. I don't know how to start.
I waited again.
Okay, Bella, here's the thing.
He got up from the couch and started pacing back and forth across the room, looking at his feet all the time.
You and Edward seem pretty serious, and there are some things that you need to be careful about. I know you're an adult now, but you're still young, Bella, and there are a lot of important things you need to know when you are physically involved with.
Oh, please, please, no, I begged, jumping to my feet. Please tell me you are not trying to have a sex talk with me, Charlie. He glared at the floor.
I am your father. I have responsibilities. Remember, I'm just as embarrassed as you are.
I don't think that's humanly possible. Anyway, Mom beat you to the punch about 10 years ago. You're off the hook.
10 years ago, you didn't have a boyfriend,
He muttered unwillingly. I could tell he was battling with his desire to drop the subject. We were both standing up, looking at the floor, and facing away from each other. I don't think the essentials have changed that much, I mumbled, and my face had to be as red as his. This was beyond the seventh circle of Hades. Even worse was realizing that Edward had known this was coming. No wonder he'd seemed so smug in the car.
Just tell me that you two are being responsible,
Charlie pled, obviously wishing a pit would open in the floor so that he could fall in. Don't worry about it, Dad. It's not like that.
Not that I don't trust you, Bella, but I know you don't want to tell me anything about this. And you know I don't really want to hear it. I will try to be open minded, though. I know times have changed.
I laughed awkwardly. Maybe the times have, but Edward is very old fashioned. You have nothing to worry about. Charlie sighed.
Sure he is,
He muttered. Ugh, I groaned. I really wish you were not forcing me to say this out loud, Dad. Really. But I am a virgin, and I have no immediate plans to change that status. We both cringed, but then Charlie's face smoothed out. He seemed to believe me. Can I go to bed now? Please?
In a minute,
He said. Please, Dad, I am begging you.
The embarrassing part's over, I promise, he assured me.
I shot a glance at him and was grateful to see that he looked more relaxed, that his face was back to its regular color. He sank down onto the sofa, sighing with relief that he was past the sex speech. What now?
I just wanted to know how the balance thing was coming along.
Oh, good, I guess. I just made plans with Angela today. I'm going to help her with her graduation announcements. Just us girls.
That's nice. And what about Jake?
I sighed. I haven't figured that one out yet, Dad.
Keep trying, Bella. I know you'll do the right thing. You're a good person.
Nice. So if I didn't figure out some way to make things right with Jacob, then I was a bad person? That was below the belt. Sure, I agreed. The automatic response made me almost smile. It was something I'd picked up from Jacob. I even said it in the same patronizing tone he used with his own father. Charlie grinned and turned the sound back on. He slumped lower into the cushions, pleased with his night's work. I could tell he would be up with the game for a while.
Night bells.
See you in the morning, I sprinted for the stairs. Edward was long gone, and he wouldn't be back until Charlie was asleep. He was probably out hunting or something to pass the time, so I was in no hurry to undress for bed. I wasn't in the mood to be alone, but I certainly wasn't going to go back downstairs to hang out with my dad, just in case he thought of some topic of sex education that he hadn't touched on before. I shuddered. So, thanks to Charlie, I was wound up and anxious. My homework was done, and I didn't feel mellow enough for reading or just listening to music. I considered calling Renee with the news of my visit, but then I realized it was 3 hours later in Florida, and she would be asleep. I could call Angela, I supposed. But suddenly, I knew that it wasn't Angela that I wanted to talk to, that I needed to talk to. I stared at the blank, black window, biting my lip. I don't know how long I stood there weighing the pros against the cons, doing the right thing by Jacob, seeing my closest friend again, being a good person, versus making Edward furious with me. 10 minutes, maybe? Long enough to decide that the pros were valid while the cons were not. Edward was only concerned about my safety, and I knew that there was really no problem on that count. The phone wasn't any help. Jacob had refused to answer my phone calls since Edward's return. Besides, I needed to see him smiling again the way he used to. I needed to replace that awful last memory of his face warped and twisted by pain if I was ever going to have any peace of mind. I had an hour, probably. I could make a quick run down to La Push and be back before Edward realized I had gone. It was past my curfew, but would Charlie really care about that when Edward wasn't involved? One way to find out. I grabbed my jacket and shoved my arms through the sleeves as I ran down the stairs. Charlie looked up from the game, instantly suspicious. You care if I go to see Jake tonight? I asked breathlessly. I won't stay long. As soon as I said Jake's name, Charlie's expression relaxed into a smug smile. He didn't seem surprised at all that his lecture had taken effect so quickly. Sure, kid, no problem. Stay as long as you like. Thanks, Dad, I said as I darted out the door. Like any fugitive, I couldn't help looking over my shoulder a few times while I jogged to my truck. But the night was so black that there was really no point. I had to feel my way along the side of the truck to the handle. My eyes were just beginning to adjust as I shoved my keys into the ignition. I twisted them hard to the left, but instead of roaring deafeningly to life, the engine just clicked. I tried it again with the same results. And then a small motion in my peripheral vision made me jump. Gah! I gasped in shock when I saw that I was not alone in the cab. Edward sat very still, a faint bright spot in the darkness, only his hands moving as he turned a mysterious black object around and around. He stared at the object as he spoke. Alice called, he murmured. Alice! Dang it, I'd forgotten to account for her in my plans. He must have her watching me. She got nervous when your future rather abruptly disappeared 5 minutes ago. My eyes, already wide with surprise, popped wider. Because she can't see the wolves, you know, he explained in the same low murmur. Had you forgotten that? When you decide to mingle your fate with theirs, you disappear too. You couldn't know that part, I realize that. But can you understand why that might make me a little anxious? Alice saw you disappear, and she couldn't even tell if you'd come home or not. Your future got lost, just like theirs. We're not sure why this is. Some
natural defense they're born with. He spoke as if he were talking to himself now, still looking at the piece of my truck's engine as he twirled it in his hands. That doesn't seem entirely likely, since I haven't had any trouble reading their thoughts. The blacks, at least. Carlyle theorizes it's because their lives are so ruled by their transformations. It's more an involuntary reaction than a decision. Utterly unpredictable, and it changes everything about them. In that instant when they shift from one form to the other, they don't really even exist. The future can't hold them. I listened to his musing in stony silence. I'll put your car back together in time for school, in case you'd like to drive yourself, he assured me after a minute. With my lips mashed together, I retrieved my keys and stiffly climbed out of the truck. Shut your window if you want me to stay away tonight. I'll understand, he whispered just before I slammed the door. I stomped into the house, slamming that door too. What's wrong? Charlie demanded from the couch. Truck won't start, I growled. Want me to look at it? No, I'll try it in the morning. Want to use my car? I wasn't supposed to drive his police cruiser. Charlie must be really desperate to get me to La Push. Nearly as desperate as I was. No, I'm tired, I grumbled. Night. I stamped my way up the stairs and went straight to my window. I shoved the metal frame roughly. It crashed shut and the glass trembled. I stared at the shivering black glass for a long moment until it was still. Then I sighed and opened the window as wide as it would go. Chapter 3. Motives. The sun was so deeply buried behind the clouds that there was no way to tell if it had set or not. After the long flight, chasing the sun westward so that it seemed unmoving in the sky, it was especially disorienting. Time seemed oddly variable. It took me by surprise when the forest gave way to the first buildings, signaling that we were nearly home. You've been very quiet, Edward observed. Did the plane make you sick? No, I'm okay. Are you sad to leave? More relieved than sad, I think. He raised one eyebrow at me. I knew it was useless and, as much as I hated to admit it, unnecessary to ask him to keep his eyes on the road. Renee is so much more perceptive than Charlie in some ways. It was making me jumpy. Edward laughed. Your mother has a very interesting mind. Almost childlike, but very insightful. She sees things differently than other people. Insightful. It was a good description of my mother, when she was paying attention. Most of the time, Renee was so bewildered by her own life that she didn't notice much else. But this weekend, she'd been paying plenty of attention to me. Phil was busy. The high school baseball team he coached was in the playoffs, and being alone with Edward and me had only sharpened Renee's focus. As soon as the hugs and squeals of delight were out of the way, Renee began to watch. And as she'd watched, her wide blue eyes had first become confused and then concerned. This morning we'd gone for a long walk on the beach. She wanted to show off all the beauties of her new home, still hoping, I think, that the sun might lure me away from Forks. She'd also wanted to talk with me alone, and that was easily arranged. Edward had fabricated a term paper to give himself an excuse to stay indoors during the day. In my head, I went through the conversation again. Renee and I ambled along the sidewalk,
trying to stay in the range of the infrequent palm tree shadows. Though it was early, the heat was smothering. The air was so heavy with moisture that just breathing in and out was giving my lungs a workout. Bella? My mother asked, looking out past the sand to the slightly crashing waves as she spoke. What is it, Mom? She sighed, not meeting my gaze. I'm worried. What's wrong? I asked, anxious at once. What can I do? It's not me, she shook her head. I'm worried about you and Edward. Renee finally looked at me when she said his name, her face apologetic. Oh, I mumbled, fixing my eyes on a pair of joggers as they passed us, drenched with sweat. You two are more serious than I'd been thinking, she went on. I frowned, quickly reviewing the last 2 days in my head. Edward and I had barely touched, in front of her at least. I wondered if Renee was about to give me a lecture on responsibility, too. I didn't mind that the way I had with Charlie. It wasn't embarrassing with my mom. After all, I had been the one giving her that lecture time and time again in the last 10 years. There's something strange about the way you two are together, she murmured, her forehead creasing over her troubled eyes. The way he watches you, it's so protective, like he's about to throw himself in front of a bullet to save you or something. I laughed, though I was still not able to meet her gaze. That's a bad thing? No, she frowned as she struggled for the words. It's just different. He's very intense about you, and very careful. I feel like I don't really understand your relationship, like there's some secret I'm missing. I think you're imagining things, Mom, I said quickly, struggling to keep my voice light. There was a flutter in my stomach. I had forgotten how much my mother saw. Something about her simple view of the world cut through all the distractions and pierced right to the truth of things. This had never been a problem before. Until now, there had never been a secret I couldn't tell her. It's not just him, she set her lips defensively. I wish you could see how you move around him. What do you mean? The way you move, you orient yourself around him without even thinking about it. When he moves, even a little bit, you adjust your position at the same time. Like magnets or gravity. You're like a satellite or something. I've never seen anything like it. She pursed her lips and stared down. Don't tell me, I teased, forcing a smile. You're reading mysteries again, aren't you? Or is it sci-fi this time? Renee flushed a delicate pink. That's beside the point. Found anything good? Well, there was this one, but that doesn't matter. We're talking about you right now. You should stick to romance, Mom. You know how you freak yourself out. Her lips turned up at the corners. I'm being silly, aren't I? For half a second, I couldn't answer. Renee was so easily swayed. Sometimes it was a good thing, because not all of her ideas were practical. But it pained me to see how quickly she caved into my trivializing, especially since she was dead right this time. She looked up, and I controlled my expression. Not silly, just being a mom. She laughed and then gestured grandly toward the white sands stretching to the blue water. And all this isn't enough to get you to move back in with your silly mom? I wiped my hand dramatically across my forehead and then pretended to wring my hair out. You get used to the humidity, she promised. You can get used to the rain, too, I countered. She elbowed me playfully and then took my hand as we walked back to her car. Other than her worries about me, she seemed happy enough, content. She still looked at Phil with goo-goo eyes, and that was comforting. Surely her life was full and satisfying. Surely she didn't miss me that much, even now. Edward's icy fingers brushed my cheek. I looked up, blinking, coming back to the present. He leaned down and kissed my forehead. "We're home, Sleeping Beauty. Time to awake." We were stopped in front of Charlie's house. The porch light was on and the cruiser was parked in the driveway. As I examined the house, I saw the curtain twitch in the living room window, flashing a line of yellow light across the dark lawn. I sighed. Of course Charlie was waiting to pounce. Edward must have been thinking the same thing, because his expression was stiff and his eyes remote as he came to get my door for me. "How bad?" I asked. "Charlie's not going to be difficult," Edward promised, his voice level with no hint of humor. "He missed you." My eyes narrowed in doubt. If that was the case, then why was Edward tensed as if for battle? My bag was small, but he insisted on carrying it into the house. Charlie held the door open for us. "Welcome home, kid," Charlie shouted like he really meant it. "How was Jacksonville?" "Moist and buggy." "So Renee didn't sell you on the University of Florida?" "She tried, but I'd rather drink water than inhale it." Charlie's eyes flickered unwillingly to Edward. "Did you have a nice time?" "Yes," Edward answered in a serene voice. "Renee was very hospitable." "That's, good. Glad you had fun." Charlie turned away from Edward and pulled me in for an unexpected hug. "Impressive," I whispered in his ear. He rumbled a laugh. "I really missed you, Bells. The food around here sucks when you're gone." "I'll get on it," I said as he let me go. "Would you call Jacob first? He's been bugging me every 5 minutes since 6 o'clock this morning. I promised I'd have you call him before you even unpacked." I didn't have to look at Edward to feel that he was too still, too cold beside me. So this was the cause of his tension. "Jacob wants to talk to me?" "Pretty bad, I'd say. He wouldn't tell me what it was about, just said that it was important." The phone rang then, shrill and demanding. "That's him again. I'd bet my next paycheck," Charlie muttered. "I got it." I hurried to the kitchen. Edward followed after me while Charlie disappeared into the living room. I grabbed the phone mid-ring and twisted around so that I was facing the wall. "Hello?" "You're back," Jacob said. His familiar husky voice sent a wave of wistfulness through me. 1,000 memories spun in my head, tangling together. A rocky beach strewn with driftwood trees, a garage made of plastic sheds, warm sodas in a paper bag, a tiny room with one too small shabby love seat, the laughter in his deep-set black eyes, the feverish heat of his big hand around mine, the flash of his white teeth against his dark skin, his face stretching into the wide smile that had always been like a key to a secret door where only kindred spirits could enter. It felt like a sort of homesickness, this longing for a place and person who had sheltered me through my darkest night. I cleared the lump from my throat. "Yes," I answered. "Why didn't you call me?" Jacob demanded. His angry tone instantly got my back up. "Because I've been in the house for exactly 4 seconds, and your call interrupted Charlie telling me that you'd called." "Oh, sorry." "Sure. Now, why are you harassing Charlie?" "I need to talk to you." "Yeah." I figured out that part all by myself. Go ahead. There was a short pause.
You going to school tomorrow?
I frowned to myself, unable to make sense of the question. Of course I am. Why wouldn't I?
I don't know. Just curious.
Another pause. So, what did you want to talk about, Jake? He hesitated.
Nothing really, I guess. I wanted to hear your voice.
Yeah, I know. I'm so glad you called me, Jake. But I didn't know what more to say. I wanted to tell him I was on my way to La Push right now, and I couldn't tell him that.
I have to go.
He said abruptly. What?
I'll talk to you soon, okay?
But Jake! He was already gone. I listened to the dial tone with disbelief. That was short. I muttered.
Is everything all right?
Edward asked. His voice was low and careful. I turned slowly to face him. His expression was perfectly smooth, impossible to read. I don't know. I wonder what that was about. It didn't make sense that Jacob had been hounding Charlie all day, just to ask me if I was going to school. And if he'd wanted to hear my voice, then why did he hang up so quickly? Your guess is probably better than mine, Edward said, the hint of a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. I murmured. That was true. I knew Jake inside and out. It shouldn't be that complicated to figure out his motivations. With my thoughts miles away, about 15 miles away, up the road to La Push, I started combing through the fridge, assembling ingredients for Charlie's dinner. Edward leaned against the counter, and I was distantly aware that his eyes were on my face, but too preoccupied to worry about what he saw there. The school thing seemed like the key to me. That was the only real question Jake had asked, and he had to be after an answer to something, or he wouldn't have been bugging Charlie so persistently. Why would my attendance record matter to him, though? I tried to think about it in a logical way. So, if I hadn't been going to school tomorrow, what would be the problem with that, from Jacob's perspective? Charlie had given me a little grief about missing a day of school so close to finals, but I'd convinced him that one Friday wasn't going to derail my studies. Jake would hardly care about that. My brain refused to come up with any brilliant insights. Maybe I was missing some vital piece of information. What could have changed in the past 3 days that was so important that Jacob would break his long streak of refusing to answer my phone calls and contact me? What difference could 3 days make? I froze in the middle of the kitchen. The package of icy hamburger in my hands slipped through my numb fingers. It took me a slow second to miss the thud it should have made against the floor. Edward had caught it and thrown it onto the counter. His arms were already around me, his lips at my ear. What's wrong? I shook my head, dazed. 3 days could change everything. Hadn't I just been thinking about how impossible college was? How I couldn't be anywhere near people after I'd gone through the painful 3-day conversion that would set me free from mortality so that I could spend eternity with Edward? The conversion that would make me forever a prisoner to my own thirst? Had Charlie told Billy that I'd vanished for 3 days? Had Billy jumped to conclusions? Had Jacob really been asking me if I was still human? Making sure that the werewolves' treaty was unbroken, that none of the Cullens had dared to bite a human? Bite, not kill? But did he honestly think I would come home to Charlie if that was the case? Edward shook me. Bella? He asked. truly anxious now. I think, I think he was checking, I mumbled. Checking to make sure that I'm human, I mean. Edward stiffened, and a low hiss sounded in my ear. We'll have to leave, I whispered, before, so that it doesn't break the treaty. We won't ever be able to come back. His arms tightened around me. I know. Charlie cleared his voice loudly behind us. I jumped and then pulled free of Edward's arms, my face getting hot. Edward leaned back against the counter. His eyes were tight. I could see worry in them and anger. If you don't want to make dinner, I can call for a pizza, Charlie hinted. No, that's okay. I'm already started. Okay, Charlie said. He propped himself against the doorframe, folding his arms. I sighed and got to work, trying to ignore my audience. If I asked you to do something, would you trust me? Edward asked, an edge to his soft voice. We were almost to school. Edward had been relaxed and joking just a moment ago, and now suddenly his hands were clenched tight on the steering wheel, his knuckles straining in an effort not to snap it into pieces. I stared at his anxious expression. His eyes were far away, like he was listening to distant voices. My pulse sped in response to his stress, but I answered carefully. That depends. We pulled into the school lot. I was afraid you would say that. What do you want me to do, Edward? I want you to stay in the car. He pulled into his usual spot and turned the engine off as he spoke. I want you to wait here until I come back for you. But why? That was when I saw him. He would have been hard to miss, towering over the students the way he did, even if he hadn't been leaning against his black motorcycle, parked illegally on the sidewalk. Oh. Jacob's face was a calm mask that I recognized well. It was the face he used when he was determined to keep his emotions in check, to keep himself under control. It made him look like Sam, the oldest of the wolves, the leader of the Quileute pack. But Jacob could never manage quite the same perfect serenity that Sam always exuded. I'd forgotten how much this face bothered me. Though I'd gotten to know Sam pretty well before the Cullens had come back, to like him, even, I'd never been able to completely shake the resentment I felt when Jacob mimicked Sam's expression. It was a stranger's face. He wasn't my Jacob when he wore it. You jumped to the wrong conclusion last night, Edward murmured. He asked about school because he knew that I would be where you were. He was looking for a safe place to talk to me, a place with witnesses. So I'd misinterpreted Jacob's motives last night. Missing information, that was the problem. Information like why in the world Jacob would want to talk to Edward. I'm not staying in the car, I said. Edward groaned quietly. Of course not. Well, let's get this over with. Jacob's face hardened as we walked toward him, hand in hand. I noticed other faces, too, the faces of my classmates. I noticed how their eyes widened as they took in all 6'7" of Jacob's long body, muscled up the way no normal 16-and-a-half-year-old has ever been. I saw those eyes rake over his tight black t-shirt, short-sleeved, though the day was unseasonably cool, his ragged, grease-smeared jeans, and the glossy black bike he leaned against. Their eyes didn't linger on his face. Something about his expression had them glancing away quickly. And I noticed the wide berth everyone gave him, the bubble of space that no one dared to encroach on. With a sense of astonishment, I realized that Jacob looked dangerous to them. How odd. Edward stopped a few yards away from Jacob, and I could tell that he was uncomfortable having me so close to a werewolf. He drew his hand back slightly, pulling me halfway behind his body. "You could have called us," Edward said in a steel-hard voice. "Sorry," Jacob answered, his face twisting into a sneer. "I don't have any leeches on my speed dial." "You could have reached me at Bella's house, of course." Jacob's jaw flexed, and his brows pulled together. He didn't answer. "This is hardly the place, Jacob. Could we discuss this later?" Sure. I'll stop by your crypt after school," Jacob snorted. "What's wrong with now?" Edward looked around pointedly, his eyes resting on the witnesses who were just barely out of hearing range. A few people were hesitating on the sidewalk, their eyes bright with expectation, like they were hoping a fight might break out to alleviate the tedium of another Monday morning. I saw Tyler Crowley nudge Austin Marks, and they both paused on their way to class. "I already know what you came to say," Edward reminded Jacob in a voice so low that I could barely make it out. "Message delivered. Consider us warned." Edward glanced down at me for a fleeting second with worried eyes. "Warned?" I asked blankly. "What are you talking about?" "You didn't tell her?" Jacob asked, his eyes widening in disbelief. "What, were you afraid she'd take our side?" "Please drop it, Jacob," Edward said in an even voice. "Why?" Jacob challenged. I frowned in confusion. What don't I know? Edward? Edward just glared at Jacob as if he hadn't heard me. "Jake?" Jacob raised his eyebrow at me. "He didn't tell you that his big brother crossed the line Saturday night?" he asked, his tone thickly layered with sarcasm. Then he flickered back to Edward. "Paul was totally justified in it was no man's land," Edward hissed. "Was not." Jacob was fuming visibly. His hands trembled. He shook his head and sucked in 2 deep lungfuls of air. "Emmett and Paul?" I whispered. Paul was Jacob's most volatile pack brother. He was the one who'd lost control that day in the woods. The memory of the snarling gray wolf was suddenly vivid in my head. What happened? Were they fighting? My voice strained higher in panic. Why? Did Paul get hurt? No one fought, Edward said quietly, only to me. No one got hurt. Don't be anxious. Jacob was staring at us with incredulous eyes. "You didn't tell her anything at all, did you? Is that why you took her away? So she wouldn't know that—" "Leave. Now." Edward cut him off mid-sentence, and his face was abruptly frightening. Truly frightening. For a second, he looked like a vampire. He glared at Jacob with vicious, unveiled loathing. Jacob raised his eyebrows, but made no other move. "Why haven't you told her?" They faced each other in silence for a long moment. More students gathered behind Tyler and Austin. I saw Mike next to Ben. Mike had one hand on Ben's shoulder, like he was holding him in place. In the dead silence, all the details suddenly fell into place for me with a burst of intuition. Something Edward didn't want me to know. Something that Jacob wouldn't have kept from me. Something that had the Cullens and the wolves both in the woods, moving in hazardous proximity to each other. Something that would cause Edward to insist that I fly across the country. Something that Alice had seen in a vision last week. A vision Edward had lied to me about. Something I'd been waiting for anyway. Something I knew would happen again, as much as I might wish it never would. It was never going to end, was it? I heard the quick of the air dragging through my lips, but I couldn't stop it. It looked like the school was shaking, like there was an earthquake, but I knew it was my own trembling that caused the illusion. She came back for me, I choked out. Victoria was never going to give up till I was dead. She would keep repeating the same pattern, faint and run, until she found a hole through my defenders. Maybe I'd get lucky. Maybe the Volturi would come for me first. They'd kill me quicker, at least. Edward held me tight to his side, angling his body so that he was still between me and Jacob, and stroked my face with anxious hands. "It's fine," he whispered to me. "It's fine. I'll never let her get close to you. It's fine." Then he glared at Jacob. "Does that answer your question, mongrel?" "You don't think Bella has a right to know?" Jacob challenged. "It's her life." Edward kept his voice muted. Even Tyler, edging forward by inches, would be unable to hear. Why should she be frightened when she was never in danger? Better frightened than lied to. I tried to pull myself together, but my eyes were swimming in moisture. I could see it behind my lids. I could see Victoria's face, her lips pulled back over her teeth, her crimson eyes glowing with the obsession of her vendetta. She held Edward personally responsible for the demise of her love, James. She wouldn't stop until his love was taken from him, too. Edward wiped the tears from my cheek with his fingertips. "Do you really think hurting her is better than protecting her?" he murmured. "She's tougher than you think," Jacob said. "And she's been through worse." Abruptly, Jacob's expression shifted, and he was staring at Edward with an odd, speculative expression. His eyes narrowed like he was trying to do a difficult math problem in his head. I felt Edward cringe. I glanced up at him, and his face was contorted in what could only be pain. For one ghastly moment, I was reminded of our afternoon in Italy, in the macabre tower room of the Volturi, where Jane had tortured Edward with her malignant gift, burning him with her thoughts alone. The memory snapped me out of my near hysteria and put everything in perspective, because I'd rather Victoria killed me 100 times over than watch Edward suffer that way again. "That's funny," Jacob said, laughing as he watched Edward's face. Edward winced, but smoothed his expression with a little effort. He couldn't quite hide the agony in his eyes. I glanced, wide-eyed, from Edward's grimace to Jacob's sneer. "What are you doing to him?" I demanded. "It's nothing, Bella," Edward told me quietly. "Jacob just has a good memory, that's all." Jacob grinned, and Edward winced again. "Stop it! Whatever you're doing." "Sure, if you want," Jacob shrugged. "It's his own fault if he doesn't like the things I remember, though." I glared at him, and he smiled back impishly, like a kid caught doing something he knows he shouldn't, by someone he knows won't punish him. "The principal's on his way to discourage loitering on school property," Edward murmured to me. "Let's get to English, Bella, so you're not involved." "Overprotective, isn't he?" Jacob said, talking just to me. "A little trouble makes life fun. Let me guess. You're not allowed to have fun, are you?" Edward glowered, and his lips pulled back from his teeth ever so slightly. "Shut up, Jake," I said. Jacob laughed. "That sounds like a no.
Hey, if you ever feel like having a life again, you could come see me. I've still got your motorcycle in my garage.
This news distracted me. You were supposed to sell that. You promised Charlie you would. If I hadn't begged on Jake's behalf, after all, he'd put weeks of labor into both motorcycles, and he deserved some kind of payback. Charlie would have thrown my bike in a dumpster, and possibly set that dumpster on fire.
Yeah, right. Like I would do that. It belongs to you, not me. Anyway, I'll hold on to it until you want it back.
A tiny hint of a smile, I remembered, was suddenly playing around the edges of his lips. Jake. He leaned forward, his face earnest now, the bitter sarcasm fading.
I think I might have been wrong before, about not being able to be friends. Maybe we could manage it on my side of the line. Come see me.
I was vividly conscious of Edward, his arms still wrapped protectively around me, motionless as a stone. I shot a look at his face. It was calm, patient. I don't know about that, Jake. Jacob dropped the antagonistic facade completely. It was like he'd forgotten Edward was there, or at least he was determined to act that way.
I miss you every day, Bella. It's not the same without you.
I know, and I'm sorry, Jake. He shook his head and sighed.
I know. Doesn't matter, right? Guess I'll survive or something. Who needs friends?
He grimaced, trying to cover the pain with a thin attempt at bravado. Jacob's suffering had always triggered my protective side. It was not entirely rational. Jacob was hardly in need of any physical protection I could offer. But my arms, pinned beneath Edward's, yearned to reach out to him, to wrap around his big warm waist in a silent promise of acceptance and comfort. Edward's shielding arms had become restraints.
Okay, get to class, a stern voice sounded behind us. Move along, Mr. Crowley.
Get to school, Jake, I whispered, anxious as soon as I recognized the principal's voice. Jacob went to the Quileute school, but he might still get in trouble for trespassing, or the equivalent. Edward released me, taking just my hand and pulling me behind his body again. Mr. Green pushed through the circle of spectators, his brows pressing down like ominous storm clouds over his small eyes.
I mean it, he was threatening. Detention for anyone who's still standing here when I turn around again.
The audience melted away before he was finished with his sentence.
Ah, Mr. Cullen, do we have a problem here?
Not at all, Mr. Green. We were just on our way to class.
Excellent. I don't seem to recognize your friend.
Mr. Green turned his glower on Jacob.
Are you a new student here?
Mr. Green's eyes scrutinized Jacob, and I could see that he had come to the same conclusion everyone else had. Dangerous. A troublemaker.
Nope,
Jacob answered, half a smirk on his broad lips.
Then I suggest you remove yourself from school property at once, young man, before I call the police.
Jacob's little smirk had become a full-blown grin, and I knew he was picturing Charlie showing up to arrest him. This grin was too bitter, too full of mocking to satisfy me. This wasn't the smile I'd been waiting to see. Jacob said,
Yes, sir,
and snapped a military salute before he climbed on his bike and kicked it to a start, right there on the sidewalk. The engine snarled and the tires squealed as he spun it sharply around. In a matter of seconds, Jacob raced out of sight. Mr. Green gnashed his teeth together while he watched the performance.
Mr. Cullen, I expect you to ask your friend to refrain from trespassing again. He's no friend of mine, Mr. Green, but I'll pass along the warning. Mr. Green pursed his lips. Edward's perfect grades and spotless record were clearly a factor in Mr. Green's assessment of the incident. I see. If you're worried about any trouble, I'd be happy to. There's nothing to worry about, Mr. Green. There won't be any trouble. I hope that's correct. Well then, on to class. You too, Miss Swan. Edward nodded and pulled me quickly along toward the English building. Do you feel well enough to go to class? He whispered when we were past the principal. Yes, I whispered back, not quite sure if it was a lie. Whether I felt well or not was hardly the most important consideration. I needed to talk to Edward right away, and English class wasn't the ideal place for the conversation I had in mind. But with Mr. Green right behind us, there weren't a lot of other options. We got to class a little late and took our seats quickly. Mr. Birdie was reciting a Frost poem. He ignored our entrance, refusing to let us break his rhythm. I yanked a blank page out of my notebook and started writing, my handwriting more illegible than normal thanks to my agitation. What happened? Tell me everything. And screw the protecting me crap, please. I shoved the note at Edward. He sighed and then began writing. It took him less time than me, though he wrote an entire paragraph in his own personal calligraphy before he slipped the paper back. Alice saw that Victoria was coming back. I took you out of town merely as a precaution. There was never a chance that she would have gotten anywhere close to you. Emmett and Jasper very nearly had her, but Victoria seems to have some instinct for evasion. She escaped right down the Quileute boundary line, as if she were reading it from a map. It didn't help that Alice's abilities were nullified by the Quileutes' involvement. To be fair, the Quileutes might have had her too, if we hadn't gotten in the way. The big gray one thought Emmett was over the line, and he got defensive. Of course, Rosalie reacted to that, and everyone left the chase to protect their companions. Carlyle and Jasper got things calmed down before it got out of hand. But by then, Victoria had slipped away. That's everything. I frowned at the letters on the page. All of them had been in on it. Emmett, Jasper, Alice, Rosalie, and Carlyle. Maybe even Esme, though he hadn't mentioned her. And then Paul and the rest of the Quileute pack. It might so easily have turned into a fight, pitting my future family and my old friends against each other. Any one of them could have been hurt. I imagined the wolves would be in the most danger, but picturing tiny Alice next to one of the huge werewolves, fighting, I shuddered. Carefully, I scrubbed out the entire paragraph with my eraser, and then I wrote over the top. What about Charlie? She could have been after him. Edward was shaking his head before I finished, obviously going to downplay any danger on Charlie's behalf. He held a hand out, but I ignored that and started again. You can't know what she was thinking, because you weren't here. Florida was a bad idea. He took the paper from underneath my hand. I wasn't about to send you off alone. With your luck, not even the black box would survive. That wasn't what I'd meant at all. I hadn't thought of going without him. I'd meant that we should have stayed here, together. But I was sidetracked by his response, and a little miffed. Like I couldn't fly cross country without bringing the plane down? Very funny. So let's say my bad luck did crash the plane. What exactly were you going to do about it? Why is the plane crashing? He was trying to hide a smile now. The pilots are passed out drunk. Easy. I'd fly the plane.
Of course. I pursed my lips and tried again. Both engines have exploded, and we're falling in a death spiral toward the Earth. I'd wait till we were close enough to the ground, get a good grip on you, kick out the wall, and jump. Then I'd run you back to the scene of the accident, and we'd stumble around like the two luckiest survivors in history. I stared at him wordlessly. What? He whispered. I shook my head in awe. Nothing, I mouthed. I scrubbed out the disconcerting conversation and wrote one more line. You will tell me next time. I knew there would be a next time. The pattern would continue until someone lost. Edward stared into my eyes for a long moment. I wondered what my face looked like. It felt cold, so the blood hadn't returned to my cheeks. My eyelashes were still wet. He sighed and then nodded once. Thanks. The paper disappeared from under my hand. I looked up, blinking in surprise, just as Mr. Birdie came down the aisle. Is that something you'd like to share there, Mr. Cullen? Edward looked up innocently and held out the sheet of paper on top of his folder. My notes? He asked, sounding confused. Mr. Birdie scanned the notes, no doubt a perfect transcription of his lecture, and then walked away frowning. It was later, in calculus, my one class without Edward, that I heard the gossip. My money's on the big Indian, someone was saying. I peeked up to see that Tyler, Mike, Austin, and Ben had their heads bent together, deep in conversation. Yeah, Mike whispered. Did you see the size of that Jacob kid? I think he could take Cullen down. Mike sounded pleased by the idea. I don't think so, Ben disagreed. There's something about Edward. He's always so confident. I have a feeling he can take care of himself. I'm with Ben, Tyler agreed. Besides, if that other kid messed Edward up, you know those big brothers of his would get involved. Have you been down to La Push lately? Mike asked. Lauren and I went to the beach a couple of weeks ago, and believe me, Jacob's friends are all just as big as he is. Huh, Tyler said. Too bad it didn't turn into anything. Guess we'll never know how it would have turned out. It didn't look over to me, Austin said. Maybe we'll get to see. Mike grinned. Anyone in the mood for a bet? 10 on Jacob, Austin said at once. 10 on Cullen, Tyler chimed in. 10 on Edward, Ben agreed. Jacob, Mike said. Hey, do you guys know what it was about? Austin wondered. That might affect the odds. I can guess, Mike said, and then he shot a glance at me at the same time that Ben and Tyler did. From their expressions, none of them had realized I was in easy hearing distance. They all looked away quickly, shuffling the papers on their desks. I still say Jacob, Mike muttered under his breath. Chapter 4. Nature. I was having a bad week. I knew that essentially nothing had changed. Okay, so Victoria had not given up, but had I ever dreamed for one moment that she had? Her reappearance had only confirmed what I'd already known. No reason for fresh panic? In theory. Not panicking was easier said than done. Graduation was only a few weeks away, but I wondered if it wasn't a little foolish to sit around, weak and tasty, waiting for the next disaster. It seemed too dangerous to be human, just begging for trouble. Someone like me shouldn't be human. Someone with my luck ought to be a little less helpless. But no one would listen to me. Carlyle had said, There are 7 of us, Bella, and with Alice on our side, I don't think Victoria's going to catch us off guard. I think it's important for Charlie's sake that we stick with the original plan. Esme had said, "We'd never allow anything to happen to you, sweetheart. You know that. Please don't be anxious." And then she'd kissed my forehead. Emmett had said, "I'm really glad Edward didn't kill you. Everything's so much more fun with you around." Rosalie had glared at him. Alice had rolled her eyes and said, "I'm offended. You're not honestly worried about this, are you?" "If it's no big deal, then why did Edward drag me to Florida?" I demanded. "Haven't you noticed yet, Bella, that Edward is just the teensiest bit prone to overreaction?" Jasper had silently erased all the panic and tension in my body with his curious talent of controlling emotional atmospheres. I had felt reassured, and let them talk me out of my desperate pleading. Of course, that calm had worn off as soon as Edward and I had walked out of the room. So the consensus was that I was just supposed to forget that a deranged vampire was stalking me, intent on my death, go about my business. I did try, and surprisingly, there were other things almost as stressful to dwell on besides my status on the endangered species list, because Edward's response had been the most frustrating of them all. "That's between you and Carlyle," he'd said. "Of course, you know that I'm willing to make it between you and me. At any time that you wish. You know my condition?" And he had smiled angelically. Ugh, I did know his condition. Edward had promised that he would change me himself whenever I wanted, just as long as I was married to him first. Sometimes I wondered if he was only pretending that he couldn't read my mind. How else had he struck upon the one condition that I would have trouble accepting? The one condition that would slow me down? All in all, a very bad week. And today was the worst day in it. It was always a bad day when Edward was away. Alice had foreseen nothing out of the ordinary this weekend, and so I'd insisted that he take the opportunity to go hunting with his brothers. I knew how it bored him to hunt the easy, nearby prey. "Go have fun," I'd told him. "Bag a few mountain lions for me." I would never admit to him how hard it was for me when he was gone. How it brought back the abandonment nightmares. If he knew that, it would make him feel horrible and he would be afraid to ever leave me, even for the most necessary reasons. It had been like that in the beginning, when he had first returned from Italy. His golden eyes had turned black, and he'd suffered from his thirst more than it was already necessary that he suffer. So I put on a brave face and all but kicked him out the door whenever Emmett and Jasper wanted to go. I think he saw through me, though, a little. This morning there had been a note left on my pillow. "I'll be back so soon you won't have time to miss me. Look after my heart. I've left it with you." So now I had a big empty Saturday with nothing but my morning shift at Newton's Olympic Outfitters to distract me. And, of course, the oh-so-comforting promise from Alice. "I'm staying close to home to hunt. I'll only be 15 minutes away if you need me. I'll keep an eye out for trouble." Translation: don't try anything funny just because Edward is gone. Alice was certainly just as capable of crippling my truck as Edward was. I tried to look on the bright side. After work, I had plans to help Angela with her announcements, so that would be a distraction. And Charlie was in an excellent mood due to Edward's absence, so I might as well enjoy that while it lasted. Alice would spend the night with me if I was pathetic enough to ask her to. And then tomorrow, Edward would be home. I would survive. Not wanting to be ridiculously early for work, I ate my breakfast slowly, one Cheerio at a time. Then, when I had washed the dishes, I arranged the magnets on the fridge into a perfect line. Maybe I was developing obsessive compulsive disorder. The last two magnets, round black utilitarian pieces that were my favorites because they could hold 10 sheets of paper to the fridge without breaking a sweat, did not want to cooperate with my fixation. Their polarities were reversed. Every time I tried to line the last one up, the other jumped out of place. For some reason, impending mania perhaps, this really irritated me. Why couldn't they just play nice? Stupid with stubbornness, I kept shoving them together, as if I was expecting them to suddenly give up. I could have flipped one over, but that felt like losing. Finally, exasperated at myself more than the magnets, I pulled them from the fridge and held them together with two hands. It took a little effort. They were strong enough to put up a fight, but I forced them to coexist side by side. See, I said out loud, talking to inanimate objects. Never a good sign. That's not so horrible, is it? I stood there like an idiot for a second, not quite able to admit that I wasn't having any lasting effect against scientific principles. Then, with a sigh, I put the magnets back on the fridge, a foot apart. There's no need to be so inflexible, I muttered. It was still too early, but I decided I'd better get out of the house before the inanimate objects started talking back. When I got to Newton's, Mike was methodically dry mopping the aisles, while his mom arranged a new counter display. I caught them in the middle of an argument, unaware that I had arrived. But it's the only time Tyler can go, Mike complained. You said after graduation. You're just going to have to wait, Mrs. Newton snapped. You and Tyler can think of something else to do. You are not going to Seattle until the police stop whatever it is that is going on there. I know Beth Crowley has told Tyler the same thing, so don't act like I'm the bad guy. Oh, good morning, Bella, she said when she caught sight of me, brightening her tone quickly. You're early. Karen Newton was the last person I'd think to ask for help in an outdoor sports equipment store. Her perfectly highlighted blonde hair was always smoothed into an elegant twist on the back of her neck. Her fingernails were polished by professionals, as were her toenails, visible through the strappy high heels that didn't resemble anything Newton's offered on the long row of hiking boots. Light traffic, I joked as I grabbed my hideous fluorescent orange vest out from under the counter. I was surprised that Mrs. Newton was as worked up about this Seattle thing as Charlie. I'd thought he was going to extremes. Well, Mrs. Newton hesitated for a moment, playing uncomfortably with a stack of flyers she was arranging by the register. I stopped with one arm in my vest. I knew that look. When I'd let the Newtons know that I wouldn't be working here this summer, abandoning them in their busiest season, in effect, they'd started training Katie Marshall to take my place. They couldn't really afford both of us on the payroll at the same time. So when it looked like a slow day, I was going to call, Mrs. Newton continued. I don't think we're expecting a ton of business today. Mike and I can probably handle things. I'm sorry you got up and drove out. On a normal day, I would be ecstatic with this turn of events. Today, not so much. Okay, I sighed. My shoulders slumped. What was I going to do now? That's not fair, Mom, Mike said. If Bella wants to work. No, it's okay, Mrs. Newton. Really, Mike, I've got finals to study for and stuff. I didn't want to be a source of familiar discord when they were already arguing. Thanks, Bella. Mike, you missed aisle 4. Bella, do you mind throwing these flyers in a dumpster on the way out? I told the girl who left him I could put them on the counter, but I really don't have the room. Sure, no problem. I put my vest away and then tucked the flyers under my arm and headed out into the misty rain. The dumpster was around the side of the Newtons, next to where employees were supposed to park. I shuffled along, kicking pebbles petulantly on my way. I was about to fling the stack of bright yellow papers into the trash when the heading printed in bold across the top caught my eye. One word in particular seized my attention. I clutched the papers in both hands as I stared at the picture beneath the caption. A lump rose in my throat. Save the Olympic wolf. Under the words, there was a detailed drawing of a wolf in front of a fir tree, its head thrown back in the act of baying at the moon. It was a disconcerting picture. Something about the wolf's plaintive posture made him look forlorn, like he was howling in grief. And then I was running to my truck, the flyers still locked in my grip. 15 minutes. That's all I had. But it should be long enough. It was only 15 minutes to La Push, and surely I would cross the boundary line a few minutes before I hit the town. My truck roared to life without any difficulty. Alice couldn't have seen me doing this, because I hadn't been planning it. A snap decision, that was the key. And as long as I moved fast enough, I should be able to capitalize on it. I'd thrown the damp flyers in my haste, and they were scattered in a bright mess across the passenger seat. 100 bolded captions, 100 dark howling wolves outlined against the yellow background. I barreled down the wet highway, turning windshield wipers on high and ignoring the groan of the ancient engine. 55 was the most I could coax out of my truck, and I prayed it would be enough. I had no clue where the boundary line was, but I began to feel safer as I passed the first houses outside La Push. This must be beyond where Alice was allowed to follow. I'd call her when I got to Angela's this afternoon, I reasoned, so that she'd know I was fine. There was no reason for her to get worked up. She didn't need to be mad at me. Edward would be angry enough for two when he got back. My truck was positively wheezing by the time it grated to a stop in front of the familiar faded red house. The lump came back to my throat as I stared at the little place that had once been my refuge. It had been so long since I'd been here. Before I could cut the engine, Jacob was standing in the door, his face blank with shock. In the sudden silence when the truck roar died, I heard him gasp. "Bella?" "Hey, Jake!" "Bella!" he yelled back, and the smile I'd been waiting for stretched across his face, like the sun breaking free of the clouds. His teeth gleamed bright against his russet skin. "I can't believe it." He ran to the truck and half yanked me through the open door, and then we were both jumping up and down like kids. "How did you get here?" "I snuck out." "Awesome." "Hey, Bella." Billy had rolled himself into the doorway to see what all the commotion was about. "Hey, Bill." Just then my air choked off. Jacob grabbed me up in a bear hug too tight to breathe and swung me around in a circle. "Wow, it's so good to see you here." "Can't breathe," I gasped. He laughed and put me down. "Welcome back, Bella," he said, grinning, and the way he said the words made it sound like welcome home. We started walking, too keyed up to sit still in the house. Jacob was practically bouncing as he moved, and I had to remind him a few times that my legs weren't 10 feet long. As we walked, I felt myself settling into another version of myself, the self I had been with Jacob. A little younger, a little less responsible. Someone who might, on occasion, do something really stupid for no reason. Our exuberance lasted through the first few topics of conversation: how we were doing, what we were up to, how long I had, and what had brought me here. When I hesitantly told him about the wolf flyer, his bellowing laugh echoed back from the trees. But then, as we ambled past the back of the store and shoved through the thick scrub that ringed the far edge of First Beach, we got to the hard parts. All too soon, we had to talk about the reasons behind our long separation, and I watched as the face of my friend hardened into the bitter mask that was already too familiar.
So, what's the story anyway?
Jacob asked me, kicking a piece of driftwood out of his way with too much force. It sailed over the sand and then clattered against the rocks.
I mean, since the last time before, you know,
He struggled for the words. He took a deep breath and tried again.
what I'm asking is everything is just back to the way it was before he left? You forgave him for all of that?
I took a deep breath. There was nothing to forgive. I wanted to skip past this part, the betrayals, the accusations, but I knew that we had to talk it through before we'd be able to move on to anything else. Jacob's face puckered up like he'd just licked a lemon.
I wish Sam had taken a picture when he found you that night last September. It would be Exhibit A.
Nobody's on trial.
Maybe somebody should be.
Not even you would blame him for leaving, if you knew the reason why. He glared at me for a few seconds.
Okay,
He challenged acidly.
amaze me.
His hostility was wearing on me, chafing against the raw. It hurt to have him angry with me. It reminded me of the bleak afternoon long ago, when, under orders from Sam, he'd told me we couldn't be friends. I took a second to compose myself. Edward left me last fall because he didn't think I should be hanging out with vampires. He thought it would be healthier for me if he left. Jacob did a double take. He had to scramble for a minute. Whatever he'd been planning to say, it clearly no longer applied. I was glad he didn't know the catalyst behind Edward's decision. I could only imagine what he'd think if he knew Jasper had tried to kill me.
He came back, though, didn't he?
Jacob muttered.
Too bad he can't stick to a decision.
If you remember, I went and got him. Jacob stared at me for a moment, and then he backed off. His face relaxed, and his voice was calmer when he spoke.
That's true. So I never did get the story. What happened?
I hesitated, biting my lip.
Is it a secret?
His voice took on a taunting edge.
Are you not allowed to tell me?
No, I snapped. It's just a really long story. Jacob smiled, arrogant, and turned to walk up the beach, expecting me to follow. It was no fun being with Jacob if he was going to act like this. I trailed behind him automatically, not sure if I shouldn't turn around and leave. I was going to have to face Alice, though, when I got home. I supposed I wasn't in any rush. Jacob walked to a huge, familiar piece of driftwood. An entire tree, roots and all, bleached white and beached deep in the sand. It was our tree, in a way. Jacob sat down on the natural bench and patted the space next to him.
I don't mind long stories. Is there any action?
I rolled my eyes as I sat down next to him. There is some action, I allowed.
It wouldn't be real horror without action.
Horror, I scoffed. Can you listen, or will you be interrupting me with rude comments about my friends? He pretended to lock his lips and then threw the invisible key over his shoulder. I tried not to smile, and failed. I'll have to start with the stuff you were already there for, I decided, working to organize the stories in my head before I began. Jacob raised his hand. Go ahead. That's good, he said. I didn't understand much that was going on at the time. Yeah, well, it gets complicated, so pay attention. You know how Alice sees things? I took his scowl. The wolves weren't thrilled that the legends of vampires possessing supernatural gifts were true, for a yes, and proceeded with the account of my race through Italy to rescue Edward. I kept it as succinct as possible, leaving out anything that wasn't essential. I tried to read Jacob's reactions, but his face was enigmatic as I explained how Alice had seen Edward plan to kill himself when he'd heard that I was dead. Sometimes Jacob seemed so deep in thought, I wasn't sure if he was listening. He only interrupted one time. The fortune-telling bloodsucker can't see us? He echoed, his face both fierce and gleeful. Seriously? That's excellent. I clenched my teeth together, and we sat in silence, his face expectant as he waited for me to continue. I glared at him until he realized his mistake. Oops, he said. Sorry. He locked his lips again. His response was easier to read when I got to the part about the Volturi. His teeth clenched together, goosebumps rose on his arms, and his nostrils flared. I didn't go into specifics. I just told him that Edward had talked us out of trouble, without revealing the promise we'd had to make, or the visit we were anticipating. Jacob didn't need to have my nightmares. Now you know the whole story, I concluded. So it's your turn to talk. What happened while I was with my mom this weekend? I knew Jacob would give me more details than Edward had. He wasn't afraid of scaring me. Jacob leaned forward, instantly animated. So Embry and Quill and I were running patrol on Saturday night. Just routine stuff. When out of nowhere, bam! He threw his arms out, impersonating an explosion. There it is, a fresh trail not 15 minutes old. Sam wanted us to wait for him, but I didn't know you were gone, and I didn't know if your bloodsuckers were keeping an eye on you or not. So we took off after her at full speed, but she'd crossed the treaty line before we caught up. We spread out along the line, hoping she'd cross back over. It was frustrating, let me tell you. He wagged his head, and his hair, growing out from the short crop he'd adopted when he'd joined the pack, flopped into his eyes. We ended up too far south. The Cullens chased her back to our side just a few miles north of us. Would have been the perfect ambush if we'd known where to wait. He shook his head, grimacing now. That's when it got dicey. Sam and the others caught up to her before we did, but she was dancing right along the line, and the whole coven was right there on the other side. The big one, what's his name? Emmett. Yeah, him. He made a lunge for her, but that redhead is fast. He flew right past her and almost rammed into Paul. So, Paul, well, you know Paul. Yeah. Lost his focus. Can't say that I blame him. The big bloodsucker was right on top of him. He sprang. Hey, don't give me that look. The vampire was on our land. I tried to compose my face so that he would go on. My nails were digging into my palms with the stress of the story, even though I knew it had turned out fine. Anyway, Paul missed, and the big one got back on his side. But by then, the blonde. Jacob's expression was a comical mix of disgust and unwilling admiration as he tried to come up with a word to describe Edward's sister. Rosalie. Whatever. She got real territorial, so Sam and I fell back to get Paul's flanks. Then their leader and the other blonde male, Carlyle and Jasper. He gave me an exasperated look.
You know I don't really care. Anyway, so Carlisle spoke to Sam, trying to calm things down. Then it was weird because everyone got really calm really fast. It was that other one you told me about, messing with our heads. But even though we knew what he was doing, we couldn't not be calm.
Yeah, I know how that feels.
Really annoying, that's how it feels. Only you can't be annoyed until afterwards.
He shook his head angrily.
So Sam and the head vamp agreed that Victoria was the priority, and we started after her again. Carlisle gave us the line so that we could follow the scent properly. But then she hit the cliffs just north of Macaw country, right where the line hugs the coast for a few miles. She took off into the water again. The big one and the calm one wanted permission to cross the line to go in after her, but of course we said no.
Good. I mean, you were being stupid, but I'm glad. Emmett's never cautious enough. He could have gotten hurt.
Jacob snorted. So did your vampire tell you we attacked for no reason and his totally innocent coven?
No, I interrupted. Edward told me the same story, just without quite as many details.
Huh.
Jacob said under his breath, and he bent over to pick up a rock from among the millions of pebbles at our feet. With a casual flick, he sent it flying a good 100 meters out into the bay.
Well, she'll be back, I guess. We'll get another shot at her.
I shuddered. Of course she would be back. Would Edward really tell me next time? I wasn't sure. I'd have to keep an eye on Alice to look for the signs that the pattern was about to repeat. Jacob didn't seem to notice my reaction. He was staring across the waves with a thoughtful expression on his face. His broad lips pursed. "What are you thinking about?" I asked after a long, quiet time.
I'm thinking about what you told me. About when the fortune teller saw you cliff jumping and thought you'd committed suicide, and how it all got out of control. Do you realize that if you had just waited for me like you were supposed to, then Alice wouldn't have been able to see you jump? Nothing would have changed. We'd probably be in my garage right now, like any other Saturday. There wouldn't be any vampires and forks, and you and me.
He trailed off, deep in thought. It was disconcerting the way he said this, like it would be a good thing to have no vampires and forks. My heart thumped unevenly at the emptiness of the picture he painted. Edward would have come back anyway.
Are you sure about that?
He asked, belligerent again as I spoke Edward's name. Being apart, it didn't work out so well for either of us. He started to say something angry from his expression. But he stopped himself, took a breath, and began again.
Did you know that Sam is mad at you?
Me? It took me a second. Oh, I see. He thinks they would have stayed away if I wasn't here.
No, that's not it.
What's his problem then? Jacob leaned down to scoop up another rock. He turned it over and over in his fingers. His eyes were riveted on the black stone while he spoke in a low voice.
When Sam saw how you were in the beginning, when Billy told them how Charlie worried when you didn't get better, and then when you started jumping off cliffs,
I made a face. No one was ever going to let me forget that. Jacob's eyes flashed up to mine.
He thought you would be the one person in the world with as much reason to hate the Cullens as he does. Sam feels sort of betrayed that you would just let them back into your life like they never hurt you.
I didn't believe for a second that Sam was the only one who felt that way. And the acid in my voice now was for both of them. You can tell Sam to go right to—
Look at that,
Jacob interrupted me, pointing to an eagle in the act of plummeting down toward the ocean, from an incredible height. It checked itself at the last minute, only its talons breaking the surface of the waves, just for an instant. Then it flapped away, its wings straining against the load of the huge fish it had snagged. You see it everywhere, Jacob said, his voice suddenly distant. Nature taking its course, hunter and prey, the endless cycle of life and death. I didn't understand the point of the nature lecture. I guessed that he was just trying to change the subject. But then he looked down at me with dark humor in his eyes. And yet, you don't see the fish trying to plant a kiss on the eagle. You never see that. He grinned a mocking grin. I grinned back tightly, though the acid taste was still in my mouth. Maybe the fish was trying, I suggested. It's hard to tell what a fish is thinking. Eagles are good-looking birds, you know. Is that what it comes down to? His voice was abruptly sharper. Good looks? Don't be stupid, Jacob. Is it the money, then? He persisted. That's nice, I muttered, getting up from the tree. I'm flattered that you think so much of me. I turned my back on him and paced away. Aw, don't get mad. He was right behind me. He caught my wrist and spun me around. I'm serious. I'm trying to understand here, and I'm coming up blank. His eyebrows pushed together angrily, and his eyes were black in their deep shadow. I love him. Not because he's beautiful or because he's rich. I spat the word at Jacob. I'd much rather he weren't either one. It would even out the gap between us just a little bit, because he'd still be the most loving and unselfish and brilliant and decent person I've ever met. Of course, I love him. How hard is that to understand? It's impossible to understand. Please enlighten me then, Jacob. I let the sarcasm flow thick. What is a valid reason for someone to love someone else? Since apparently I'm doing it wrong. I think the best place to start would be to look within your own species. That usually works. Well, that just sucks, I snapped. I guess I'm stuck with Mike Newton after all. Jacob flinched back and bit his lip. I could see that my words had hurt him, but I was too mad to feel bad about it yet. He dropped my wrist and folded his arms across his chest, turning from me to glare toward the ocean. I'm human, he muttered, his voice almost inaudible. You're not as human as Mike, I continued ruthlessly. Do you still think that's the most important consideration? It's not the same thing. Jacob didn't look away from the gray waves. I didn't choose this. I laughed once in disbelief. Do you think Edward did? He didn't know what was happening to him any more than you did. He didn't exactly sign up for this. Jacob was shaking his head back and forth with small, quick movements. You know, Jacob, you're awfully self-righteous, considering that you're a werewolf and all. It's not the same, Jacob repeated, glowering at me. I don't see why not. You could be a bit more understanding about the Cullens. You have no idea how truly good they are. To the core, Jacob. He frowned more deeply. These shouldn't exist. Their existence goes against nature. I stared at him for a long moment with one eyebrow raised incredulously. It was a while before he noticed. What? Speaking of unnatural, I hinted. Bala, he said, his voice slow and different. Aged. I realized that he sounded suddenly older than me, like a parent or a teacher. What I am was born in me. It's part of who I am, who my family is, who we all are as a tribe. It's the reason why we're still here. Besides that, he looked down at me, his black eyes unreadable. I am still human. He picked up my hand and pressed it to his fever-warm chest. Through his shirt, I could feel the steady beating of his heart under my palm. Normal humans can't throw motorcycles around the way you can. He smiled a faint half-smile. Normal humans run away from monsters, Bella, and I never claimed to be normal. Just human. Staying angry with Jacob was too much work. I started to smile as I pulled my hand away from his chest. You look plenty human to me, I allowed, at the moment. I feel human. He stared past me, his face far away. His lower lip trembled, and he bit down on it hard. Oh, Jake, I whispered, reaching for his hand. This was why I was here. This was why I would take whatever reception waited for me when I got back. Because underneath all the anger and the sarcasm, Jacob was in pain. Right now, it was very clear in his eyes. I didn't know how to help him, but I knew I had to try. It was more than that I owed him. It was because his pain hurt me too. Jacob had become a part of me, and there was no changing that now. Chapter 5. Imprint. Are you okay, Jake? Charlie said you were having a hard time. Isn't it getting any better? His warm hand curled around mine. It's not so bad, he said, but he wouldn't meet my eyes. He walked slowly back to the driftwood bench, staring at the rainbow-colored pebbles, and pulling me along at his side. I sat back down on our tree, but he sat on the wet, rocky ground rather than next to me. I wondered if it was so that he could hide his face more easily. He kept my hand. I started babbling to fill the silence. It's been so long since I was here. I've probably missed a ton of things. How are Sam and Emily? And Embry? Did Quill... I broke off mid-sentence, remembering that Jacob's friend Quill had been a sensitive subject. Ah, Quill, Jacob sighed. So then it must have happened. Quill must have joined the pack. I'm sorry, I mumbled. To my surprise, Jacob snorted. Don't say that to him. What do you mean? Quill's not looking for pity. Just the opposite. He's jazzed, totally thrilled. This made no sense to me. All the other wolves had been so depressed at the idea of their friend sharing their fate. Huh? Jacob tilted his head back to look at me. He smiled and rolled his eyes. Quill thinks it's the coolest thing that's ever happened to him. Part of it is finally knowing what's going on, and he's excited to have his friends back. To be part of the in crowd, Jacob snorted again. Shouldn't be surprised, I guess. It's so Quill. He likes it? Honestly, most of them do, Jacob admitted slowly. There are definitely good sides to this. The speed, the freedom, the strength, the sense of family. Sam and I are the only ones who ever really felt bitter. And Sam got past that a long time ago. So, I'm the crybaby now. Jacob laughed at himself. There were so many things I wanted to know. Why are you and Sam different? What happened to Sam anyway? What's his problem? The questions tumbled out without room to answer them, and Jacob laughed again. That's a long story. I told you a long story. Besides, I'm not in any hurry to get back, I said, and then I grimaced as I thought of the trouble I would be in. He looked up at me swiftly, hearing the double edge in my words. Will he be mad at you? Yes, I admitted. He really hates it when I do things he considers risky, like hanging out with werewolves. Yeah, Jacob shrugged. So don't go back. I'll sleep on the couch. That's a great idea, I grumbled, because then he would come looking for me. Jacob stiffened and then smiled bleakly. Would he? If he was afraid I was hurt or something, probably. My idea's sounding better all the time. Please, Jake, that really bugs me. What does? The way you two are so ready to kill each other, I complained. It makes me crazy. Why can't you both just be civilized? Is he ready to kill me? Jacob asked with a grim smile, unconcerned by my anger. Not like you seem to be. I realized I was yelling. At least he can be a grown up about this. He knows that hurting you would hurt me, and so he never would. You don't seem to care about that at all. Yeah, right, Jacob muttered. I'm sure he's quite the pacifist. Ugh. I ripped my hand out of his and shoved his head away. Then I pulled my knees up to my chest and wrapped my arms tightly around them. I glared out toward the horizon, fuming. Jacob was quiet for a few minutes. Finally, he got up off the ground and sat beside me, putting his arm around my shoulders. I shook it off. Sorry, he said quietly. I'll try to behave myself. I didn't answer. Do you still want to hear about Sam? He offered. I shrugged. Like I said, it's a long story, and very strange. There's so many strange things about this new life. I haven't had time to tell you the half of it. And this thing with Sam, well, I don't know if I'll even be able to explain it right. His words pricked my curiosity, in spite of my irritation. I'm listening, I said stiffly. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the side of his face pull up in a smile. Sam had it so much harder than the rest of us, because he was the first and he was alone, and he didn't have anyone to tell him what was happening. Sam's grandfather died before he was born, and his father has never been around. There was no one there to recognize the signs. The first time it happened, the first time he phased, he thought he'd gone insane. It took him 2 weeks to calm down enough to change back. This was before you came to Forks, so you wouldn't remember. Sam's mother and Leah Clearwater had the forest rangers searching for him. The police, people thought there had been an accident or something. Leah? I asked, surprised. Leah was Harry's daughter. Hearing her name sent an automatic surge of pity through me. Harry Clearwater, Charlie's lifelong friend, had died of a heart attack this past spring. His voice changed, became heavier. Yeah, Leah and Sam were high school sweethearts. They started dating when she was just a freshman. She was frantic when he disappeared. But he and Emily, I'll get to that. It's part of the story, he said. He inhaled slowly and then exhaled in a gust. I supposed it was silly for me to imagine that Sam had never loved anyone before Emily. Most people fall in and out of love many times in their lives. It was just that I'd seen Sam with Emily, and I couldn't imagine him with someone else. The way he looked at her, well, it reminded me of a look I'd seen sometimes in Edward's eyes when he was looking at me. Sam came back, Jacob said, but he wouldn't talk to anyone about where he'd been. Rumors flew that he was up to no good, mostly. And then Sam happened to run into Quill's grandfather one afternoon when old Quillatera came to visit Mrs. Yulee. Sam shook his hand. Old Quill just about had a stroke. Jacob paused to laugh. Why? Jacob put his hand on my cheek and pulled my face around to look at him. He was leaning toward me. His face was just a few inches away. His palm burned my skin, like he had a fever. "Oh, right," I said. It was uncomfortable, having my face so close to his, with his hand hot against my skin. Sam was running a temperature. Jacob laughed again. Sam's hand felt like he'd left it sitting on a hot stovetop. He was so close, I could feel his warm breath. I reached up casually to take his hand away and free my face, but wound my fingers through his so that I wouldn't hurt his feelings. He smiled and leaned back, undeceived by my attempt at nonchalance. "So Mr. Atera went straight to the other elders," Jacob went on. "They were the only ones left who still knew, who remembered. Mr. Atera, Billy, and Harry had actually seen their grandfathers make the change. When old Quill told them, they met with Sam secretly and explained. It was easier when he understood, when he wasn't alone anymore. They knew he wouldn't be the only one affected by the Cullen's return." He pronounced the name with unconscious bitterness. "But no one else was old enough. So Sam waited for the rest of us to join him." "The Cullens had no idea," I said in a whisper. "They didn't think that werewolves still existed here. They didn't know that coming back here would change you." "It doesn't change the fact that it did. Remind me not to get on your bad side. You think we should all be as forgiving as you are? We can't all be saints and martyrs. Grow up, Jacob." "I wish I could," he murmured quietly. I stared at him, trying to make sense of his response. "What?" Jacob chuckled. "One of those many strange things I mentioned." "You can't grow up?" I said blankly. "You're what? Not aging? Is that a joke?" "Nope." He popped his lips on the P. I felt blood flood my face. Tears, tears of rage, filled my eyes. My teeth mashed together with an audible grinding sound. "Bella, what did I say?" I was on my feet again, my hands balled up into fists, my whole frame shaking. "You are not aging," I growled through my teeth. Jacob tugged my arm gently, trying to make me sit. "None of us are. What's wrong with you? Am I the only one who has to get old? I get older every stinking day," I nearly shrieked, throwing my hands in the air. Some little part of me recognized that I was throwing a Charlie-esque fit, but that rational part was greatly overshadowed by the irrational part. What kind of a world is this? Where is the justice? "Take it easy, Bella." "Shut up, Jacob. Just shut up. This is so unfair." "Did you seriously just stamp your foot? I thought girls only did that on TV." I growled unimpressively. "It's not as bad as you seem to think it is. Sit down and I'll explain." "I'll stand." He rolled his eyes. "Okay, whatever you want. But listen, I will get older. Someday." "Explain?" He patted the tree. I glowered for a second, but then sat. My temper had burned out as suddenly as it had flared, and I calmed down enough to realize I was making a fool of myself. "When we get enough control to quit," Jacob said, "when we stop phasing for a solid length of time, we age again. It's not easy." He shook his head, abruptly doubtful. "It's gonna take a really long time to learn that kind of restraint, I think. Even Sam's not there yet. Of course, it doesn't help that there's a huge coven of vampires right down the road. We can't even think about quitting when the tribe needs protectors. But you shouldn't get all bent out of shape about it anyway, because I'm already older than you. Physically, at least." "What are you talking about?" "Look at me, Bells. Do I look 16? I glanced up and down his mammoth frame, trying to be unbiased. Not exactly, I guess. Not at all, because we reach full growth inside of a few months when the werewolf gene gets triggered. It's one hell of a growth spurt. He made a face. Physically, I'm probably 25 or something, so there's no need for you to freak out about being too old for me for at least another 7 years. 25 or something. The idea messed with my head, but I remembered that growth spurt. I remembered watching him shoot up and fill out right before my eyes. I remembered how he would look different from one day to the next. I shook my head, feeling dizzy. So, did you want to hear about Sam, or did you want to scream at me some more for things that are out of my control? I took a deep breath. Sorry, age is a touchy subject for me. That hit a nerve. Jacob's eyes tightened, and he looked as if he were trying to decide how to word something. Since I didn't want to talk about the truly touchy stuff, my plans for the future, or treaties that might be broken by said plans, I prompted him. So once Sam understood what was going on, once he had Billy and Harry and Mr. Atera, he said it wasn't so hard anymore. And like you also said, there are the cool parts. I hesitated briefly. Why does Sam hate them so much? Why does he wish I would hate them? Jacob sighed. This is the really weird part. I'm a pro at weird. Yeah, I know. He grinned before he continued. So you're right. Sam knew what was going on, and everything was almost okay. In most ways, his life was back to, well, not normal, but better. Then Jacob's expression tightened, like something painful was coming. Sam couldn't tell Leah. We aren't supposed to tell anyone who doesn't have to know. And it wasn't really safe for him to be around her. But he cheated, just like I did with you. Leah was furious that he wouldn't tell her what was going on. Where he'd been, where he went at night, why he was always so exhausted. But they were working it out. They were trying. They really loved each other. Did she find out? Is that what happened? He shook his head. No, that wasn't the problem. Her cousin, Emily Young, came down from the Macaw Reservation to visit her one weekend. I gasped. Emily is Leah's cousin? Second cousins. They're close, though. They were like sisters when they were kids. That's horrible. How could Sam? I trailed off, shaking my head. Don't judge him just yet. Did anyone ever tell you? Have you ever heard of imprinting? Imprinting? I repeated the unfamiliar word. No. What's that mean? It's one of those bizarre things we have to deal with. It doesn't happen to everyone. In fact, it's the rare exception, not the rule. Sam had heard all the stories by then, the stories we all used to think were legends. He'd heard of imprinting, but he never dreamed. What is it? I prodded. Jacob's eyes strayed to the ocean. Sam did love Leah, but when he saw Emily, that didn't matter anymore. Sometimes we don't know exactly why. We find our mates that way. His eyes flashed back to me, his face reddening. I mean, our soulmates. What way? Love at first sight? I snickered. Jacob wasn't smiling. His dark eyes were critical of my reaction. It's a little bit more powerful than that. more absolute. Sorry, I muttered. You're serious, aren't you? Yeah, I am. Love at first sight, but more powerful? My voice still sounded dubious, and he could hear that. It's not easy to explain. It doesn't matter, anyway. He shrugged indifferently. You wanted to know what happened to Sam to make him hate the vampires for changing him, to make him hate himself. And that's what happened. He broke Leah's heart. He went back on every promise he'd ever made her. Every day he has to see the accusation in her eyes and know that she's right. He stopped talking abruptly, as if he'd said something he hadn't meant to. How did Emily deal with this? If she was so close to Leah? Sam and Emily were utterly right together. Two puzzle pieces, shaped for each other exactly. Still, how had Emily gotten past the fact that he belonged to someone else? Her sister, almost. She was real angry in the beginning, but it's hard to resist that level of commitment and adoration. Jacob sighed. And then Sam could tell her everything. There are no rules that can bind you when you find your other half. You know how she got hurt? Yeah. The story in Forks was that she was mauled by a bear, but I was in on the secret. Werewolves are unstable, Edward had said. The people near them get hurt. Well, weirdly enough, that was sort of how they resolved things. Sam was so horrified, so sickened by himself, so full of hate for what he'd done, he would have thrown himself under a bus if it would have made her feel better. He might have, anyway, just to escape what he'd done. He was shattered. Then somehow she was the one comforting him. And after that, Jacob didn't finish his thought, and I sensed the story had gotten too personal to share. Poor Emily, I whispered. Poor Sam. Poor Leah. Yeah, Leah got the worst end of the stick, he agreed. She puts on a brave face. She's going to be a bridesmaid. I gazed away, toward the jagged rocks that rose from the ocean, like stubby, broken off fingers on the south rim of the harbor, while I tried to make sense of it all. I could feel his eyes on my face, waiting for me to say something. Did it happen to you? I finally asked, still looking away. This love at first sight thing? No, he answered briskly. Sam and Jared are the only ones. Hmm, I said, trying to sound only politely interested. I was relieved, and I tried to explain my reaction to myself. I decided I was just glad he didn't claim there was some mystical, wolfy connection between the two of us. Our relationship was confusing enough as it was. I didn't need any more of the supernatural than I already had to deal with. He was quiet, too, and the silence felt a little awkward. My intuition told me that I didn't want to hear what he was thinking. How did that work out for Jared? I asked to break the silence. No drama there. It was just a girl he'd sat next to in school every day for a year, and never looked at twice. And then, after he changed, he saw her again and never looked away. Kim was thrilled. She'd had a huge crush on him. She'd had his last name tacked on the end of hers all over her diary. He laughed mockingly. I frowned. Did Jared tell you that? He shouldn't have. Jacob bit his lip. I guess I shouldn't laugh. It was funny, though. Some soulmate. He sighed. Jared didn't tell us anything on purpose.
I already told you this part, remember?
Oh, yeah. You can hear each other's thoughts, but only when you're wolves, right?
Right. Just like your bloodsucker.
He glowered. Edward, I corrected.
Sure. That's how come I know so much about how Sam felt. It's not like he would have told us all that if he'd had a choice. Actually, that's something we all hate.
The bitterness was abruptly harsh in his voice.
It's awful. No privacy, no secrets. Everything you're ashamed of laid out for everyone to see.
He shuddered. It sounds horrible, I whispered.
It is sometimes helpful when we need to coordinate,
He said grudgingly.
once in a blue moon when some bloodsucker crosses into our territory. Laurent was fun. And if the Cullens hadn't gotten into our way last Saturday, ugh, he groaned, we could have had her.
His fists clenched into angry balls. I flinched. As much as I worried about Jasper or Emmett getting hurt, it was nothing like the panic I felt at the idea of Jacob going up against Victoria. Emmett and Jasper were the closest thing to indestructible I could imagine. Jacob was still warm, still comparatively human, mortal. I thought of Jacob facing Victoria, her brilliant hair blowing around her oddly feline face, and shuddered. Jacob looked up at me with a curious expression.
But isn't it like that for you all the time? Having him in your head?
Oh, no, Edward's never in my head. He only wishes. Jacob's expression became confused. He can't hear me, I explained, my voice a tiny bit smug from my old habit. I'm the only one like that, for him. We don't know why he can't.
Weird,
Jacob said. Yeah, the smugness faded. It probably means there's something wrong with my brain, I admitted.
I already knew there was something wrong with your brain,
Jacob muttered. Thanks. The sun broke through the clouds suddenly, a surprise I hadn't been expecting, and I had to narrow my eyes against the glare of the water. Everything changed color. The waves turned from gray to blue, the trees from dull olive to brilliant jade, and the rainbow-hued pebbles glittered like jewels. We squinted for a moment, letting our eyes adjust. There were no sounds besides the hollow roar of the waves that echoed from every side of the sheltered harbor, the soft grinding of the stones against each other under the water's movement, and the cry of gulls high overhead. It was very peaceful. Jacob settled closer to me, so that he was leaning against my arm. He was so warm. After a minute of this, I shrugged out of my rain jacket. He made a little sound of contentment in the back of his throat, and rested his cheek on top of my head. I could feel the sun heat my skin, though it was not quite as warm as Jacob, and I wondered idly how long it would take me to burn. Absent-mindedly, I twisted my right hand to the side and watched the sunlight glitter subtly off the scar James had left there.
What are you thinking about?
He murmured. The sun.
It's nice.
What are you thinking about? I asked. He chuckled to himself.
I was remembering that moronic movie you took me to, and Mike Newton puking all over everything.
I laughed, too, surprised by how time had changed the memory. It used to be one of stress, of confusion. So much had changed that night, and now I could laugh. It was the last night Jacob and I had had before he'd learned the truth about his heritage. The last human memory. An oddly pleasant memory now.
I miss that,
Jacob said.
The way it used to be so easy, uncomplicated. I'm glad I've got a good memory, he sighed. He felt the sudden tension in my body as his words triggered a memory of my own. What is it? He asked. About that good memory of yours? I pulled away from him so that I could read his face. At the moment, it was confused. Do you mind telling me what you were doing Monday morning? You were thinking something that bothered Edward. Bothered wasn't quite the word for it, but I wanted an answer, so I thought it was best not to start out too severely. Jacob's face brightened with understanding, and he laughed. I was just thinking about you. Didn't like that much, did he? Me? What about me? Jacob laughed, with a harder edge this time. I was remembering the way you looked that night Sam found you. I've seen it in his head, and it's like I was there. That memory has always haunted Sam, you know. And then I remembered how you looked the first time you came to my place. I bet you don't even realize what a mess you were then, Bella. It was weeks before you started to look human again. And I remembered how you always used to have your arms wrapped around yourself, trying to hold yourself together. Jacob winced and then shook his head. It's hard for me to remember how sad you were, and it wasn't my fault. So I figured it would be harder for him, and I thought he ought to get a look at what he'd done. I smacked his shoulder. It hurt my hand. Jacob Black, don't you ever do that again. Promise me you won't. No way. I haven't had that much fun in months. So help me, Jake. Oh, get a grip, Bella. When am I ever going to see him again? Don't worry about it. I got to my feet, and he caught my hand as I started to walk away. I tried to tug free. I'm leaving, Jacob. No, don't go yet, he protested, his hand tightening around mine. I'm sorry, and okay, I won't do it again. Promise. I sighed. Thanks, Jake. Come on, we'll go back to my house, he said eagerly. Actually, I think I really do need to go. Angela Weber is expecting me, and I know Alice is worried. I don't want to upset her too much. But you just got here. It feels that way, I agreed. I glared up at the sun, somehow already directly overhead. How had the time passed so quickly? His eyebrows pulled down over his eyes. I don't know when I'll see you again, he said in a hurt voice. I'll come back the next time he's away, I promised impulsively. Away? Jacob rolled his eyes. That's a nice way to describe what he's doing. Disgusting parasites. If you can't be nice, I won't come back at all, I threatened, trying to pull my hand free. He refused to let go. Aw, don't be mad, he said, grinning. Knee-jerk reaction. If I'm going to come back again, you're going to have to get something straight, okay? He waited. See, I explained, I don't care who's a vampire and who's a werewolf. That's irrelevant. You are Jacob, and he is Edward, and I am Bella, and nothing else matters. His eyes narrowed slightly. But I am a werewolf, he said unwillingly. And he is a vampire, he added with obvious revulsion. And I'm a Virgo, I shouted, exasperated. He raised his eyebrows, measuring my expression with curious eyes. Finally, he shrugged. If you can really see it that way, I can. I do. Okay, just Bella and Jacob. None of those freaky Virgos here. He smiled at me, the warm, familiar smile that I had missed so much. I felt the answering smile spread across my face. I've really missed you, Jake, I admitted impulsively. Me too.
His smile widened. His eyes were happy and clear, free for once of the angry bitterness. More than you know. Will you come back soon? As soon as I can, I promised. Chapter 6. Switzerland. As I drove home, I wasn't paying much attention to the road that shimmered wetly in the sun. I was thinking about the flood of information Jacob had shared with me, trying to sort it out, to force it all to make sense. Despite the overload, I felt lighter. Seeing Jacob smile, having all the secrets thrashed out. It didn't make things perfect, but it did make them better. I was right to have gone. Jacob needed me. And obviously, I thought as I squinted into the glare, there was no danger. It came out of nowhere. 1 minute there was nothing but bright highway in my rearview mirror. The next minute, the sun was glinting off of a silver Volvo right on my tail. Oh, crap, I whimpered. I considered pulling over, but I was too much of a coward to face him right away. I had been counting on some prep time, and having Charlie nearby as a buffer. At least that would force him to keep his voice down. The Volvo followed inches behind me. I kept my eyes on the road ahead. Chicken through and through. I drove straight to Angela's without once meeting the gaze I could feel burning a hole in my mirror. He followed me until I pulled to the curb in front of the Weber's house. He didn't stop, and I didn't look up as he passed. I didn't want to see the expression on his face. I ran up the short concrete walk to Angela's door as soon as he was out of sight. Ben answered the door before I could finish knocking, like he'd been standing right behind it. "Hey, Bella," he said, surprised. "Hi, Ben. Is Angela here?" I wondered if Angela had forgotten our plans and cringed at the thought of going home early. "Sure," Ben said just as Angela called, "Bella," and appeared at the top of the stairs. Ben peered around me as we both heard the sound of a car on the road. The sound didn't scare me. This engine stuttered to a stop, followed by the loud pop of a backfire. Nothing like the purr of the Volvo. This must be the visitor Ben had been waiting for. "Austin's here," Ben said as Angela reached his side. A horn honked on the street. "I'll see you later," Ben promised. "Miss you already." He threw his arm around Angela's neck and pulled her face down to his height so that he could kiss her enthusiastically. After a second of this, Austin honked again. "Bye, Ange. Love you," Ben shouted as he dashed past me. Angela swayed, her face slightly pink, then recovered herself and waved until Ben and Austin were out of sight. Then she turned to me and grinned ruefully. "Thank you for doing this, Bella," she said. "From the bottom of my heart. Not only are you saving my hands from permanent injury, but you also just spared me 2 long hours of a plotless, badly dubbed martial arts film." She sighed in relief. "Happy to be of service." I was feeling a bit less panicked, able to breathe a little more evenly. It felt so ordinary here. Angela's easy human dramas were oddly reassuring. It was nice to know that life was normal somewhere. I followed Angela up the stairs to her room. She kicked toys out of the way as she went. The house was unusually quiet. "Where's your family?" "My parents took the twins to a birthday party in Port Angeles." "I can't believe you're really going to help me with this." "Ben's pretending he has tendinitis." She made a face. "I don't mind at all," I said, and then I walked into Angela's room and saw the stacks of waiting envelopes. "Oh," I gasped. Angela turned to look at me, apologies in her eyes. I could see why she'd been putting this off. and why Ben had weaseled out. I thought you were exaggerating, I admitted. I wish. Are you sure you want to do this? Put me to work. I've got all day. Angela divided a pile in half and put her mother's address book between us on her desk. For a while, we concentrated, and there was just the sound of our pens scratching quietly across the paper. What's Edward doing tonight? She asked after a few minutes. My pen dug into the envelope I was working on. Emmett's home for the weekend. They're supposed to be hiking. You say that like you're not sure. I shrugged. You're lucky Edward has his brothers for all the hiking and the camping. I don't know what I would do if Ben didn't have Austin for the guy stuff. Yeah, the outdoors thing is not really for me, and there's no way I'd ever be able to keep up. Angela laughed. I prefer the indoors myself. She focused on her pile for a minute. I wrote out 4 more addresses. There was never any pressure to fill a pause with meaningless chatter around Angela. Like Charlie, she was comfortable with silence. But unlike Charlie, she was also too observant sometimes. Is something wrong? She asked in a low voice now. You seem anxious. I smiled sheepishly. Is it that obvious? Not really. She was probably lying to make me feel better. You don't have to talk about it unless you want to, she assured me. I'll listen if you think it will help. I was about to say thanks, but no thanks. After all, there were just too many secrets I was bound to keep. I really couldn't discuss my problems with someone human. That was against the rules. And yet, with a strange sudden intensity, that's exactly what I wanted. I wanted to talk to a normal human girlfriend. I wanted to moan a little bit like any other teenage girl. I wanted my problems to be that simple. It would also be nice to have someone outside the whole vampire werewolf mess to put things into perspective. Someone unbiased. I'll mind my own business, Angela promised, smiling down at the address she was working on. No, I said, you're right. I am anxious. It's. It's Edward. What's wrong? It was so easy to talk to Angela. When she asked a question like that, I could tell that she wasn't just morbidly curious or looking for gossip, like Jessica would have been. She cared that I was upset. Oh, he's mad at me. That's hard to imagine, she said. What's he mad about? I sighed. Do you remember Jacob Black? Ah, she said. Yeah, he's jealous. No, not jealous. I should have kept my mouth shut. There was no way to explain this right. But I wanted to keep talking anyway. I hadn't realized I was so starved for human conversation. Edward thinks Jacob is a bad influence, I guess. Sort of dangerous. You know how much trouble I got in a few months back. It's all ridiculous, though. I was surprised to see Angela shaking her head. What? I asked. Bella, I've seen how Jacob Black looks at you. I'd bet the real problem is jealousy. It's not like that with Jacob. For you, maybe, but for Jacob? I frowned. Jacob knows how I feel. I've told him everything. Edward's only human, Bella. He's going to react like any other boy. I grimaced. I didn't have a response to that. She patted my hand. He'll get over it. I hope so. Jake's going through kind of a tough time. He needs me. You and Jacob are pretty close, aren't you? Like family, I agreed. And Edward doesn't like him. That must be hard. I wonder how Ben would handle that. she mused. I half smiled. Probably just like any other boy. She grinned. Probably. Then she changed the subject. Angela wasn't one to pry, and she seemed to sense I couldn't, say anymore. I got my dorm assignment yesterday. The farthest building from campus, naturally. Does Ben know where he's staying yet? The closest dorm to campus. He's got all the luck. How about you? Did you decide where you're going? I stared down, concentrating on the clumsy scrawl of my handwriting. For a second, I was distracted by the thought of Angela and Ben at the University of Washington. They would be off to Seattle in just a few months. Would it be safe then? Would the wild young vampire menace have moved elsewhere? Would there be a new place by then? Some other city flinching from horror movie headlines? Would those new headlines be my fault? I tried to shake it off and answered her question a beat late. Alaska, I think. The university there in Juneau. I could hear the surprise in her voice. Alaska? Really? I mean, that's great. I just figured you'd go somewhere warmer. I laughed a little, still staring at the envelope. Yeah, Forks has really changed my perspective on life. And Edward? Though his name set butterflies fluttering in my stomach, I looked up and grinned at her. Alaska's not too cold for Edward either. She grinned back. Of course not. And then she sighed. It's so far. You won't be able to come home very often. I'll miss you. Will you email me? A swell of quiet sadness crashed over me. Maybe it was a mistake to get closer to Angela now. But wouldn't it be sadder to still miss out on these last chances? I shook off the unhappy thoughts so that I could answer her teasingly. If I can type again after this. I nodded toward the stack of envelopes I'd done. We laughed, and then it was easy to chat cheerfully about classes and majors while we finished the rest. All I had to do was not think about it. Anyway, there were more urgent things to worry about today. I helped her put the stamps on, too. I was afraid to leave. How's your hand? She asked. I flexed my fingers. I think I'll recover the full use of it. Someday. The door banged downstairs, and we both looked up. Ange? Ben called. I tried to smile, but my lips trembled. I guess that's my cue to leave. You don't have to go. He is probably going to describe the movie for me. In detail. Charlie will be wondering where I am anyway. Thanks for helping me. I had a good time, actually. We should do something like this again. It was nice to have some girl time. Definitely. There was a light knock on the bedroom door. Come in, Ben, Angela said. I got up and stretched. Hey, Bella. You survived. Ben greeted me quickly before going to take my place by Angela. He eyed our work. Nice job. Too bad there's nothing left to do. I would have. He let the thought trail off, and then restarted excitedly. Ange, I can't believe you missed this one. It was awesome. There was this final fight sequence. The choreography was unbelievable. This one guy, well, you're going to have to see it to know what I'm talking about. Angela rolled her eyes at me. See you at school, I said with a nervous laugh. She sighed. See you. I was jumpy on my way back out to my truck, but the street was empty. I spent the whole drive glancing anxiously in all my mirrors, but there was never any sign of the silver car. His car was not in front of the house either, though that meant little. Bella? Charlie called when I opened the door. Hey, Dad. I found him in the living room, in front of the TV. So, how was your day? Good, I said. Might as well tell him everything. He'd hear it from Billy soon enough. Besides, it would make him happy. They didn't need me at work, so I went down to La Push. There wasn't enough surprise in his face. Billy had already talked to him. "How's Jacob?" Charlie asked, attempting to sound indifferent. "Good," I said, just as casual. "You get over to the Webbers?" "Yep, we got all her announcements addressed." "That's nice." Charlie smiled a wide smile. He was strangely focused, considering that there was a game on. "I'm glad you spent some time with your friends today." "Me too." I ambled toward the kitchen, looking for busy work. Unfortunately, Charlie had already cleaned up his lunch. I stood there for a few minutes, staring at the bright patch of light the sun made on the floor. But I knew I couldn't delay this forever. "I'm going to go study," I announced glumly as I headed up the stairs. "See you later," Charlie called after me. If I survive, I thought to myself. I shut my bedroom door carefully before I turned to face my room. Of course, he was there. He stood against the wall across from me, in the shadow beside the open window. His face was hard and his posture tense. He glared at me wordlessly. I cringed, waiting for the torrent, but it didn't come. He just continued to glare, possibly too angry to speak. "Hi," I finally said. His face could have been carved from stone. I counted to 100 in my head, but there was no change. Uh, so I'm still alive?" I began. A growl rumbled low in his chest, but his expression didn't change. "No harm done," I insisted with a shrug. He moved. His eyes closed, and he pinched the bridge of his nose between the fingers of his right hand. "Bella," he whispered, "do you have any idea how close I came to crossing the line today? To breaking the treaty and coming after you? Do you know what that would have meant?" I gasped and his eyes opened. They were as cold and hard as night. "You can't!" I said too loudly. I worked to modulate the volume of my voice so Charlie wouldn't hear, but I wanted to shout the words. "Edward, they'd use any excuse for a fight. They'd love that. You can't ever break the rules." "Maybe they aren't the only ones who would enjoy a fight." "Don't you start," I snapped. "You made the treaty. You stick to it." "If he'd hurt you—" "Enough!" I cut him off. "There's nothing to worry about. Jacob isn't dangerous." "Bella," he rolled his eyes, "you aren't exactly the best judge of what is or isn't dangerous. I know I don't have to worry about Jake, and neither do you." He ground his teeth together. His hands were balled up in fists at his sides. He was still standing against the wall, and I hated the space between us. I took a deep breath and crossed the room. He didn't move when I wrapped my arms round him. Next to the warmth of the last of the afternoon sun streaming through the window, his skin felt especially icy. He seemed like ice, too, frozen the way he was. "I'm sorry I made you anxious," I muttered. He sighed and relaxed a little. His arm wound around my waist. "Anxious is a bit of an understatement," he murmured. "It was a very long day." "You weren't supposed to know about it," I reminded him. "I thought you'd be hunting longer." I looked up at his face, at his defensive eyes. I hadn't noticed in the stress of the moment, but they were too dark. The rings under them were deep purple. I frowned in disapproval. "When Alice saw you disappear, I came back," he explained. "You shouldn't have done that. Now you'll have to go away again."
My frown intensified. I can wait. That's ridiculous. I mean, I know she couldn't see me with Jacob, but you should have known. But I didn't. He broke in. And you can't expect me to let you. Oh, yes, I can, I interrupted him. That's exactly what I expect. This won't happen again. That's right, because you're not going to overreact next time. Because there isn't going to be a next time. I understand when you have to leave, even if I don't like it. That's not the same. I'm not risking my life. Neither am I. Werewolves constitute a risk. I disagree. I'm not negotiating this, Bella. Neither am I. His hands were in fists again. I could feel them against my back. The words popped out thoughtlessly. Is this really just about my safety? What do you mean? He demanded. You weren't. Angela's theory seemed sillier now than before. It was hard to finish the thought. I mean, you know better than to be jealous, right? He raised one eyebrow. Do I? Be serious? Easily. There's nothing remotely humorous about this. I frowned suspiciously. Or is this something else altogether? Some vampires and werewolves are always enemies nonsense? Is this just a testosterone fueled? His eyes blazed. This is only about you. All I care is that you're safe. The black fire in his eyes was impossible to doubt. Okay, I sighed. I believe that. But I want you to know something. When it comes to all this enemies nonsense, I'm out. I am a neutral country. I am Switzerland. I refuse to be affected by territorial disputes between mythical creatures. Jacob is family. You are, well, not exactly the love of my life, because I expect to love you for much longer than that. The love of my existence. I don't care who's a werewolf and who's a vampire. If Angela turns out to be a witch, she can join the party too. He stared at me silently through narrowed eyes. Switzerland, I repeated again for emphasis. He frowned at me and then sighed. Bella, he began, but he paused, and his nose wrinkled in disgust. What now? Well, don't be offended, but you smell like a dog, he told me. And then he smiled crookedly, so I knew the fight was over, for now. Edward had to make up for the missed hunting trip, and so he was leaving Friday night with Jasper, Emmett, and Carlisle to hit some reserve in Northern California with a mountain lion problem. We'd come to no agreement on the werewolf issue, but I didn't feel guilty calling Jake, during my brief window of opportunity when Edward took the Volvo home before climbing back in through my window, to let him know that I'd be coming over on Saturday again. It wasn't sneaking around. Edward knew how I felt, and if he broke my truck again, then I'd have Jacob pick me up. Forks was neutral, just like Switzerland, just like me. So when I got off work Thursday and it was Alice rather than Edward waiting for me in the Volvo, I was not suspicious at first. The passenger door was open, and music I didn't recognize was shaking the frame when the bass played. Hey, Alice! I shouted over the wailing as I climbed in. Where's your brother? She was singing along to the song, her voice an octave higher than the melody, weaving through it with a complicated harmony. She nodded at me, ignoring my question as she concentrated on the music. I shut my door and put my hands over my ears. She grinned and turned the volume down until it was just background. Then she hit the locks and the gas in the same second.
What's going on? I asked, starting to feel uneasy. Where is Edward? She shrugged.
They left early.
Oh, I tried to control the absurd disappointment. If he left early, that meant he'd be back sooner, I reminded myself.
All the boys went, and we're having a slumber party, she announced in her trilling, sing-song voice.
A slumber party? I repeated, the suspicion finally settling in.
Aren't you excited?
She crowed. I met her animated gaze for a long second. You're kidnapping me, aren't you? She laughed and nodded.
Till Saturday. Esme cleared it with Charlie. You're staying with me 2 nights, and I will drive you to and from school tomorrow.
I turned my face to the window, my teeth grinding together.
Sorry, Alice said, not sounding the least bit penitent. He paid me off.
How? I hissed through my teeth.
The Porsche. It's exactly like the one I stole in Italy.
She sighed happily.
I'm not supposed to drive it around Forks, but if you want, we could see how long it takes to get from here to LA. I bet I could have you back by midnight.
I took a deep breath. I think I'll pass, I sighed, repressing a shudder. We wound, always too fast, down the long drive. Alice pulled around to the garage, and I quickly looked over the cars. Emmett's big Jeep was there, with a shiny canary yellow Porsche between it and Rosalie's red convertible. Alice hopped out gracefully and went to stroke her hand along the length of her bribe.
Pretty, isn't it?
Pretty over the top, I grumbled, incredulous. He gave you that for just 2 days of holding me hostage? Alice made a face. A second later, comprehension came and I gasped in horror. It's for every time he's gone, isn't it? She nodded. I slammed my door and stomped toward the house. She danced along next to me, still unrepentant. Alice, don't you think this is just a little bit controlling? Just a tiny bit psychotic, maybe?
Not really,
she sniffed.
You don't seem to grasp how dangerous a young werewolf can be, especially when I can't see them. Edward has no way to know if you're safe. You shouldn't be so reckless.
My voice turned acidic. Yes, because a vampire slumber party is the pinnacle of safety-conscious behavior. Alice laughed.
I'll give you a pedicure and everything, she promised.
It wasn't so bad, except for the fact that I was being held against my will. Esme brought Italian food, the good stuff, all the way from Port Angeles, and Alice was prepared with my favorite movies. Even Rosalie was there, quietly in the background. Alice did insist on the pedicure, and I wondered if she was working from a list, maybe something she'd compiled from watching bad sitcoms.
How late do you want to stay up?
She asked when my toenails were glistening a bloody red. Her enthusiasm remained untouched by my mood. I don't want to stay up. We have school in the morning. She pouted. Where am I supposed to sleep, anyway? I measured the couch with my eyes. It was a little short. Can't you just keep me under surveillance at my house?
What kind of a slumber party would that be?
Alice shook her head in exasperation.
You're sleeping in Edward's room?
I sighed. His black leather sofa was longer than this one. Actually, the gold carpet in his room was probably thick enough that the floor wouldn't be half bad either. Can I go back to my place to get my things, at least? She grinned.
Already taken care of.
Am I allowed to use your phone?
Charlie knows where you are.
I wasn't going to call Charlie. I frowned. Apparently, I have some plans to cancel.
Oh,
she deliberated.
I'm not sure about that.
Alice, I whined loudly. Come on. Okay, okay, she said, flitting from the room. She was back in half a second, cell phone in hand. He didn't specifically prohibit this, she murmured to herself as she handed it to me. I dialed Jacob's number, hoping he wasn't out running with his friends tonight. Luck was with me. Jacob was the one to answer. Hello? Hey, Jake, it's me. Alice watched me with expressionless eyes for a second, before she turned and went to sit between Rosalie and Esme on the sofa. Hi, Bella, Jacob said, suddenly cautious. What's up? Nothing good. I can't come over Saturday after all. It was silent for a minute. Stupid bloodsucker, he finally muttered. I thought he was leaving. Can't you have a life when he's gone? Or does he lock you in a coffin? I laughed. I don't think that's funny. I'm only laughing because you're close, I told him. But he's going to be here Saturday, so it doesn't matter. Will he be feeding there in Forks then? Jacob asked cuttingly. No, I didn't let myself get irritated with him. I wasn't that far from being as angry as he was. He left early. Oh, well, hey, come over now then, he said with sudden enthusiasm. It's not that late. Or I'll come up to Charlie's. I wish. I'm not at Charlie's, I said sourly. I'm kind of being held prisoner. He was silent as that sunk in, and then he growled. We'll come and get you, he promised in a flat voice, slipping automatically into the plural. A chill slid down my spine, but I answered in a light and teasing voice. Tempting. I have been tortured. Alice painted my toenails. I'm serious. Don't be. They're just trying to keep me safe. He growled again. I know it's silly, but their hearts are in the right place. Their hearts? He scoffed. Sorry about Saturday, I apologized. I've got to hit the sack. The couch, I corrected mentally. But I'll call you again soon. Are you sure they'll let you? He asked in a scathing tone. Not completely, I sighed. Night, Jake. See you around. Alice was abruptly at my side, her hand held out for the phone. But I was already dialing. She saw the number. I don't think he'll have his phone on him, she said. I'll leave a message. The phone rang 4 times, followed by a beep. There was no greeting. You are in trouble, I said slowly, emphasizing each word. Enormous trouble. Angry grizzly bears are going to look tame next to what is waiting for you at home. I snapped the phone shut and placed it in her waiting hand. I'm done. She grinned. This hostage stuff is fun. I'm going to sleep now, I announced, heading for the stairs. Alice tagged along. Alice, I sighed, I'm not going to sneak out. You would know if I was planning to, and you'd catch me if I tried. I'm just going to show you where your things are, she said innocently. Edward's room was at the farthest end of the 3rd-floor hallway. Hard to mistake even when the huge house had been less familiar. But when I switched the light on, I paused in confusion. Had I picked the wrong door? Alice giggled. It was the same room, I realized quickly. The furniture had just been rearranged. The couch was pushed to the north wall, and a stereo shoved up against the vast shelves of CDs, to make room for the colossal bed that now dominated the central space. The southern wall of glass reflected the scene back like a mirror, making it look twice as bad. It matched. The coverlet was a dull gold, just lighter than the walls. The frame was black, made of intricately patterned wrought iron. Sculpted metal roses wound in vines up the tall posts and formed a bowery lattice overhead. My pajamas were folded neatly at the foot of the bed, my bag of toiletries to one side. "What is all this?" I spluttered. "You didn't really think he would make you sleep on the couch, did you?" I mumbled unintelligibly as I stalked forward to snatch my things off the bed. "I'll give you some privacy," Alice laughed. "See you in the morning." After my teeth were brushed and I was dressed, I grabbed a puffy feather pillow off the huge bed and dragged the gold cover to the couch. I knew I was being silly, but I didn't care. Portia's as bribes and king-sized beds in houses where nobody slept? It was beyond irritating. I flipped off the lights and curled up on the sofa, wondering if I was too annoyed to sleep. In the dark, the glass wall was no longer a black mirror, doubling the room. The light of the moon brightened the clouds outside the window. As my eyes adjusted, I could see the diffused glow highlighting the tops of the trees and glinting off a small slice of the river. I watched the silver light, waiting for my eyes to get heavy. There was a light knock on the door. "What, Alice?" I hissed. I was on the defensive, imagining her amusement when she saw my makeshift bed. "It's me," Rosalie said softly, opening the door enough that I could see the silver glow touch her perfect face. "Can I come in?" Chapter 7. Unhappy Ending. Rosalie hesitated in the doorway, her breathtaking face unsure. "Of course," I replied, my voice an octave high with surprise. "Come on in." I sat up, sliding to the end of the sofa to make room. My stomach twisted nervously as the one Cullen who did not like me moved silently to sit down in the open space. I tried to come up with a reason why she would want to see me, but my mind was blank on that point. "Do you mind talking to me for a few minutes?" she asked. "I didn't wake you or anything, did I?" Her eyes shifted to the stripped bed and back to my couch. "No, I was awake. Sure, we can talk." I wondered if she could hear the alarm in my voice as clearly as I could. She laughed lightly, and it sounded like a chorus of bells. "He so rarely leaves you alone," she said. "I figured I'd better make the most of this opportunity." What did she want to say that couldn't be said in front of Edward? My hands twisted and untwisted around the edge of the comforter. "Please don't think that I'm horribly interfering," Rosalie said, her voice gentle and almost pleading. She folded her hands in her lap and looked down at them as she spoke. "I'm sure I've hurt your feelings enough in the past, and I don't want to do that again." "Don't worry about it, Rosalie. My feelings are great. What is it?" She laughed again, sounding oddly embarrassed. "I'm going to try to tell you why I think you should stay human. Why I would stay human if I were you." "Oh." She smiled at the shocked tone of my voice, and then she sighed. "Did Edward ever tell you what led to this?" she asked, gesturing to her glorious, immortal body. I nodded slowly, suddenly somber. "He said it was close to what happened to me that time in Port Angeles, only no one was there to save you." I shuddered at the memory. "Is that really all he told you?" she asked. "Yes," I said, my voice blank with confusion. "Was there more?" She looked up at me and smiled. It was a harsh, bitter, but still stunning expression. Yes, she said, there was more. I waited while she stared out the window. She seemed to be trying to calm herself. Would you like to hear my story, Bella? It doesn't have a happy ending. But which of ours does? If we had happy endings, we'd all be under gravestones now. I nodded, though I was frightened by the edge in her voice. I lived in a different world than you do, Bella. My human world was a much simpler place. It was 1933. I was 18, and I was beautiful. My life was perfect. She stared out the window at the silver clouds, her expression far away. My parents were thoroughly middle class. My father had a stable job in a bank, something I realize now that he was smug about. He saw his prosperity as a reward for talent and hard work, rather than acknowledging the luck involved. I took it all for granted then. In my home, it was as if the Great Depression was only a troublesome rumor. Of course, I saw the poor people, the ones who weren't as lucky. My father left me with the impression that they'd brought their troubles on themselves. It was my mother's job to keep our house, and myself and my two younger brothers, in spotless order. It was clear that I was both her first priority and her favorite. I didn't understand it at the time, but I was always vaguely aware that my parents weren't satisfied with what they had, even if it was so much more than most. They wanted more. They had social aspirations. Social climbers, I suppose you could call them. My beauty was like a gift to them. They saw so much more potential in it than I did. They weren't satisfied, but I was. I was thrilled to be me, to be Rosalie Hale, pleased that men's eyes watched me wherever I went, from the year I turned 12. Delighted that my girlfriends sighed with envy when they touched my hair. Happy that my mother was proud of me, and that my father liked to buy me pretty dresses. I knew what I wanted out of life, and there didn't seem to be any way that I wouldn't get exactly what I wanted. I wanted to be loved, to be adored. I wanted to have a huge flowery wedding where everyone in town would watch me walk down the aisle on my father's arm and think that I was the most beautiful thing they'd ever seen. Admiration was like air to me, Bella. I was silly and shallow, but I was content. She smiled, amused at her own evaluation. My parents' influence had been such that I also wanted the material things of life. I wanted a big house with elegant furnishings that someone else would clean, and a modern kitchen that someone else would cook in. As I said, shallow, young, and very shallow. And I didn't see any reason why I wouldn't get these things. There were a few things I wanted that were more meaningful. One thing in particular. My very closest friend was a girl named Vera. She married young, just 17. She married a man my parents would never have considered for me, a carpenter. A year later, she had a son, a beautiful little boy with dimples and curly black hair. It was the first time I'd ever felt truly jealous of anyone else in my entire life. She looked at me with unfathomable eyes. It was a different time. I was the same age as you, but I was ready for it all. I yearned for my own little baby. I wanted my own house and a husband who would kiss me when he got home from work, just like Vera. Only I had a very different kind of house in mind. It was hard for me to imagine the world that Rosalie had known. Her story sounded more like a fairy tale than history to me. With a slight shock, I realized that this was very close to the world that Edward would have experienced when he was human, the world he had grown up in. I wondered, while Rosalie sat silent for a moment, if my world seemed as baffling to him as Rosalie's did to me. Rosalie sighed, and when she spoke again, her voice was different, the wistfulness gone. In Rochester, there was one royal family, the Kings, ironically enough. Royce King owned the bank my father worked at, and nearly every other really profitable business in town. That's how his son, Royce King II, her mouth twisted around the name, it came out through her teeth, saw me the first time. He was going to take over at the bank, and so he began overseeing the different positions. 2 days later, my mother conveniently forgot to send my father's lunch to work with him. I remember being confused when she insisted that I wear my white organza and roll my hair up just to run over to the bank. Rosalie laughed without humor. I didn't notice Royce watching me particularly. Everyone watched me. But that first night, the roses came. Every night of our courtship, he sent a bouquet of roses to me. My room was always overflowing with them. It got to the point where I would smell like roses when I left the house. Royce was handsome, too. He had lighter hair than I did, and pale blue eyes. He said my eyes were like violets, and then those started showing up alongside the roses. My parents approved. That's putting it mildly. This was everything they'd dreamed of, and Royce seemed to be everything I'd dreamed of. The fairy tale prince, come to make me a princess. Everything I wanted, yet it was still no more than I expected. We were engaged before I'd known him for 2 months. We didn't spend a great deal of time alone with each other. Royce told me he had many responsibilities at work, and when we were together, he liked people to look at us, to see me on his arm. I liked that too. There were lots of parties, dancing, and pretty dresses. When you were a king, every door was open for you. Every red carpet rolled out to greet you. It wasn't a long engagement. Plans went ahead for the most lavish wedding. It was going to be everything I'd ever wanted. I was completely happy. When I called it Vera's, I no longer felt jealous. I pictured my fair-haired children playing on the huge lawns of the king's estate, and I pitied her. Rosalie broke off suddenly, clenching her teeth together. It pulled me out of her story, and I realized the horror wasn't far off. There would be no happy ending, as she'd promised. I wondered if this was why she had so much more bitterness in her than the rest of them. Because she'd been within reach of everything she'd wanted when her human life was cut short. I was at Vera's that night, Rosalie whispered. Her face was smooth as marble and as hard. Her little Henry was really adorable, all smiles and dimples. He was just sitting up on his own. Vera walked me to the door as I was leaving, her baby in her arms and her husband at her side, his arm around her waist. He kissed her on the cheek when he thought I wasn't looking. That bothered me. When Royce kissed me, it wasn't quite the same. Not so sweet, somehow. I shoved that thought aside. Royce was my prince. Someday, I would be queen. It was hard to tell in the moonlight, but it looked like her bone-white face got paler. It was dark in the streets, the lamps already on. I hadn't realized how late it was. She continued to whisper almost inaudibly. It was cold, too. Very cold for late April. The wedding was only a week away, and I was worrying about the weather as I hurried home. I can remember that clearly. I remember every detail about that night. I clung to it so hard in the beginning. I thought of nothing else. And so I remember this, when so many pleasant memories have faded away completely. She sighed and began whispering again. Yes, I was worrying about the weather. I didn't want to have to move the wedding indoors. I was a few streets from my house when I heard them. A cluster of men under a broken street lamp, laughing too loud, drunk. I wished I'd called my father to escort me home, but the way was so short it seemed silly. And then he called my name. Rose, he yelled, and the others laughed stupidly. I hadn't realized the drunks were so well dressed. It was Royce and some of his friends, sons of other rich men. Here's my Rose, Royce shouted, laughing with them, sounding just as stupid. You're late. We're cold. You've kept us waiting for so long. I'd never seen him drink before. A toast, now and then, at a party. He'd told me that he didn't like champagne. I hadn't realized that he preferred something much stronger. He had a new friend, the friend of a friend, come up from Atlanta. What did I tell you, John? Royce crowed, grabbing my arm and pulling me closer. Isn't she lovelier than all your Georgia peaches? The man named John was dark-haired and sun-tanned. He looked me over like I was a horse he was buying. It's hard to tell, he drawled slowly. She's all covered up. They laughed, Royce like the rest. Suddenly, Royce ripped my jacket from my shoulders. It was a gift from him, popping the brass buttons off. They scattered all over the street. Show 'em what you look like, Rose, he laughed again, and then he tore my hat out of my hair. The pins wrenched my hair from the roots, and I cried out in pain. They seemed to enjoy that, the sound of my pain. Rosalie looked at me suddenly, as if she'd forgotten I was there. I was sure my face was as white as hers, unless it was green. I won't make you listen to the rest, she said quietly. They left me in the street, still laughing as they stumbled away. They thought I was dead. They were teasing Royce that he would have to find a new bride. He laughed and said he'd have to learn some patience first. I waited in the road to die. It was cold, though there was so much pain that I was surprised it bothered me. It started to snow, and I wondered why I wasn't dying. I was impatient for death to come, to end the pain. It was taking so long. Carlyle found me then. He'd smelled the blood and come to investigate. I remember being vaguely irritated as he worked over me, trying to save my life. I'd never liked Dr. Cullen or his wife and her brother, as Edward pretended to be then. It had upset me because they were all more beautiful than I was, especially that the men were. But they didn't mingle in society, so I'd only seen them once or twice. I thought I'd died when he pulled me from the ground and ran with me. Because of the speed, it felt like I was flying. I remember being horrified that the pain didn't stop. Then I was in a bright room, and it was warm. I was slipping away, and I was grateful as the pain began to dull. But suddenly something sharp was cutting me. My throat, my wrists, my ankles. I screamed in shock, thinking he'd brought me there to hurt me more. Then fire started burning through me, and I didn't care about anything else. I begged him to kill me. When Esme and Edward returned home, I begged them to kill me too. Carlyle sat with me. He held my hand and said that he was so sorry, promising that it would end. He told me everything, and sometimes I listened. He told me what he was, what I was becoming. I didn't believe him. He apologized each time I screamed. Edward wasn't happy. I remember hearing them discuss me. I stopped screaming sometimes. It did no good to scream. What were you thinking, Carlyle? Edward said. Rosalie Hale? Rosalie imitated Edward's irritated tone to perfection. I didn't like the way he said my name, like there was something wrong with me. I couldn't just let her die, Carlyle said quietly. It was too much. Too horrible. Too much waste. I know, Edward said, and I thought he sounded dismissive. It angered me. I didn't know then that he could really see exactly what Carlyle had seen. It was too much waste. I couldn't leave her, Carlyle repeated in a whisper. Of course you couldn't, Esme agreed. People die all the time, Edward reminded him in a hard voice. Don't you think she's just a little recognizable, though? The Kings will have to put up a huge search. Not that anyone suspects the fiend, he growled. It pleased me that they seemed to know that Royce was guilty. I didn't realize that it was almost over, that I was getting stronger, and that was why I was able to concentrate on what they were saying. The pain was beginning to fade from my fingertips. What are we going to do with her? Edward said disgustedly. Or that's how it sounded to me, at least. Carlyle sighed. That's up to her, of course. She may want to go her own way. I'd believed enough of what he'd told me that his words terrified me. I knew that my life was ended, that there was no going back for me. I couldn't stand the thought of being alone. The pain finally ended, and they explained to me again what I was. This time I believed. I felt the thirst, my hard skin. I saw my brilliant red eyes. Shallow as I was, I felt better when I saw my reflection in the mirror the first time. Despite the eyes, I was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. She laughed at herself for a moment. It took some time before I began to blame the beauty for what had happened to me, for me to see the curse of it, to wish that I had been, well, not ugly, but normal, like Vera, so I could have been allowed to marry someone who loved me and have pretty babies. That's what I had really wanted, all along. It still doesn't seem like too much to have asked for. She was thoughtful for a moment, and I wondered if she'd forgotten my presence again. But then she smiled at me, her expression suddenly triumphant. You know, my record is almost as clean as Carlyle's, she told me. Better than Esme. 1,000 times better than Edward. I've never tasted human blood, she announced proudly. She understood my puzzled expression as I wondered why her record was only almost as clean. I did murder 5 humans, she told me in a complacent tone. If you can really call them human. But I was very careful not to spill their blood. I knew I wouldn't be able to resist that. And I didn't want any part of them in me, you see? I saved Royce for last. I hoped that he would hear of his friends' deaths and understand, know what was coming for him. I hoped the fear would make the end worse for him. I think it worked. He was hiding inside a windowless room, behind a door as thick as a bank vault's, guarded outside by armed men, when I caught up with him. Oops, 7 murders, she corrected herself. I forgot about his guards. They only took a second. I was overly theatrical. It was kind of childish, really. I wore a wedding dress I had stolen for the occasion. He screamed when he saw me. He screamed a lot that night. Saving him for last was a good idea. It made it easier for me to control myself, to make it slower. She broke off suddenly, and then glanced down at me. I'm sorry, she said in a chagrined voice. I'm frightening you, aren't I? I'm fine, I lied. I got carried away. Don't worry about it. I'm surprised Edward didn't tell you more about it. He doesn't like to tell other people's stories. He feels like he's betraying confidences because he hears so much more than just the parts they mean for him to hear. She smiled and shook her head. I probably ought to give him more credit. He's really quite decent, isn't he? I think so. I can tell. Then she sighed. I haven't been fair to you either, Bella. Did he tell you why? Or was that too confidential? He said it was because I was human. He said it was harder for you to have someone on the outside who knew. Rosalie's musical laughter interrupted me. Now I really feel guilty. He's been much, much kinder to me than I deserve. She seemed warmer as she laughed, like she'd let down some guard that had never been absent in my presence before. What a liar that boy is, she laughed again. He was lying? I asked, suddenly wary. Well, that's probably putting it too strongly. He just didn't tell you the whole story. What he told you was true, even truer now than it was before. However, at the time, she broke off, chuckling nervously. That's embarrassing. You see, at first, I was mostly jealous because he wanted you, and not me. Her words sent a thrill of fear through me. Sitting there in the silver light, she was more beautiful than anything else I could imagine. I could not compete with Rosalie. But you love Emmett, I mumbled. She shook her head back and forth, amused. I don't want Edward that way, Bella. I never did. I love him as a brother, but he's irritated me from the first moment I heard him speak. You have to understand, though, I was so used to people wanting me. And Edward wasn't the least bit interested. It frustrated me, even offended me in the beginning. But he never wanted anyone, so it didn't bother me long. Even when we first met Tanya's clan in Denali, all those females, Edward never showed the slightest preference. And then he met you. She looked at me with confused eyes. I was only half paying attention. I was thinking about Edward and Tanya and all those females, and my lips pressed together in a hard line. Not that you aren't pretty, Bella, she said, misreading my expression. But it just meant that he found you more attractive than me. I'm vain enough that I minded. But you said at first. That doesn't still bother you, does it? I mean, we both know you're the most beautiful person on the planet. I laughed at having to say the words. It was so obvious. How odd that Rosalie should need such assurances. Rosalie laughed too. Thanks, Bella. And no, It doesn't really bother me anymore. Edward has always been a little strange." She laughed again. "But you still don't like me," I whispered. Her smile faded. "I'm sorry about that." We sat in silence for a moment, and she didn't seem inclined to go on. "Would you tell me why? Did I do something? Was she angry that I put her family, her Emmett, in danger?" Time and time again. James, and now Victoria. "No, you haven't done anything," she murmured. "Not yet." I stared at her, perplexed. "Don't you see, Bella?" Her voice was suddenly more passionate than before, even while she'd told her unhappy story. "You already have everything. You have a whole life ahead of you. Everything I want. And you're just going to throw it away. Can't you see that I'd trade everything I have to be you? You have the choice that I didn't have, and you're choosing wrong." I flinched back from her fierce expression. I realized my mouth had fallen open, and I snapped it shut. She stared at me for a long moment, and slowly the fervor in her eyes dimmed. Abruptly, she was abashed. "And I was so sure that I could do this calmly." She shook her head, seeming a little dazed by the flood of emotion. "It's just that it's harder now than it was then, when it was no more than vanity." She stared at the moon in silence. It was a few moments before I was brave enough to break into her reverie. "Would you like me better if I chose to stay human?" She turned back to me, her lips twitching into a hint of a smile. "Maybe." "You did get some of your happy ending, though," I reminded her. "You got Emmett." "I got half," she grinned. "You know that I saved Emmett from a bear that was mauling him, and carried him home to Carlisle. But can you guess why I stopped the bear from eating him?" I shook my head. "With the dark curls, the dimples that showed even while he was grimacing in pain, the strange innocence that seemed so out of place on a grown man's face. He reminded me of Vera's little Henry. I didn't want him to die. So much so that even though I hated this life, I was selfish enough to ask Carlyle to change him for me. I got luckier than I deserved. Emmett is everything I would have asked for, if I had known myself well enough to know what to ask for. He's exactly the kind of person someone like me needs. And, oddly enough, he needs me too. That part worked out better than I could have hoped. But there will never be more than the two of us. And I'll never sit on a porch somewhere, with him gray-haired by my side, surrounded by our grandchildren." Her smile was kind now. "That sounds quite bizarre to you, doesn't it? In some ways you are much more mature than I was at 18. But in other ways, there are many things you've probably never thought about seriously. You're too young to know what you'll want in 10 years, 15 years, and too young to give it all up without thinking it through. You don't want to be rash about permanent things, Bella." She patted my head, but the gesture didn't feel condescending. I sighed. "Just think about it a little. Once it's done, it can't be undone. Esme's made do with us as substitutes, and Alice doesn't remember anything human, so she can't miss it. You will remember, though. It's a lot to give up, but more to get in return." I didn't say out loud, "Thanks, Rosalie. It's nice to understand, to know you better." "I apologize for being such a monster," she grinned. I'll try to behave myself from now on. I grinned back at her. We weren't friends yet, but I was pretty sure she wouldn't always hate me so much. I'll let you sleep now. Rosalie's eyes flickered to the bed, and her lips twitched. I know you're frustrated that he's keeping you locked up like this, but don't give him too bad a time when he gets back. He loves you more than you know. It terrifies him to be away from you. She got up silently and ghosted to the door. Good night, Bella, she whispered as she shut it behind herself. Good night, Rosalie, I murmured a second too late. It took me a long time to fall asleep after that. When I did sleep, I had a nightmare. I was crawling across the dark, cold stones of an unfamiliar street, under lightly falling snow, leaving a trail of blood smeared behind me. A shadowy angel in a long white dress watched my progress with resentful eyes. The next morning, Alice drove me to school while I stared grumpily out the windshield. I was feeling sleep deprived, and it made the irritation of my imprisonment that much stronger. Tonight we'll go out to Olympia or something, she promised. That would be fun, right? Why don't you just lock me in the basement? I suggested, and forget the sugarcoating. Alice frowned. He's going to take the Porsche back. I'm not doing a very good job. You're supposed to be having fun. It's not your fault, I muttered. I couldn't believe I actually felt guilty. I'll see you at lunch. I trudged off to English. Without Edward, the day was guaranteed to be unbearable. I sulked through my first class, well aware that my attitude wasn't helping anything. When the bell rang, I got up without much enthusiasm. Mike was there at the door, holding it open for me. Edward hiking this weekend? He asked sociably as we walked out into the light rain. Yeah. You want to do something tonight? How could he still sound hopeful? Can't. I've got a slumber party, I grumbled. He gave me a strange look as he processed my mood. Who are you? Mike's question was cut short as a loud, growling roar erupted from behind us in the parking lot. Everyone on the sidewalk turned to look, staring in disbelief as the noisy black motorcycle screeched to a stop on the edge of the concrete, the engine still snarling. Jacob waved to me urgently. Run, Bella! He yelled over the engine's roar. I was frozen for a second before I understood. I looked at Mike quickly. I knew I only had seconds. How far would Alice go to restrain me in public? I got really sick and went home, okay? I said to Mike, my voice filled with sudden excitement. Fine, he muttered. I pecked Mike swiftly on the cheek. Thanks, Mike. I owe you one, I called as I sprinted away. Jacob revved his engine, grinning. I jumped on the back of his seat, wrapping my arms tightly around his waist. I caught sight of Alice, frozen at the edge of the cafeteria, her eyes sparking with fury, her lip curled back over her teeth. I shot her one pleading glance. Then we were racing across the blacktop so fast that my stomach got lost somewhere behind me. Hold on, Jacob shouted. I hid my face in his back as he sped down the highway. I knew he would slow down when we hit the Quileute border. I just had to hold on until then. I prayed silently and fervently that Alice wouldn't follow and that Charlie wouldn't happen to see me. It was obvious when we reached the safe zone. The bike slowed, and Jacob straightened up and howled with laughter. I opened my eyes. We made it, he shouted. Not bad for a prison break, eh?
Good thinking, Jake.
I remembered what you said about the psychic leech not being able to predict what I'm going to do. I'm glad you didn't think of this. She wouldn't have let you go to school.
That's why I didn't consider it. He laughed triumphantly.
What do you want to do today?
Anything, I laughed back. It felt great to be free. Chapter 8. Temper. We ended up on the beach again, wandering aimlessly. Jacob was still full of himself for engineering my escape.
Do you think they'll come looking for you?
He asked, sounding hopeful. No, I was certain about that. They're going to be furious with me tonight, though. He picked up a rock and chucked it into the waves.
Don't go back then,
he suggested again. Charlie would love that, I said sarcastically.
I bet he wouldn't mind.
I didn't answer. Jacob was probably right, and that made me grind my teeth together. Charlie's blatant preference for my Quileute friends was so unfair. I wondered if he would feel the same if he knew the choice was really between vampires and werewolves. So what's the latest pack scandal? I asked lightly. Jacob skidded to a halt, and he stared down at me with shocked eyes. What? That was a joke.
Oh.
He looked away. I waited for him to start walking again, but he seemed lost in thought. Is there a scandal? I wondered. Jacob chuckled once.
I forget what it's like, not having everyone know everything all the time. Having a quiet, private place inside my head.
We walked along the stony beach quietly for a few minutes. So what is it? I finally asked. That everyone in your head already knows? He hesitated for a moment, as if he weren't sure how much he was going to tell me. Then he sighed and said,
Quill imprinted. That's 3 now. The rest of us are starting to get worried. Maybe it's more common than the stories say.
He frowned, and then turned to stare at me. He gazed into my eyes without speaking, his eyebrows furrowed in concentration. What are you staring at? I asked, feeling self-conscious. He sighed.
Nothing.
Jacob started walking again. Without seeming to think about it, he reached out and took my hand. We paced silently across the rocks. I thought of how we must look walking hand in hand on the beach. Like a couple, certainly. And I wondered if I should object. But this was the way it had always been with Jacob. No reason to get worked up about it now. Why is Quill's imprinting such a scandal? I asked, when it didn't look like he was going to go on. Is it because he's the newest one?
That doesn't have anything to do with it.
Then what's the problem?
It's another one of those legend things. I wonder when we're going to stop being surprised that they're all true, he muttered to himself.
Are you going to tell me, or do I have to guess?
You'd never get it right. See, Quill hasn't been hanging out with us, until just recently. So he hadn't been around Emily's place much.
Quill imprinted on Emily too? I gasped.
No, I told you not to guess. Emily had her 2 nieces down for a visit, and Quill met Claire.
He didn't continue. I thought about that for a moment. Emily doesn't want her niece with a werewolf? That's a little hypocritical, I said. But I could understand why she, of all people, might feel that way. I thought again of the long scars that marred her face and extended all the way down her right arm. Sam had lost control just once when he was standing too close to her.
Once was all it took. I'd seen the pain in Sam's eyes when he looked at what he'd done to Emily. I could understand why Emily might want to protect her niece from that. Would you please stop guessing? You're way off. Emily doesn't mind that part. It's just, well, a little early. What do you mean, early? Jacob appraised me with narrowed eyes. Try not to be judgmental, okay? I nodded cautiously. Claire is 2, Jacob told me. Rain started to fall. I blinked furiously as the drops pelted my face. Jacob waited in silence. He wore no jacket, as usual. The rain left a spatter of dark spots on his black t-shirt and dripped through his shaggy hair. His face was expressionless as he watched mine. Quill imprinted with a 2-year-old? I was finally able to ask. It happens, Jacob shrugged. He bent to grab another rock and sent it flying out into the bay. Or so the stories say. But she's just a baby, I protested. He looked at me with dark amusement. Quill's not getting any older, he reminded me, a bit of acid in his tone. He'll just have to be patient for a few decades. I don't know what to say. I was trying my hardest not to be critical, but in truth, I was horrified. Until now, nothing about the werewolves had bothered me since the day I'd found out they weren't committing the murders I'd suspected them of. You're making judgments, he accused. I can see it on your face. Sorry, I muttered, but it sounds really creepy. It's not like that. You've got it all wrong. Jacob defended his friend, suddenly vehement. I've seen what it's like through his eyes. There's nothing romantic about it at all. Not for Quill, not now. He took a deep breath, frustrated. It's so hard to describe. It's not like love at first sight, really. It's more like gravity moves. When you see her, suddenly it's not the earth holding you here anymore. She does. And nothing matters more than her. And you would do anything for her, be anything for her. You become whatever she needs you to be, whether that's a protector, or a lover, or a friend, or a brother. Quill will be the kindest, best big brother any kid ever had. There isn't a toddler on the planet that will be more carefully looked after than that little girl will be. And then when she's older and needs a friend, he'll be more understanding, trustworthy, and reliable than anyone else she knows. And then when she's grown up, they'll be as happy as Emily and Sam. A strange, bitter edge sharpened his tone at the very end when he spoke of Sam. Doesn't Claire get a choice here? Of course. But why wouldn't she choose him in the end? He'll be her perfect match, like he was designed for her alone. We walked in silence for a moment, till I paused to toss a rock toward the ocean. It fell to the beach several meters short. Jacob laughed at me. We can't all be freakishly strong, I muttered. He sighed. When do you think it will happen for you? I asked quietly. His answer was flat and immediate. Never. It's not something you can control, is it? He was silent for a few minutes. Unconsciously, we both walked slower, barely moving at all. It's not supposed to be, he admitted. But you have to see her, the one that's supposedly meant for you. And you think that if you haven't seen her yet, then she's not out there? I asked skeptically. Jacob, you haven't really seen much of the world. Less than me, even.
No, I haven't,
He said in a low voice. He looked at my face with suddenly piercing eyes.
but I'll never see anyone else, Bella. I only see you. Even when I close my eyes and try to see something else, ask Quill or Embry, it drives them all crazy.
I dropped my eyes to the rocks. We weren't walking anymore. The only sound was of the waves beating against the shore. I couldn't hear the rain over their roar. Maybe I'd better go home, I whispered.
No,
He protested, surprised by this conclusion. I looked up at him again, and his eyes were anxious now.
you have the whole day off, right? The bloodsucker won't be home yet.
I glared at him.
No offense intended,
He said quickly. Yes, I have the whole day. But Jake, he held up his hands.
Sorry,
He apologized.
I won't be like that anymore. I'll just be Jacob.
I sighed. But if that's what you're thinking, don't worry about me, he insisted, smiling with deliberate cheer, too brightly.
I know what I'm doing. Just tell me if I'm upsetting you.
I don't know.
Come on, Bella. Let's go back to the house and get our bikes. You've got to ride a motorcycle regularly to keep it in tune.
I really don't think I'm allowed.
By who? Charlie or the blood? Or him?
Both. Jacob grinned my grin, and he was suddenly the Jacob I missed the most, sunny and warm. I couldn't help grinning back. The rain softened, turned to mist.
I won't tell anyone,
He promised, except every one of your friends. He shook his head soberly and raised his right hand.
I promise not to think about it.
I laughed. If I get hurt, it was because I tripped.
Whatever you say.
We rode our motorcycles on the back roads around La Push until the rain made them too muddy, and Jacob insisted he was going to pass out if he didn't eat soon. Billy greeted me easily when we got to the house, as if my sudden reappearance meant nothing more complicated than I'd wanted to spend the day with my friend. After we ate the sandwiches Jacob made, we went out to the garage and I helped him clean up the bikes. I hadn't been here in months, since Edward had returned, but there was no sense of import to it. It was just another afternoon in the garage. This is nice, I commented when he pulled the warm sodas from the grocery bag. I've missed this place. He smiled, looking around at the plastic sheds bolted together over our heads.
Yeah, I can understand that. All the splendor of the Taj Mahal, without the inconvenience and expense of traveling to India.
To Washington's little Taj Mahal, I toasted, holding up my can. He touched his can to mine.
Do you remember last Valentine's Day? I think that was the last time you were here. The last time when things were still normal, I mean.
I laughed. Of course I remember. I traded a lifetime of servitude for a box of conversation hearts. That's not something I'm likely to forget. He laughed with me.
That's right. Servitude. I'll have to think of something good.
Then he sighed.
It feels like it was years ago. Another era. A happier one.
I couldn't agree with him. This was my happy era, now. But I was surprised to realize how many things I missed from my own personal dark ages. I stared through the opening at the murky forest. The rain had picked up again, but it was warm in the little garage, sitting next to Jacob. He was as good as a furnace. His fingers brushed my hand.
Things have really changed.
Yeah, I said, and then I reached out and patted the back tire of my bike. Charlie used to like me. I hope Billy doesn't say anything about today. I bit my lip. He won't. He doesn't get worked up about things the way Charlie does. Hey, I never did apologize officially for that stupid move with the bike. I'm real sorry about ratting you out to Charlie. I wish I hadn't. I rolled my eyes. Me too. I'm really, really sorry. He looked at me hopefully, his wet, tangled black hair sticking up in every direction around his pleading face. Oh, fine. You're forgiven. Thanks, Bells. We grinned at each other for a second, and then his face clouded over. You know that day when I brought the bike over? I've been wanting to ask you something, he said slowly, but also not wanting to. I held very still, a reaction to stress. It was a habit I'd picked up from Edward. Were you just being stubborn because you were mad at me? Or were you really serious? He whispered. About what? I whispered back, though I was sure I knew what he meant. He glared at me. You know, when you said it was none of my business if he bit you. He cringed visibly at the end. Jake. My throat felt swollen. I couldn't finish. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Were you serious? He was trembling just slightly. His eyes stayed closed. Yes, I whispered. Jacob inhaled, slow and deep. I guess I knew that. I stared at his face, waiting for his eyes to open. You know what this will mean? He demanded suddenly. You do understand that, don't you? What will happen if they break the treaty? We'll leave first, I said in a small voice. His eyes flashed open, their black depths full of anger and pain. There wasn't a geographic limit to the treaty, Bella. Our great-grandfathers only agreed to keep the peace with the Cullens because they swore they were different, that humans weren't in any danger from them. They promised they would never kill or change anyone ever again. If they go back on their word, the treaty is meaningless, and they are no different than any other vampires. Once that's established, when we find them again... But, Jake, didn't you already break the treaty? I asked, grasping at straws. Wasn't part of it that you weren't supposed to tell people about the vampires? And you told me, so isn't the treaty sort of moot, anyhow? Jacob didn't like the reminder. The pain in his eyes hardened into animosity. Yeah, I broke the treaty, back before I believed any of it, and I'm sure they were informed of that. He glared sourly at my forehead, not meeting my shamed gaze. But it's not like that gives them a freebie or anything. There's no fault for fault. They have only one option if they object to what I did. The same option we'll have when they break the treaty. To attack. To start the war. He made it sound so inevitable. I shuddered. Jake, it doesn't have to be that way. His teeth ground together. It is that way. The silence after his declaration felt very loud. Will you never forgive me, Jacob? I whispered. As soon as I said the words, I wished I hadn't. I didn't want to hear his answer. You won't be Bella anymore, he told me. My friend won't exist. There'll be no one to forgive. That sounds like a no, I whispered. We faced each other for an endless moment. Is this goodbye then, Jake? He blinked rapidly, his fierce expression melting in surprise. Why? We still have a few years. Can't we be friends until we're out of time? Years? No, Jake, not years. I shook my head and laughed once without humor. Weeks is more accurate. I was not expecting his reaction. He was suddenly on his feet, and there was a loud pop as the soda can exploded in his hand. Soda flew everywhere, soaking me, like it was spraying from a hose. Jake, I started to complain, but I fell silent when I realized that his whole body was quivering with anger. He glared at me wildly, a growling sound building in his chest. I froze in place, too shocked to remember how to move. The shaking rolled through him, getting faster, until it looked like he was vibrating, his shape blurred. And then Jacob gritted his teeth together, and the growling stopped. He squeezed his eyes tight in concentration. The quivering slowed until only his hands were shaking. Weeks, Jacob said in a flat monotone. I couldn't respond. I was still frozen. He opened his eyes. They were beyond fury now. He's going to change you into a filthy bloodsucker in just a few weeks, Jacob hissed through his teeth. Too stunned to take offense at his words, I just nodded mutely. His face turned green under the russet skin. Of course, Jake, I whispered after a long minute of silence. He's 17, Jacob, and I get closer to 19 every day. Besides, what's the point in waiting? He's all I want. What else can I do? I'd meant that as a rhetorical question. His words cracked like snaps of a whip. Anything. Anything else. You'd be better off dead. I'd rather you were. I recoiled like he'd slapped me. It hurt worse than if he had. And then, as the pain shot through me, my own temper burst into flame. Maybe you'll get lucky, I said bleakly, lurching to my feet. Maybe I'll get hit by a truck on my way back. I grabbed my motorcycle and pushed it out into the rain. He didn't move as I passed him. As soon as I was on the small muddy path, I climbed on and kicked the bike to life. The rear tire spit a fountain of mud toward the garage, and I hoped that it hit him. I got absolutely soaked as I sped across the slick highway toward the Cullens house. The wind felt like it was freezing the rain against my skin, and my teeth were chattering before I was halfway there. Motorcycles were too impractical for Washington. I would sell this stupid thing the first chance I got. I walked the bike into the Cullens' cavernous garage and was unsurprised to find Alice waiting for me, perched lightly on the hood of her Porsche. Alice stroked the glossy yellow paint. I haven't even had a chance to drive it, she sighed. Sorry, I spit through my rattling teeth. You look like you could use a hot shower, she said, offhand, as she sprang lightly to her feet. Yep. She pursed her lips, taking in my expression carefully. Do you want to talk about it? Nope. She nodded in assent, but her eyes were raging with curiosity. Do you want to go to Olympia tonight? Not really. Can't I go home? She grimaced. Never mind, Alice, I said. I'll stay if that makes things easier for you. Thanks, she sighed in relief. I went to bed early that night, curling up on his sofa again. It was still dark when I woke. I was groggy, but I knew it wasn't near morning yet. My eyes closed, and I stretched rolling over. It took me a second before I realized that the movement should have dumped me onto the floor, and that I was much too comfortable. I rolled back over, trying to see. It was darker than last night. The clouds were too thick for the moon to shine through. Sorry, he murmured so softly that his voice was part of the darkness. I didn't mean to wake you. I tensed, waiting for the fury, both his and mine. But it was only quiet and calm in the darkness of his room. I could almost taste the sweetness of reunion in the air, a separate fragrance from the perfume of his breath. The emptiness when we were apart left its own bitter aftertaste, something I didn't consciously notice until it was removed. There was no friction in the space between us. The stillness was peaceful, not like the calm before the tempest, but like a clear night untouched by even a dream of a storm. And I didn't care that I was supposed to be angry with him. I didn't care that I was supposed to be angry with everyone. I reached out for him, found his hands in the darkness, and pulled myself closer to him. His arms encircled me, cradling me to his chest. My lips searched, hunting along his throat, to his chin, till I finally found his lips. Edward kissed me softly for a moment, and then he chuckled. I was all braced for the wrath that was going to put grizzlies to shame, and this is what I get? I should infuriate you more often. Give me a minute to work up to it, I teased, kissing him again. I'll wait as long as you want, he whispered against my lips. His fingers knotted in my hair. My breath was becoming uneven. Maybe in the morning. Whatever you prefer. Welcome home, I said while his cold lips pressed under my jaw. I'm glad you came back. That's a very good thing. I agreed, tightening my arms around his neck. His hand curved around my elbow, moving slowly down my arm, across my ribs and over my waist, tracing along my hip and down my leg, around my knee. He paused there, his hand curling around my calf. He pulled my leg up suddenly, hitching it around his hip. I stopped breathing. This wasn't the kind of thing he usually allowed. Despite his cold hands, I felt suddenly warm. His lips moved to the hollow at the base of my throat. Not to bring on the ire prematurely, he whispered, but do you mind telling me what it is about this bed that you object to? Before I could answer, before I could even concentrate enough to make sense of his words, he rolled to the side, pulling me on top of him. He held my face in his hands, angling it up so that his mouth could reach my throat. My breathing was too loud. It was almost embarrassing, but I couldn't quite care enough to be ashamed. The bed? He asked again. I think it's nice. It's unnecessary, I managed to gasp. He pulled my face back to his, and my lips shaped themselves around his. Slowly this time, he rolled till he hovered over me. He held himself carefully so that I felt none of his weight, but I could feel the cool marble of his body press against mine. My heart was hammering so loudly that it was hard to hear his quiet laughter. That's debatable, he disagreed. This would be difficult on a couch. Cold as ice, his tongue lightly traced the shape of my lips. My head was spinning. The air was coming too fast and shallow. Did you change your mind? I asked breathlessly. Maybe he'd rethought all his careful rules. Maybe there was more significance to this bed than I'd originally guessed. My heart pounded almost painfully as I waited for his answer. Edward sighed, rolling back so that we were on our sides again. "Don't be ridiculous, Bella," he said, disapproval strong in his voice. Clearly, he understood what I meant. "I was just trying to illustrate the benefits of the bed you don't seem to like. Don't get carried away." "Too late," I muttered. "And I like the bed," I added. "Good." I could hear the smile in his voice as he kissed my forehead. "I do too." "But I still think it's unnecessary," I continued. "If we're not going to get carried away, what's the point?" He sighed again. "For the 100th time, Bella, it's too dangerous." "I like danger," I insisted. "I know." There was a sour edge to his voice, and I realized that he would have seen the motorcycle in the garage. "I'll tell you what's dangerous," I said quickly, before he could move to a new topic of discussion. "I'm going to spontaneously combust one of these days, and you'll have no one but yourself to blame." He started to push me away. "What are you doing?" I objected, clinging to him. "Protecting you from combustion. If this is too much for you, I can handle it," I insisted. He let me worm myself back into the circle of his arms. "I'm sorry I gave you the wrong impression," he said. "I didn't mean to make you unhappy. That wasn't nice." "Actually, it was very, very nice." He took a deep breath. "Aren't you tired? I should let you sleep." "No, I'm not. I don't mind if you want to give me the wrong impression again." "That's probably a bad idea. You're not the only one who gets carried away." "Yes, I am," I grumbled. He chuckled. "You have no idea, Bella. It doesn't help that you are so eager to undermine my self-control, either. I'm not going to apologize for that." "Can I apologize?" "For what?" "You were angry with me, remember?" "Oh, that." "I'm sorry. I was wrong. It's much easier to have the proper perspective when I have you safely here." His arms tightened around me. "I go a little berserk when I try to leave you. I don't think I'll go so far again. It's not worth it." I smiled. "Didn't you find any mountain lions?" "Yes, I did, actually. Still not worth the anxiety." "I'm sorry I had Alice hold you hostage, though. That was a bad idea." "Yes," I agreed. "I won't do it again." "Okay," I said easily. He was already forgiven. "But slumber parties do have their advantages." I curled myself closer to him, pressing my lips into the indentation over his collarbone. "You can hold me hostage any time you want." "Hmm," he sighed. "I may take you up on that." "So is it my turn now?" "Your turn?" His voice was confused. "To apologize." "What do you have to apologize for?" "Aren't you mad at me?" I asked blankly. "No." He sounded like he really meant it. I felt my eyebrows pull together. "Didn't you see Alice when you got home?" "Yes. Why?" "Are you going to take her Porsche back?" "Of course not. It was a gift." I wished I could see his expression. His voice sounded as if I'd insulted him. "Don't you want to know what I did?" I asked, starting to get puzzled by his apparent lack of concern. I felt him shrug. "I'm always interested in everything you do, but you don't have to tell me, unless you want to." "But I went to La Push." "I know. And I ditched school.
So did I.
I stared toward the sound of his voice, tracing his features with my fingers, trying to understand his mood.
Where did all of this tolerance come from? I demanded.
He sighed.
I decided that you were right. My problem before was more about my prejudice against werewolves than anything else. I'm going to try to be more reasonable and trust your judgment. If you say it's safe, then I'll believe you.
Wow.
And most importantly, I am not willing to let this drive a wedge between us.
I rested my head against his chest and closed my eyes, totally content.
So, he murmured in a casual tone, did you make plans to go back to La Push again soon?
I didn't answer. His question brought back the memory of Jacob's words, and my throat was suddenly tight. He misread my silence and the tension in my body.
Just so that I can make my own plans, he explained quickly. I don't want you to feel like you have to hurry back just because I'm sitting around waiting for you.
No, I said in a voice that sounded strange to me. I don't have plans to go back.
Oh, you don't have to do that for me.
I don't think I'm welcome anymore, I whispered.
Did you run over someone's cat?
He asked lightly. I knew he didn't want to force the story out of me, but I could hear the curiosity burning behind his words. No. I took a deep breath and then mumbled quickly through the explanation. I thought Jacob would have realized. I didn't think it would surprise him. Edward waited while I hesitated. He wasn't expecting that it was so soon.
Ah, Edward said quietly.
He said he'd rather see me dead. My voice broke on the last word. Edward was too still for a moment, controlling whatever reaction he didn't want me to see. Then he crushed me gently to his chest.
I'm so sorry.
I thought you'd be glad, I whispered.
Glad over something that's hurt you? He murmured into my hair. I don't think so, Bella.
I sighed and relaxed, fitting myself to the stone shape of him. But he was motionless again, tense. What's wrong? I asked.
It's nothing.
You can tell me. He paused for a minute.
It might make you angry.
I still want to know. He sighed.
I could quite literally kill him for saying that to you. I want to.
I laughed half-heartedly. I guess it's a good thing you have so much self-control.
I could slip.
His tone was thoughtful. If you're going to have a lapse in control, I can think of a better place for it. I reached for his face, trying to pull myself up to kiss him. His arms held me tighter, restraining. He sighed.
Must I always be the responsible one?
I grinned in the darkness. No, let me be in charge of responsibility for a few minutes. Or hours.
Good night, Bella.
Wait, there was something else I wanted to ask you about.
What's that?
I was talking to Rosalie last night. His body tensed again.
Yes, she was thinking about that when I got in. She gave you quite a lot to consider, didn't she?
His voice was anxious, and I realized that he thought I wanted to talk about the reasons Rosalie'd given me for staying human. But I was interested in something much more pressing. She told me a little bit about the time your family lived in Denali. There was a short pause. This beginning took him by surprise.
Yes?
She mentioned something about a bunch of female vampires. And you? He didn't answer, though I waited a long moment. Don't worry, I said, after the silence had grown uncomfortable. She told me you didn't show any preference, but I was just wondering, if any of them had shown a preference for you. I mean, again, he said nothing. Which one? I asked, trying to keep my voice casual and not quite managing. Or was there more than one? No answer. I wished I could see his face, so I could try to guess what this silence meant. Alice will tell me, I said. I'll go ask her right now. His arms tightened. I was unable to squirm even an inch away. It's late, he said. His voice had a little edge to it that was something new. Sort of nervous, maybe a little embarrassed. Besides, I think Alice stepped out. It's bad, I guessed. It's really bad, isn't it? I started to panic, my heart accelerating as I imagined the gorgeous immortal rival I'd never realized I had. Calm down, Bella, he said, kissing the tip of my nose. You're being absurd. Am I? Then why won't you tell me? Because there's nothing to tell. You're blowing this wildly out of proportion. Which one? I insisted. He sighed. Tanya expressed a little interest. I let her know, in a very courteous, gentlemanly fashion, that I did not return that interest. End of story. I kept my voice as even as possible. Tell me something. What does Tanya look like? Just like the rest of us. White skin, gold eyes, he answered too quickly. And, of course, extraordinarily beautiful. I felt him shrug. I suppose, to human eyes, he said, indifferent. You know what, though? What? My voice was petulant. He put his lips right to my ear. His cold breath tickled. I prefer brunettes. She's a blonde. That figures. Strawberry blonde. Not at all my type. I thought about that for a while, trying to concentrate as his lips moved slowly along my cheek, down my throat, and back up again. He made the circuit 3 times before I spoke. I guess it's okay then, I decided. He whispered against my skin. You're quite adorable when you're jealous. It's surprisingly enjoyable. I scowled into the darkness. It's late, he said again, murmuring, almost crooning now, his voice smoother than silk. Sleep, my Bella. Dream happy dreams. You are the only one who has ever touched my heart. It will always be yours. Sleep, my only love. He started to hum my lullaby, and I knew it was only a matter of time till I succumbed. So I closed my eyes and snuggled closer into his chest. Chapter 9. Target. Alice dropped me off in the morning, in keeping with the slumber party charade. It wouldn't be long until Edward showed up, officially returning from his hiking trip. All of the pretenses were starting to wear on me. I wouldn't miss this part of being human. Charlie peeked through the front window when he heard me slam the car door. He waved to Alice and then went to get the door for me. Did you have fun? Charlie asked. Sure, it was great. Very girly. I carried my stuff in, dumped it all at the foot of the stairs, and wandered into the kitchen to look for a snack. "You've got a message," Charlie called after me. On the kitchen counter, the phone message pad was propped up conspicuously against a saucepan. "Jacob called," Charlie had written. "He said he didn't mean it, and that he's sorry. He wants you to call him. Be nice and give him a break. He sounded upset." I grimaced. Charlie didn't usually editorialize on my messages. Jacob could just go ahead and be upset. I didn't want to talk to him. Last I'd heard, they weren't big on allowing phone calls from the other side. If Jacob preferred me dead, then maybe he should get used to the silence. My appetite evaporated. I turned an about face and went to put my things away. "Aren't you gonna call Jacob?" Charlie asked. He was leaning around the living room wall, watching me pick up. "No." I started up the stairs. "That's not very attractive behavior, Bella," he said. "Forgiveness is divine." "Mind your own business," I muttered under my breath, much too low for him to hear. I knew the laundry was building up, so after I put my toothpaste away and threw my dirty clothes in the hamper, I went to strip Charlie's bed. I left his sheets in a pile at the top of the stairs and went to get mine. I paused beside the bed, cocking my head to the side. Where was my pillow? I turned in a circle, scanning the room. No pillow. I noticed that my room looked oddly tidy. Hadn't my gray sweatshirt been draped over the low bedpost on the footboard? And I would swear there had been a pair of dirty socks behind the rocking chair, along with the red blouse I'd tried on 2 mornings ago, but decided was too dressy for school, hanging over the arm. I spun around again. My hamper wasn't empty, but it wasn't overflowing the way I thought it had been. Was Charlie doing laundry? That was out of character. "Dad, did you start the wash?" I shouted out the door. No," he shouted back, sounding guilty. "Did you want me to?" "No, I got it. Were you looking for something in my room?" "No. Why?" "I can't find a shirt." "I haven't been in there." And then I remembered that Alice had been here to get my pajamas. I hadn't noticed that she'd borrowed my pillow, too. Probably since I'd avoided the bed. It looked like she had cleaned while she was passing through. I blushed for my slovenly ways. But that red shirt wasn't really dirty, so I went to save it from the hamper. I expected to find it near the top, but it wasn't there. I dug through the whole pile and still couldn't find it. I knew I was probably getting paranoid, but it seemed like something else was missing. Or maybe more than one something. I didn't even have half a load in here. I ripped my sheets off and headed for the laundry closet, grabbing Charlie's on the way. The washing machine was empty. I checked the dryer, too, half expecting to find a washed load waiting for me, courtesy of Alice. Nothing. I frowned, mystified. "Did you find what you were looking for?" Charlie yelled. "Not yet." I went back upstairs to search under my bed. Nothing but dust bunnies. I started to dig through my dresser. Maybe I'd put the red shirt away and forgotten. I gave up when the doorbell rang. That would be Edward. "Door," Charlie informed me from the couch as I skipped past him. "Don't strain yourself, Dad." I pulled the door open with a big smile on my face. Edward's golden eyes were wide. His nostrils flared. His lips pulled back over his teeth. "Edward?" My voice was sharp with shock as I read his expression. "What He put his finger to my lips. "Give me 2 seconds," he whispered. "Don't move." I stood frozen on the doorstep, and he disappeared. He moved so quickly that Charlie wouldn't even have seen him pass. Before I could compose myself enough to count to 2, he was back. He put his arm around my waist and pulled me swiftly toward the kitchen. His eyes darted around the room, and he held me against his body as if he were shielding me from something. I threw a glance toward Charlie on the couch, but he was studiously ignoring us. "Someone's been here," he murmured in my ear after he pulled me to the back of the kitchen. His voice was strained. It was difficult to hear him over the thumping of the washing machine. "I swear that no werewolves," I started to say. "Not one of them," he interrupted me quickly, shaking his head. "One of us." His tone made it clear that he didn't mean a member of his family. I felt the blood empty from my face. "Victoria?" I choked. "It's not a scent I recognize." "One of the Volturi," I guessed. "Probably." "When?" "That's why I think it must have been them. It wasn't long ago. Early this morning while Charlie was sleeping. And whoever it was didn't touch him, so there must have been another purpose." "Looking for me?" He didn't answer. His body was frozen, a statue. "What are you two hissing about in here?" Charlie asked suspiciously, rounding the corner with an empty popcorn bowl in his hands. I felt green. A vampire had been in the house, looking for me, while Charlie slept. Panic overwhelmed me, closed my throat. I couldn't answer. I just stared at him in horror. Charlie's expression changed. Abruptly, he was grinning. "If you two are having a fight, well, don't let me interrupt." Still grinning, he put his bowl in the sink and sauntered out of the room. "Let's go," Edward said in a low, hard voice. "But Charlie—" The fear was squeezing my chest, making it hard to breathe. He deliberated for a short second, and then his phone was in his hand. "Emmett," he muttered into the receiver. He began talking so fast that I couldn't understand the words. It was over in half a minute. He started pulling me toward the door. "Emmett and Jasper are on their way," he whispered when he felt my resistance. "They'll sweep the woods. Charlie is fine." I let him drag me along then, too panicked to think clearly. Charlie met my frightened eyes with a smug grin, which suddenly turned to confusion. Edward had me out the door before Charlie could say anything. "Where are we going?" I couldn't stop whispering, even after we were in the car. "We're going to talk to Alice," he told me, his volume normal, but his voice bleak. "You think maybe she saw something?" He stared at the road with narrowed eyes. "Maybe." They were waiting for us, on alert after Edward's call. It was like walking into a museum. Everyone still as statues in various poses of stress. "What happened?" Edward demanded as soon as we were through the door. I was shocked to see that he was glowering at Alice, his hands fisted in anger. Alice stood with her arms folded tight across her chest. Only her lips moved. "I have no idea. I didn't see anything." "How is that possible?" he hissed. "Edward," I said, a quiet reproof. I didn't like him talking to Alice this way. Carlyle interrupted in a calming voice. "It's not an exact science, Edward. He was in her room, Alice. He could have been there still, waiting for her." I would have seen that. Edward threw up his hands in exasperation. Really? You're sure? Alice's voice was cold when she answered. You've already got me watching the Volturi's decisions, watching for Victoria's return, watching Bella's every step. You want to add another? Do I have to watch Charlie, or Bella's room, or the house, or the whole street, too? Edward, if I try to do too much, things are going to start slipping through the cracks. It looks like they already are, Edward snapped. She was never in any danger. There was nothing to see. If you're watching Italy, why didn't you see them send? I don't think it's them, Alice insisted. I would have seen that. Who else would leave Charlie alive? I shuddered. I don't know, Alice said. Helpful. Stop it, Edward, I whispered. He turned on me, his face still livid, his teeth clenched together. He glared at me for half a second, and then suddenly he exhaled. His eyes widened and his jaw relaxed. You're right, Bella. I'm sorry. He looked at Alice. Forgive me, Alice. I shouldn't be taking this out on you. That was inexcusable. I understand, Alice assured him. I'm not happy about this either. Edward took a deep breath. Okay, let's look at this logically. What are the possibilities? Everyone seemed to thaw out at once. Alice relaxed and leaned against the back of the couch. Carlyle walked slowly toward her, his eyes far away. Esme sat on the sofa in front of Alice, curling her legs up on the seat. Only Rosalie remained unmoving, her back to us, staring out the glass wall. Edward pulled me to the sofa, and I sat next to Esme, who shifted to put her arm around me. He held one of my hands tightly in both of his. Victoria? Carlyle asked. Edward shook his head. No, I didn't know the scent. He might have been from the Volturi, someone I've never met. Alice shook her head. Aro hasn't asked anyone to look for her yet. I will see that. I'm waiting for it. Edward's head snapped up. You're watching for an official command. You think someone's acting on their own? Why? Caius's idea, Edward suggested, his face tightening again. Or Jane's, Alice said. They both have the resources to send an unfamiliar face. Edward scowled. And the motivation. It doesn't make sense, though, Esme said. If whoever it was meant to wait for Bella, Alice would have seen that. He, or she, had no intention of hurting Bella. Or Charlie, for that matter. I cringed at my father's name. It's going to be fine, Bella, Esme murmured, smoothing my hair. But what was the point of it, then? Carlyle mused. Checking to see if I'm still human? I guessed. Possible, Carlyle said. Rosalie breathed out a sigh, loud enough for me to hear. She'd unfrozen, and her face was turned expectantly toward the kitchen. Edward, on the other hand, looked discouraged. Emmett burst through the kitchen door, Jasper right behind him. Long gone, hours ago, Emmett announced, disappointed. The trail went east, then south, then disappeared on a side road. Had a car waiting. That's bad luck, Edward muttered. If he'd gone west, well, it would be nice for those dogs to make themselves useful. I winced, and Esme rubbed my shoulder. Jasper looked at Carlyle. Neither of us recognized him. But here. He held out something green and crumpled. Carlyle took it from him and held it to his face. I saw, as it exchanged hands, that it was a broken fern frond.
Maybe you know the scent? No, Carlyle said. Not familiar. No one I've ever met.
Perhaps we're looking at this the wrong way. Maybe it's a coincidence, Esme began, but stopped when she saw everyone else's incredulous expressions. I don't mean a coincidence that a stranger happened to pick Bella's house to visit at random. I meant that maybe someone was just curious. Our scent is all around her. Was he wondering what draws us there?
Why wouldn't he just come here then, if he was curious? Emmett demanded.
You would, Esme said with a sudden, fond smile. The rest of us aren't always so direct. Our family is very large. He or she might be frightened. But Charlie wasn't harmed. This doesn't have to be an enemy. Just curious. Like James and Victoria had been curious in the beginning. The thought of Victoria made me tremble, though the one thing they seemed certain of was that it had not been her. Not this time. She would stick to her obsessed pattern. This was just someone else, a stranger. I was slowly realizing that vampires were much bigger participants in this world than I had once thought. How many times did the average human cross paths with them, completely unaware? How many deaths, obliviously reported as crimes and accidents, were really due to their thirst? How crowded would this new world be when I finally joined it? The shrouded future sent a shiver down my spine. The Cullens pondered Esme's words with varying expressions. I could see that Edward did not accept her theory, and that Carlyle very much wanted to. Alice pursed her lips. I don't think so. The timing of it was too perfect. This visitor was so careful to make no contact, almost like he or she knew that I would see. He could have other reasons for not making contact, Esme reminded her. Does it really matter who it was? I asked. Just the chance that someone was looking for me? Isn't that reason enough? We shouldn't wait for graduation.
No, Bella, Edward said quickly. It's not that bad. If you're really in danger, we'll know.
Think of Charlie,
Carlyle reminded me. Think of how it would hurt him if you disappeared.
I am thinking of Charlie. He's the one I'm worried about. What if my little guest had happened to be thirsty last night? As long as I'm around Charlie, he's a target too. If anything happened to him, it would be all my fault. Hardly, Bella, Esme said, patting my hair again. And nothing will happen to Charlie. We're just going to have to be more careful. More careful? I repeated in disbelief. It's all going to be fine, Bella, Alice promised. Edward squeezed my hand. And I could see, looking at all of their beautiful faces one by one, that nothing I could say was going to change their minds. It was a quiet ride home. I was frustrated. Against my better judgment, I was still human.
You won't be alone for a second, Edward promised as he drove me to Charlie's. Someone will always be there. Emmett, Alice, Jasper.
I sighed. This is ridiculous. They'll get so bored they'll have to kill me themselves, just for something to do. Edward gave me a sour look.
Hilarious, Bella.
Charlie was in a good mood when we got back. He could see the tension between me and Edward, and he was misinterpreting it. He watched me throw together his dinner with a smug smile on his face. Edward had excused himself for a moment, to do some surveillance, I assumed. But Charlie waited till he was back to pass on my messages.
Jacob called again,
Charlie said as soon as Edward was in the room. I kept my face empty as I set the plate in front of him.
Is that a fact? Charlie frowned. Don't be petty, Bella. He sounded really low. Is Jacob paying you for all the PR, or are you a volunteer? Charlie grumbled incoherently at me until the food cut off his garbled complaint. Though he didn't realize it, he'd found his mark. My life was feeling a lot like a game of dice right now. Would the next roll come up snake eyes? What if something did happen to me? It seemed worse than petty to leave Jacob feeling guilty about what he'd said. But I didn't want to talk to him with Charlie around, to have to watch my every word so I didn't let the wrong thing slip. Thinking about this made me jealous of Jacob and Billy's relationship. How easy it must be when you had no secrets from the person you lived with. So I would wait for the morning. I most likely wasn't going to die tonight, after all, and it wouldn't hurt him to feel guilty for 12 more hours. It might even be good for him. When Edward officially left for the evening, I wondered who was out in the downpour, keeping an eye on Charlie and me. I felt awful for Alice or whoever else it might be, but still comforted. I had to admit it was nice, knowing I wasn't alone. And Edward was back in record time. He sang me to sleep again, and, aware even in unconsciousness that he was there, I slept free of nightmares. In the morning, Charlie left to go fishing with Deputy Mark before I was up. I decided to use this lack of supervision to be divine. I'm going to let Jacob off the hook, I warned Edward after I'd eaten breakfast. I knew you'd forgive him, he said with an easy smile. Holding grudges is not one of your many talents. I rolled my eyes, but I was pleased. It seemed like Edward was really over the whole anti-werewolf thing. I didn't look at the clock until after I'd dialed. It was a little early for calls, and I worried that I would wake Billy and Jake. But someone picked up before the second ring, so he couldn't have been too far from the phone. Hello, a dull voice said. Jacob? Bella! He exclaimed. Oh, Bella, I'm so sorry. He tripped over the words as he hurried to get them out. I swear I didn't mean it. I was being so stupid. I was angry, but that's no excuse. It was the stupidest thing I've ever said in my life, and I'm sorry. Don't be mad at me, please. Please. Lifetime of servitude up for grabs. All you have to do is forgive me. I'm not mad. You're forgiven. Thank you, he breathed fervently. I can't believe I was such a jerk. Don't worry about it. I'm used to it. He laughed, exuberant with relief. Come down to see me, he begged. I want to make it up to you. I frowned. How? Anything you want. Cliff diving? He suggested, laughing again. Oh, there's a brilliant idea. I'll keep you safe, he promised, no matter what you want to do. I glanced at Edward. His face was very calm, but I was sure this was not the time. Not right now. He's not thrilled with me, is he? Jacob's voice was ashamed, rather than bitter, for once. That's not the problem. There's there's this other problem that's slightly more worrisome than a bratty teenage wolf. I tried to keep my tone joking, but I didn't fool him. What's wrong? He demanded. Um, I wasn't sure what I should tell him. Edward held his hand out for the phone. I looked at his face carefully. He seemed calm enough. Bella? Jacob asked. Edward sighed, holding his hand closer. Do you mind speaking to Edward? I asked apprehensively. He wants to talk to you. There was a long pause. Okay, Jacob finally agreed. This should be interesting.
I handed the phone to Edward. I hoped he could read the warning in my eyes.
Hello, Jacob,
Edward said, perfectly polite. There was a silence. I bit my lip, trying to guess how Jacob would answer.
Someone was here. Not a scent I know,
Edward explained.
Has your pack come across anything new?
Another pause, while Edward nodded to himself, unsurprised.
Here's the crux, Jacob. I won't be letting Bella out of my sight till I get this taken care of. It's nothing personal.
Jacob interrupted him then, and I could hear the buzz of his voice from the receiver. Whatever he was saying, he was more intense than before. I tried unsuccessfully to make out the words.
You might be right,
Edward began, but Jacob was arguing again. Neither of them sounded angry, at least.
That's an interesting suggestion. We're quite willing to renegotiate, if Sam is amenable.
Jacob's voice was quieter now. I started chewing on my thumbnail as I tried to read Edward's expression.
Thank you,
Edward replied. Then Jacob said something that caused a surprised expression to flicker across Edward's face.
I'd planned to go alone, actually,
Edward said, answering the unexpected question.
And leave her with the others.
Jacob's voice rose in pitch, and it sounded to me like he was trying to be persuasive.
I'll try to consider it objectively,
Edward promised.
As objectively as I'm capable of.
The pause was shorter this time.
That's not a half-bad idea. When? No, that's fine. I'd like the chance to follow the trail personally, anyway. 10 minutes. Certainly,
Edward said. He held the phone out to me.
Bella?
I took it slowly, feeling confused. What was that all about? I asked Jacob, my voice peeved. I knew it was juvenile, but I felt excluded.
A truce, I think.
Hey, do me a favor, Jacob suggested.
Try to convince your bloodsucker that the safest place for you to be, especially when he leaves, is on the reservation. We're well able to handle anything.
Is that what you were trying to sell him?
Yes, it makes sense. Charlie's probably better off here too, as much as possible.
Get Billy on it, I agreed. I hated that I was putting Charlie within the range of the crosshairs that always seemed to be centered on me. What else?
Just rearranging some boundaries so we can catch anyone who gets too near Forks. I'm not sure if Sam will go for it, but until he comes around, I'll keep an eye on things.
What do you mean by keep an eye on things?
I mean that if you see a wolf running around your house, don't shoot at it.
Of course not. You really shouldn't do anything risky, though, he snorted.
Don't be stupid. I can take care of myself.
I sighed.
I also tried to convince him to let you visit. He's prejudiced, so don't let him give you any crap about safety. He knows as well as I do that you'd be safe here.
I'll keep that in mind.
See you in a few,
Jacob said. You're coming up?
Yeah, I'm going to get the scent of your visitor so we can track him if he comes back.
Jake, I really don't like the idea of you tracking.
Oh, please, Bella, he interrupted.
Jacob laughed and then hung up. Chapter 10. Scent. It was all very childish. Why on earth should Edward have to leave for Jacob to come over? Weren't we past this kind of immaturity?
It's not that I feel any personal antagonism toward him, Bella. It's just easier for both of us,
Edward told me at the door.
I won't be far away. You'll be safe.
I'm not worried about that. He smiled, and then a sly look came into his eye. He pulled me close, burying his face in my hair. I could feel his cool breath saturate the strands as he exhaled. It raised goosebumps on my neck. "I'll be right back," he said, and then he laughed aloud, as if I'd just told a good joke. "What's so funny?" But Edward just grinned and loped off toward the trees without answering. Grumbling to myself, I went to clean up the kitchen. Before I even had the sink full of water, the doorbell rang. It was hard to get used to how much faster Jacob was without his car. How everyone seemed to be so much faster than me. "Come in, Jake," I shouted. I was concentrating on piling the dishes into the bubbly water, and I'd forgotten that Jacob moved like a ghost these days. So it made me jump when his voice was suddenly there behind me. "Should you really leave your door unlocked like that?" "Oh, sorry." I had slopped myself with the dishwater when he'd startled me. "I'm not worried about anyone who would be deterred by a locked door," I said, while I wiped the front of my shirt with a dish towel. "Good point," he agreed. I turned to look at him again, eyeing him critically. "Is it really so impossible to wear clothes, Jacob?" I asked. Once again, Jacob was bare-chested, wearing nothing but a pair of cut-off old jeans. Secretly, I wondered if he was just so proud of his new muscles that he couldn't stand to cover them up. I had to admit, they were impressive, but I'd never thought of him as vain. "I mean, I know you don't get cold anymore, but still." He ran a hand through his wet hair. It was falling in his eyes. "It's just easier," he explained. "What's easier?" He smiled condescendingly. "It's enough of a pain to carry the shorts around with me, let alone a complete outfit. What do I look like, a pack mule?" I frowned. "What are you talking about, Jacob?" His expression was superior, like I was missing something obvious. "My clothes don't just pop in and out of existence when I change. I have to carry them with me while I run. Pardon me for keeping my burden light." I changed color. "I guess I didn't think about that," I muttered. He laughed and pointed to a black leather cord, thin as a strand of yarn, that was wound 3 times below his left calf, like an anklet. I hadn't noticed before that his feet were bare, too. "That's more than just a fashion statement. It sucks to carry jeans in your mouth." I didn't know what to say to that. He grinned. "Does my being half naked bother you?" "No." Jacob laughed again, and I turned my back on him to focus on the dishes. I hoped he realized my blush was left over from embarrassment at my own stupidity, and had nothing to do with his question. "Well, I suppose I should get to work," he sighed. "I wouldn't want to give him an excuse to say I'm slacking on my side." "Jacob, it's not your job," he raised a hand to cut me off. "I'm working on a volunteer basis here. Now, where is the intruder scent the worst?" "My bedroom, I think." His eyes narrowed. He didn't like that any more than Edward had. "I'll just be a minute." I methodically scrubbed the plate I was holding. The only sound was the brush's plastic bristles scraping round and round on the ceramic. I listened for something from above, a creak of the floorboard, the click of a door. There was nothing. I realized I'd been cleaning the same plate far longer than necessary, and I tried to pay attention to what I was doing. "Ugh," Jacob said, inches behind me, scaring me again. "Yeesh, Jake, cut that out." "Sorry. Here." Jacob took the towel and mopped up my new spill. "I'll make it up to you.
You wash, I'll rinse and dry.
Fine. I gave him the plate.
Well, the scent was easy enough to catch. By the way, your room reeks.
I'll buy some air freshener. He laughed. I washed and he dried in companionable silence for a few minutes.
Can I ask you something?
I handed him another plate. That depends on what you want to know.
I'm not trying to be a jerk or anything. I'm honestly curious,
Jacob assured me. Fine, go ahead. He paused for half a second.
What's it like having a vampire for a boyfriend?
I rolled my eyes. It's the best.
I'm serious. The idea doesn't bother you? It never creeps you out?
Never. He was silent as he reached for the bowl in my hands. I peeked up at his face. He was frowning, his lower lip jutting out. Anything else? I asked. He wrinkled his nose again.
Well, I was wondering, do you, kiss him?
I laughed. Yes? He shuddered.
Ugh.
To each her own, I murmured.
You don't worry about the fangs?
I smacked his arm, splashing him with dishwater. Shut up, Jacob. You know he doesn't have fangs.
Close enough,
he muttered. I gritted my teeth and scrubbed a boning knife with more force than necessary.
Can I ask another one?
He asked softly when I passed the knife to him.
Just curious again.
Fine, I snapped. He turned the knife over and over in his hands under the stream of water. When he spoke, it was only a whisper.
You said a few weeks? When exactly?
He couldn't finish. Graduation, I whispered back, watching his face warily. Would this set him off again?
So soon,
he breathed, his eyes closing. It didn't sound like a question. It sounded like a lament. The muscles in his arms tightened and his shoulders were stiff. Ow! He shouted. It had gotten so still in the room that I jumped a foot in the air at his outburst. His right hand curled into a tense fist around the blade of the knife. He unclenched his hand and the knife clattered onto the counter. Across his palm was a long, deep gash. The blood streamed down his fingers and dripped on the floor.
Damn it, ouch,
he complained. My head spun and my stomach rolled. I clung to the countertop with one hand, took a deep breath through my mouth, and forced myself to get a grip so that I could take care of him. Oh no, Jacob. Oh, crap. Here, wrap this around it. I shoved the dish towel at him, reaching for his hand. He shrugged away from me.
It's nothing, Bella. Don't worry about it.
The room started to shimmer a little around the edges. I took another deep breath. Don't worry. You sliced your hand open. He ignored the dish towel I pushed at him. He put his hand under the faucet and let the water wash over the wound. The water ran red. My head whirled.
Bella?
He said. I looked away from the wound, up to his face. He was frowning, but his expression was calm. What?
You look like you're gonna pass out, and you're biting your lip off. Stop it. Relax. Breathe. I'm fine.
I inhaled through my mouth and removed my teeth from my lower lip. Don't be brave. He rolled his eyes. Let's go. I'll drive you to the ER. I was pretty sure I would be okay to drive. The walls were holding steady, now, at least.
Not necessary.
Jake turned off the water and took the towel from my hand. He twisted it loosely around his palm. Wait, I protested. Let me look at it. I clutched the counter more firmly to hold myself upright if the wound made me woozy again. Do you have a medical degree that you never told me about? Just give me the chance to decide whether or not I'm going to throw a fit over taking you to the hospital. He made a face of mock horror. Please, not a fit. If you don't let me see your hand, a fit is guaranteed. He inhaled deeply and then let out a gusty sigh. Fine. He unwound the towel, and when I reached out to take the cloth, he laid his hand in mine. It took me a few seconds. I even flipped his hand over, though I was sure he'd cut his palm. I turned his hand back up, finally realizing that the angry pink puckered line was all that was left of his wound. But you were bleeding. So much. He pulled his hand back, his eyes steady and somber on mine. I heal fast. I'll say, I mouthed. I'd seen the long gash clearly, seen the blood that flowed into the sink. The rust and salt smell of it had almost pulled me under. It should have needed stitches. It should have taken days to scab over, and then weeks to fade into the shiny pink scar that marked his skin now. He screwed his mouth up into a half smile and thumped his fist against his chest once. Werewolf, remember? His eyes held mine for an immeasurable moment. Right, I finally said. He laughed at my expression. I told you this. You saw Paul's scar. I shook my head to clear it. It's a little different, seeing the action sequence firsthand. I kneeled down and dug the bleach out of the cabinet under the sink. Then I poured some on a dusting rag and started scrubbing the floor. The burning scent of the bleach cleared the last of the dizziness from my head. Let me clean up, Jacob said. I got this. Throw that towel in the wash, will you? When I was sure the floor smelled of nothing but bleach, I got up and rinsed the side of the sink with bleach, too. Then I went to the laundry closet beside the pantry and poured a cupful into the washing machine before starting it. Jacob watched me with a disapproving look on his face. Do you have obsessive-compulsive disorder? He asked when I was done. Huh, maybe, but at least I had a good excuse this time. We're a bit sensitive to blood around here. I'm sure you can understand that. Oh, he wrinkled his nose again. Why not make it as easy as possible for him? What he's doing is hard enough. Sure. Why not? I pulled the plug and let the dirty water drain from the sink. Can I ask you something, Bella? I sighed. What's it like having a werewolf for a best friend? The question caught me off guard. I laughed out loud. Does it creep you out? He pressed before I could answer. No. When the werewolf is being nice, I qualified, it's the best. He grinned widely, his teeth bright against his russet skin. Thanks, Bella, he said, and then he grabbed my hand and wrenched me into one of his bone-crushing hugs. Before I had time to react, he dropped his arms and stepped away. Ugh, he said, his nose wrinkling. Your hair stinks worse than your room. Sorry, I muttered. I suddenly understood what Edward had been laughing about earlier, after breathing on me. One of the many hazards of socializing with vampires, Jacob said, shrugging. It makes you smell bad. A minor hazard, comparatively. I glared at him. I only smell bad to you, Jake. He grinned. See you around, Bells. Are you leaving?
He's waiting for me to go. I can hear him outside.
Oh,
I'll go out the back, he said, and then he paused. Hold up a sec. Hey, do you think you can come to La Push tonight? We're having a bonfire party. Emily will be there, and you could meet Kim. And I know Quill wants to see you too. He's pretty peeved that you found out before he did.
I grinned at that. I could just imagine how that would have irked Quill. Jacob's human little gal pal down with the werewolves while he was still clueless. And then I sighed. Yeah, Jake, I don't know about that. See, it's a little tense right now.
Come on, you think somebody's gonna get past all six of us?
There was a strange pause as he stuttered over the end of his question. I wondered if he had trouble saying the word werewolf aloud, the way I often had difficulty with vampire. His big dark eyes were full of unashamed pleading. I'll ask, I said doubtfully. He made a noise in the back of his throat.
Is he your warden now, too? You know, I saw this story on the news last week about controlling abusive teenage relationships, and
Okay, I cut him off, and then shoved his arm. Time for the werewolf to get out. He grinned.
bye, Bells. Be sure you ask permission.
He ducked out the back door before I could find something to throw at him. I growled incoherently at the empty room. Seconds after he was gone, Edward walked slowly into the kitchen, raindrops glistening like diamonds set into his bronze hair. His eyes were wary. Did you two get into a fight? He asked. Edward, I sang, throwing myself at him. Hi there. He laughed and wrapped his arms around me. Are you trying to distract me? It's working. No, I didn't fight with Jacob. Much. Why? I was just wondering why you stabbed him. Not that I object. With his chin, he gestured to the knife on the counter. Dang, I thought I got everything. I pulled away from him and ran to put the knife in the sink before I doused it with bleach. I didn't stab him, I explained as I worked. He forgot he had a knife in his hand. Edward chuckled. That's not nearly as fun as the way I imagined it. Be nice. He took a big envelope from his jacket pocket and tossed it on the counter. I got your mail. Anything good? I think so. My eyes narrowed suspiciously at his tone. I went to investigate. He'd folded the legal-sized envelope in half. I smoothed it open, surprised at the weight of the expensive paper, and read the return address. Dartmouth? Is this a joke? I'm sure it's an acceptance. It looks exactly like mine. Good grief, Edward. What did you do? I sent in your application, that's all. I may not be Dartmouth material, but I'm not stupid enough to believe that. Dartmouth seems to think you are Dartmouth material. I took a deep breath and slowly counted to 10. That's very generous of them, I finally said. However, accepted or not, there is still the minor matter of tuition. I can't afford it, and I'm not letting you throw away enough money to buy yourself another sports car just so I can pretend to go to Dartmouth next year. I don't need another sports car, and you don't have to pretend anything, he murmured. 1 year of college wouldn't kill you. Maybe you'd even like it. Just think about it, Bella. Imagine how excited Charlie and Renee would be. His velvet voice painted the picture in my head before I could block it. Of course, Charlie would explode with pride. No one in the town of Forks would be able to escape the fallout from his excitement. And Renee would be hysterical with joy at my triumph, though she'd swear she wasn't surprised at all. I tried to shake the image out of my head. Edward, I'm worried about living through graduation, let alone this summer or next fall. His arms wrapped around me again. No one is going to hurt you. You have all the time in the world. I sighed. I'm mailing the contents of my bank account to Alaska tomorrow. It's all the alibi I need. It's far enough away that Charlie won't expect a visit until Christmas at the earliest, and I'm sure I'll think of some excuse by then. You know, I teased half-heartedly, this whole secrecy and deception thing is kind of a pain. Edward's expression hardened. It gets easier. After a few decades, everyone you know is dead. Problem solved. I flinched. Sorry, that was harsh. I stared down at the big white envelope, not seeing it. But still true. If I get this resolved, whatever it is we're dealing with, will you please consider waiting? Nope. Always so stubborn. Yep. The washing machine thumped and stuttered to a halt. Stupid piece of junk, I muttered as I pulled away from him. I moved the one small towel that had unbalanced the otherwise empty machine and started it again. This reminds me, I said. Could you ask Alice what she did with my stuff when she cleaned my room? I can't find it anywhere. He looked at me with confused eyes. Alice cleaned your room? Yeah, I guess that's what she was doing. When she came to get my pajamas and pillow and stuff to hold me hostage, I glowered at him briefly. She picked up everything that was lying around, my shirts, my socks, and I don't know where she put them. Edward continued to look confused for a short moment, and then abruptly, he was rigid. When did you notice your things were missing? When I got back from the fake slumber party. Why? I don't think Alice took anything. Not your clothes or your pillow. The things that were taken, these were things you'd worn and touched and slept on? Yes. What is it, Edward? His expression was strained. Things with your scent. Oh! We stared into each other's eyes for a long moment. My visitor, I muttered. He was gathering traces, evidence, to prove that he'd found you? Why? I whispered. I don't know. But Bella, I swear I will find out. I will. I know you will, I said, laying my head against his chest. Leaning there, I felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He pulled out his phone and glanced at the number. Just the person I need to talk to, he murmured, and then flipped it open. Carlyle, He broke off and listened, his face taut with concentration for a few minutes. I'll check it out. Listen. He explained about my missing things, but from the side I was hearing, it sounded like Carlyle had no insights for us. Maybe I'll go, Edward said, trailing off as his eyes drifted toward me. Maybe not. Don't let Emmett go alone. You know how he gets. At least ask Alice to keep an eye on things. We'll figure this out later. He snapped the phone shut. Where's the paper? He asked me. I'm not sure. Why? I need to see something. Did Charlie already throw it out? Maybe. Edward disappeared. He was back in half a second, new diamonds in his hair, a wet newspaper in his hands. He spread it out on the table, his eyes scanning quickly across the headlines. He leaned in, intent on something he was reading, one finger tracing passages that interested him most. Carlyle's right. Yes, very sloppy. Young and crazed, or a death wish, he muttered to himself. I went to peek over his shoulder. The headline of the Seattle Times read, "Murder Epidemic Continues. Police have no new leads." It was almost the same story Charlie had been complaining about a few weeks ago. The big city violence that was pushing Seattle up the murder national hotspot list. It wasn't exactly the same story, though. The numbers were a lot higher. "It's getting worse," I murmured. He frowned. "Altogether out of control. This can't be the work of just one newborn vampire. What's going on? It's as if they've never heard of the Volturi, which is possible, I guess. No one has explained the rules to them. So who is creating them, then?" "The Volturi?" I repeated, shuddering. This is exactly the kind of thing they routinely wipe out. Immortals who threaten to expose us. They just cleaned up a mess like this a few years ago in Atlanta, and it hadn't gotten nearly this bad. They will intervene soon, very soon, unless we can find some way to calm the situation. I'd really rather they didn't come to Seattle just now. As long as they're this close, they might decide to check on you." I shuddered again. "What can we do?" "We need to know more before we can decide that. Perhaps if we can talk to these young ones, explain the rules, it can be resolved peacefully." He frowned, like he didn't think the chances of that were good. "We'll wait until Alice has an idea of what's going on. We don't want to step in until it's absolutely necessary. After all, it's not our responsibility. But it's good we have Jasper," he added, almost to himself. "If we are dealing with newborns, he'll be helpful." "Jasper? Why?" Edward smiled darkly. "Jasper is sort of an expert on young vampires." "What do you mean, an expert?" "You'll have to ask him. The story is involved." "What a mess," I mumbled. "It does feel that way, doesn't it? Like it's coming at us from all sides these days." He sighed. "Do you ever think your life might be easier if you weren't in love with me?" "Maybe. It wouldn't be much of a life, though." "For me," he amended quietly. "And now, I suppose," he continued with a wry smile, "you have something you want to ask me?" I stared at him blankly. "I do? Or maybe not." He grinned. "I was rather under the impression that you'd promised to ask my permission to go to some kind of werewolf soiree tonight." "Eavesdropping again?" He grinned. "Just a bit, at the very end." "Well, I wasn't going to ask you anyway. I figured you had enough to stress about." He put his hand under my chin and held my face so that he could read my eyes. "Would you like to go?" "It's no big thing. Don't worry about it." "You don't have to ask my permission, Bella. I'm not your father. Thank heaven for that. Perhaps you should ask Charlie, though." "But you know Charlie will say yes." "I do have a bit more insight into his probable answer than most people would. It's true." I just stared at him, trying to understand what he wanted, and trying to put out of my mind the yearning I felt to go to La Push, so that I wouldn't be swayed by my own wishes. It was stupid to want to go hang out with a bunch of big idiot wolf boys right now, when there was so much that was frightening and unexplained going on. Of course, that was exactly why I wanted to go. I wanted to escape the death threats for just a few hours, to be the less mature, more reckless Bella who could laugh it off with Jacob, if only briefly. But that didn't matter. "Bella," Edward said, "I told you that I was going to be reasonable and trust your judgment. I meant that. If you trust the werewolves, then I'm not going to worry about them.
Wow, I said, as I had last night. And Jacob's right. About one thing, anyway. A pack of werewolves ought to be enough to protect even you for one evening. Are you sure? Of course. Only, I braced myself. I hope you won't mind taking a few precautions. Allowing me to drive you to the boundary line, for one, and then taking a cell phone so that I'll know when to pick you up. That sounds very reasonable. Excellent. He smiled at me, and I could see no trace of apprehension in his jewel-like eyes. To no one's surprise, Charlie had no problem at all with me going to La Push for a bonfire. Jacob crowed with undisguised exultation when I called to give him the news, and he seemed eager enough to embrace Edward's safety measures. He promised to meet us at the line between territories at 6. I had decided, after a short internal debate, that I would not sell my motorcycle. I would take it back to La Push where it belonged, and when I no longer needed it anymore, well, then I would insist that Jacob profit from his work somehow. He could sell it or give it to a friend. It didn't matter to me. Tonight seemed like a good opportunity to return the bike to Jacob's garage. As gloomy as I was feeling about things lately, every day seemed like a possible last chance. I didn't have time to procrastinate any task, no matter how minor. Edward only nodded when I explained what I wanted, but I thought I saw a flicker of consternation in his eyes, and I knew he was no happier about the idea of me on a motorcycle than Charlie was. I followed him back to his house, to the garage where I'd left the bike. It wasn't until I pulled the truck in and got out that I realized the consternation might not entirely be about my safety this time. Next to my little antique motorcycle, overshadowing it, was another vehicle. To call this other vehicle a motorcycle hardly seemed fair, since it didn't seem to belong to the same family as my suddenly shabby-looking bike. It was big and sleek and silver, and even totally motionless, it looked fast. What is that? Nothing, Edward murmured. It doesn't look like nothing. Edward's expression was casual. He seemed determined to blow it off. Well, I didn't know if you were going to forgive your friend, or he you, and I wondered if you would still want to ride your bike anyway. It sounded like something that you enjoyed. I thought I could go with you, if you wished. He shrugged. I stared at the beautiful machine. Beside it, my bike looked like a broken tricycle. I felt a sudden wave of sadness when I realized that this was not a bad analogy for the way I probably looked next to Edward. I wouldn't be able to keep up with you, I whispered. Edward put his hand under my chin and pulled my face around so that he could see it straight on. With one finger, he tried to push the corner of my mouth up. I'd keep pace with you, Bella. That wouldn't be much fun for you. Of course it would, if we were together. I bit my lip and imagined it for a moment. Edward, if you thought I was going too fast or losing control of the bike or something, what would you do? He hesitated, obviously trying to find the right answer. I knew the truth. He'd find some way to save me before I crashed. Then he smiled. It looked effortless, except for the tiny defensive tightening of his eyes. This is something you do with Jacob. I see that now. It's just that, well, I don't slow him down so much, you know? I could try
I guess. I eyed the silver motorcycle doubtfully.
Don't worry about it, Edward said, and then he laughed lightly. I saw Jasper admiring it. Perhaps it's time he discovered a new way to travel. After all, Alice has her portion now.
Edward, I. He interrupted me with a quick kiss.
I said not to worry. But would you do something for me?
Whatever you need, I promised quickly. He dropped my face and leaned over the far side of the big motorcycle, retrieving something he had stashed there. He came back with one object that was black and shapeless, and another that was red and easily identifiable.
Please,
he asked, flashing the crooked smile that always destroyed my resistance. I took the red helmet, weighing it in my hands. I'll look stupid.
No, you'll look smart. Smart enough not to get yourself hurt.
He threw the black thing, whatever it was, over his arm and then took my face in his hands.
There are things between my hands right now that I cannot live without. You could take care of them.
Okay, fine. What's the other thing? I asked suspiciously. He laughed and shook out some kind of padded jacket.
It's a riding jacket. I hear road rash is quite uncomfortable. Not that I would know myself.
He held it out for me. With a deep sigh, I flipped my hair back and stuffed the helmet on my head. Then I shoved my arms through the sleeves of the jacket. He zipped me in, a smile playing around the corners of his lips, and took a step back. I felt bulky. Be honest, how hideous do I look? He took another step back and pursed his lips. That bad, huh? I muttered.
No, Bella. Actually,
he seemed to be struggling for the right word.
You look sexy.
I laughed out loud. Right.
Very sexy, really.
You are just saying that, so I'll wear it, I said. But that's okay. You're right. It's smarter. He wrapped his arms around me and pulled me against his chest.
You're silly. I suppose that's part of your charm. Though I'll admit it, this helmet does have its drawbacks.
And then he pulled the helmet off so that he could kiss me. As Edward drove me to La Push a little while later, I realized that this unprecedented situation felt oddly familiar. It took me a moment of thought to pinpoint the source of the déjà vu. You know what this reminds me of? I asked. It's just like when I was a kid and Renee would pass me off to Charlie for the summer. I feel like a 7-year-old. Edward laughed. I didn't mention it out loud, but the biggest difference between the two circumstances was that Renee and Charlie had been on better terms. About halfway to La Push, we rounded the corner and found Jacob leaning against the side of the red Volkswagen he'd built for himself out of scraps. Jacob's carefully neutral expression dissolved into a smile when I waved from the front seat. Edward parked the Volvo 30 yards away.
Call me whenever you're ready to come home, he said, and I'll be here.
I won't be out late, I promised. Edward pulled the bike and my new gear out of the trunk of his car. I'd been quite impressed that it had all fit. But it wasn't so hard to manage when you were strong enough to juggle full-sized vans, let alone small motorcycles. Jacob watched, making no move to approach, his smile gone and his dark eyes indecipherable. I tucked the helmet under my arm and threw the jacket across the seat.
Do you have it all?
Edward asked. No problem, I assured him. He sighed and leaned toward me. I turned my face up for a goodbye peck, but Edward took me by surprise, fastening his arms tightly around me and kissing me with as much enthusiasm as he had in the garage. Before long, I was gasping for air. Edward laughed quietly at something, and then let me go. "Goodbye," he said. "I really do like the jacket." As I turned away from him, I thought I saw a flash of something in his eyes that I wasn't supposed to see. I couldn't tell for sure what it was exactly. Worry, maybe? For a second, I thought it was panic, but I was probably just making something out of nothing, as usual. I could feel his eyes on my back as I pushed my bike toward the invisible vampire werewolf treaty line to meet Jacob. "What's all that?" Jacob called to me, his voice weary, scrutinizing the motorcycle with an enigmatic expression. "I thought I should put this back where it belongs," I told him. He pondered that for one short second, and then his wide smile stretched across his face. I knew the exact point that I was in werewolf territory because Jacob shoved away from his car and loped quickly over to me, closing the distance in 3 long strides. He took the bike from me, balanced it on the kickstand, and grabbed me up in another vice-tight hug. I heard the Volvo's engine growl, and I struggled to get free. "Cut it out, Jake!" I gasped breathlessly. He laughed and set me down. I turned to wave goodbye, but the silver car was already disappearing around the curve in the road. "Nice," I commented, allowing some acid to leak into my voice. His eyes widened in false innocence. "What?" "He's being pretty dang pleasant about this. You don't need to push your luck." He laughed again, louder than before. He found what I'd said very funny indeed. I tried to see the joke as he walked around the rabbit to hold my door open for me. "Bella," he finally said, still chuckling, as he shut the door behind me, "you can't push what you don't have." Chapter 11. Legends. "Are you gonna eat that hot dog?" Paul asked Jacob, his eyes locked on the last remnant of the huge meal that the werewolves had consumed. Jacob leaned back against my knees and toyed with the hot dog he had spitted on a straightened wire hanger. The flames at the edge of the bonfire licked along its blistered skin. He heaved a sigh and patted his stomach. It was somehow still flat, though I had lost count of how many hot dogs he'd eaten after his 10th, not to mention the supersized bag of chips or the 2-liter bottle of root beer. "I guess," Jake said slowly. "I'm so full I'm about to puke, but I think I can force it down. I won't enjoy it at all, though." He sighed again sadly. Despite the fact that Paul had eaten at least as much as Jacob, he glowered and his hands balled up into fists. "Sheesh," Jacob laughed. "Kidding, Paul. Here." He flipped the homemade skewer across the circle. I expected it to land hot dog first in the sand, but Paul caught it neatly on the right end without difficulty. Hanging out with no one but extremely dexterous people all the time was going to give me a complex. "Thanks, man," Paul said, already over his brief fit of temper. The fire crackled, settling lower toward the sand. Sparks blew up in a sudden puff of brilliant orange against the black sky. Funny, I hadn't noticed that the sun had set. For the first time, I wondered how late it had gotten. I'd lost track of time completely. It was easier being with my Quileute friends than I'd expected. While Jacob and I had dropped off my bike at the garage, and he had admitted ruefully that the helmet was a good idea, that he should have thought of himself, I'd started to worry about showing up with him at the bonfire, wondering if the werewolves would consider me a traitor now. Would they be angry with Jacob for inviting me? would I ruin the party?
But when Jacob had towed me out of the forest to the cliff-top meeting place, where the fire already roared brighter than the cloud-obscured sun, it had all been very casual and light. "Hey, vampire girl!" Embry had greeted me loudly. Quill had jumped up to give me a high five and kiss me on the cheek. Emily had squeezed my hand when we'd sat on the cool stone ground beside her and Sam. Other than a few teasing complaints, mostly by Paul, about keeping the bloodsucker stench downwind, I was treated like someone who belonged. It wasn't just kids in attendance either. Billy was there, his wheelchair stationed at what seemed the natural head of the circle. Beside him on a folding lawn chair, looking quite brittle, was Quill's ancient white-haired grandfather, Old Quill. Sue Clearwater, widow of Charlie's friend Harry, had a chair on his other side. Her two children, Leah and Seth, were also there, sitting on the ground like the rest of us. This surprised me, but all three were clearly in on the secret now. From the way Billy and Old Quill spoke to Sue, it sounded to me like she'd taken Harry's place on the council. Did that make her children automatic members of LaPush's most secret society? I wondered how horrible it was for Leah to sit across the circle from Sam and Emily. Her lovely face betrayed no emotion, but she never looked away from the flames. Looking at the perfection of Leah's features, I couldn't help but compare them to Emily's ruined face. What did Leah think of Emily's scars, now that she knew the truth behind them? Did it seem like justice in her eyes? Little Seth Clearwater wasn't so little anymore. With his huge, happy grin and his long, gangly build, he reminded me very much of a younger Jacob. The resemblance made me smile and then sigh. Was Seth doomed to have his life change as drastically as the rest of these boys? Was that future why he and his family were allowed to be here? The whole pack was there. Sam with his Emily, Paul, Embry, Quill, and Jared with Kim, the girl he'd imprinted upon. My first impression of Kim was that she was a nice girl, a little shy and a little plain. She had a wide face, mostly cheekbones, with eyes too small to balance them out. Her nose and mouth were both too broad for traditional beauty. Her flat black hair was thin and wispy in the wind that never seemed to let up atop the cliff. That was my first impression. But after a few hours of watching Jared watch Kim, I could no longer find anything plain about the girl. The way he stared at her, it was like a blind man seeing the sun for the first time. Like a collector finding an undiscovered Da Vinci. Like a mother looking into the face of her newborn child. His wondering eyes made me see new things about her. How her skin looked like russet-colored silk in the firelight. How the shape of her lips was a perfect double curve. How white her teeth were against them. How long her eyelashes were, brushing her cheek when she looked down. Kim's skin sometimes darkened when she met Jared's odd gaze, and her eyes would drop as if in embarrassment. But she had a hard time keeping her eyes away from his for any length of time. Watching them, I felt like I'd better understood what Jacob had told me about imprinting before. It's hard to resist that level of commitment and adoration. Kim was nodding off now against Jared's chest, his arms around her. I imagined she would be very warm there. "It's getting late," I murmured to Jacob. "Don't start that yet," Jacob whispered back, though at least half the group here had hearing sensitive enough to hear us anyway. "The best part is coming." "What's the best part? You swallowing an entire cow whole?"
Jacob chuckled his low, throaty laugh. No, that's the finale. We didn't just meet to eat through a week's worth of food. This is technically a council meeting. It's Quill's first time, and he hasn't heard the stories yet. Well, he's heard them, but this will be the first time he knows they're true. That tends to make a guy pay closer attention. Kim and Seth and Leah are all first-timers too. Stories? Jacob scooted back beside me, where I rested against a low ridge of rock. He put his arm over my shoulder and spoke even lower into my ear. The histories we always thought were legends, he said. The stories of how we came to be. The first is the story of the spirit warriors. It was almost as if Jacob's soft whisper was the introduction. The atmosphere changed abruptly around the low burning fire. Paul and Embry sat up straighter. Jared nudged Kim and then pulled her gently upright. Emily produced a spiral-bound notebook and a pen, looking exactly like a student set for an important lecture. Sam twisted just slightly beside her, so that he was facing the same direction as old Quill, who was on his other side. And suddenly I realized that the elders of the council here were not 3, but 4 in number. Leah Clearwater, her face still a beautiful and emotionless mask, closed her eyes. Not like she was tired, but as if to help her concentration. Her brother leaned in toward the elders eagerly. The fire crackled, sending another explosion of sparks glittering up against the night. Billy cleared his throat, and with no more introduction than his own son's whisper, began telling the story in his rich, deep voice. The words poured out with precision, as if he knew them by heart, but also with feeling and a subtle rhythm, like poetry performed by its author. The Quileutes have been a small people from the beginning, Billy said, and we are a small people still, but we have never disappeared. This is because there has always been magic in our blood. It wasn't always the magic of shape-shifting. That came later. First, we were spirit warriors. Never before had I recognized the ring of majesty that was in Billy Black's voice, though I realized now that this authority has always been there. Emily's pen sprinted across the sheets of paper as she tried to keep up with him. In the beginning, the tribe settled in this harbor and became skilled shipbuilders and fishermen. But the tribe was small, and the harbor was rich in fish. There were others who coveted our land, and we were too small to hold it. A larger tribe moved against us, and we took our ships to escape them. Kaheleha was not the first spirit warrior, but we do not remember the stories that came before his. We do not remember who the first was to discover this power, or how it had been used before this crisis. Kaheleha was the first great spirit chief in our history. In this emergency, Kaheleha used the magic to defend our land. He and all his warriors left the ship, not their bodies, but their spirits. Their women watched over the bodies and the waves, and the men took their spirits back to our harbor. They could not physically touch the enemy tribe, but they had other ways. The stories tell us that they could blow fierce winds into their enemies' camps, that they could make a great screaming in the wind that terrified their foes. The stories also tell us that the animals could see the spirit warriors and understand them. The animals would do their bidding. Kaheleha took his spirit army and wreaked havoc on the intruders. This invading tribe had packs of big, thick-furred dogs that they used to pull their sleds in the frozen north. The spirit warriors turned the dogs against their masters, and then brought a mighty infestations of bats up from the cliff caverns. They used the screaming winds to aid the dogs in confusing the men. The dogs and bats won. The survivors scattered, calling our harbor a cursed place. The dogs ran wild when the spirit warriors released them. The Quileutes returned to their bodies and their wives, victorious. The other nearby tribes, the Hos and the Makas, made treaties with the Quileutes. They wanted nothing to do with our magic. We lived in peace with them. When an enemy came against us, the spirit warriors would drive them off. Generations passed. Then came the last great spirit chief, Taha-Aki. He was known for his wisdom and for being a man of peace. The people lived well and content in his care. But there was one man, Utlapa, who was not content. A low hiss ran around the fire. I was too slow to see where it came from. Billy ignored it and went on with the legend. Utlapa was one of Chief Taha-Aki's strongest spirit warriors. A powerful man, but a grasping man, too. He thought the people should use their magic to expand their lands, to enslave the Hos and the Makas, and build an empire. Now, when the warriors were their spirit selves, they knew each other's thoughts. Taha-Aki saw what Utlapa dreamed and was angry with Utlapa. Utlapa was commanded to leave the people and never to use his spirit self again. Utlapa was a strong man, but the chief's warriors outnumbered him. He had no choice but to leave. The furious outcast hid in the forest nearby, waiting for a chance to get revenge against the chief. Even in times of peace, the spirit chief was vigilant in protecting his people. Often he would go to a sacred, secret place in the mountains. He would leave his body behind and sweep down through the forests and along the coast, making sure no threat approached. One day when Taha-Aki left to perform his duty, Utlapa followed. At first, Utlapa simply planned to kill the chief, but this plan had its drawbacks. Surely the spirit warriors would seek to destroy him, and they could follow faster than he could escape. As he hid in the rocks and watched the chief prepare to leave his body, another plan occurred to him. Taha-Aki left his body in a secret place and flew with the winds to keep watch over his people. Utlapa waited until he was sure the chief had traveled some distance with his spirit self. Taha-Aki knew the instant that Utlapa had joined him in the spirit world, and he also knew Utlapa's murderous plan. He raced back to his secret place, but even the winds weren't fast enough to save him. When he returned, his body was already gone. Utlapa's body lay abandoned, but Utlapa had not left Taha-Aki with an escape. He had cut his own body's throat with Taha-Aki's hands. Taha-Aki followed his body down the mountain. He screamed at Utlapa, but Utlapa ignored him as if he were the mere wind. Taha-Aki watched with despair as Utlapa took his place as chief of the Quileutes. For a few weeks, Utlapa did nothing but make sure that everyone believed he was Taha'aki. Then the changes began. Utlapa's first edict was to forbid any warrior to enter the spirit world. He claimed that he'd seen a vision of danger, but he was really afraid. He knew that Taha'aki would be waiting for the chance to tell his story. Utlapa was also afraid to enter the spirit world himself, knowing Taha'aki would quickly claim his body. So his dreams of conquest with a spirit warrior army were impossible, and he sought to content himself with ruling over the tribe. He became a burden, seeking privileges that Taha'aki had never requested, refusing to work alongside his warriors, taking a young second wife and then a third, though Taha'aki's wife lived on, something unheard of in the tribe. Taha'aki watched in helpless fury. Eventually, Taha'aki tried to kill his body to save the tribe from Utlapa's excesses. He brought a fierce wolf down from the mountains, but Utlapa hid behind his warriors. When the wolf killed a young man who was protecting the false chief, Taha'aki felt horrible grief. He ordered the wolf away. All the stories tell us that it was no easy thing to be a spirit warrior. It was more frightening than exhilarating to be freed from one's body. This is why they used only their magic in times of need. The chief's solitary journeys to keep watch were a burden and a sacrifice. Being bodiless was disorienting, uncomfortable, horrifying. Taha'aki had been away from his body for so long. At this point, he was in agony. He felt he was doomed, never to cross over to the final land where his ancestors waited, stuck in this torturous nothingness forever. The great wolf followed Taha'aki's spirit as he twisted and writhed in agony through the woods. The wolf was very large for its kind, and beautiful. Taha'aki was suddenly jealous of the dumb animal. At least it had a body. At least it had a life. Even life as an animal would be better than this horrible, empty consciousness. And then Taha'aki had the idea that changed us all. He asked the great wolf to make room for him, to share. The wolf complied. Taha'aki entered the wolf's body with relief and gratitude. It was not his human body, but it was better than the void of the spirit world. As one, the man and the wolf returned to the village on the harbor. The people ran in fear, shouting for the warriors to come. The warriors ran to meet the wolf with their spears. Utlapa, of course, stayed safely hidden. Taha'aki did not attack his warriors. He retreated slowly from them, speaking with his eyes and trying to yelp the songs of his people. The warriors began to realize that the wolf was no ordinary animal, that there was a spirit influencing it. One older warrior, a man named Yut, decided to disobey the false chief's order and try to communicate with the wolf. As soon as Yut crossed to the spirit world, Taha'aki left the wolf. The animal waited tamely for his return, to speak to him. Yut gathered the truth in an instant and welcomed his true chief home. At this time, Utlapa came to see if the wolf had been defeated. When he saw Yut lying lifeless on the ground, surrounded by protective warriors, he realized what was happening. He drew his knife and raced forward to kill Yut before he could return to his body. Traitor! He screamed, and the warriors did not know what to do. The chief had forbidden spirit journeys, and it was the chief's decision how to punish those who disobeyed. Yut jumped back into his body, but Utlapa had his knife at his throat and a hand covering his mouth. Taha'aki's body was strong, and Yut was weak with age. Yut could not even say one word to warn the others, before Utlapa silenced him forever. Taha'aki watched as Yut's spirit slipped away to the final lands that were barred to Taha'aki for all eternity. He felt a great rage, more powerful than anything he'd felt before. He entered the big wolf again, meaning to rip Utlapa's throat out. But as he joined the wolf, the greatest magic happened. Taha'aki's anger was the anger of a man. The love he had for his people and the hatred he had for their oppressor were too vast for the wolf's body, too human. The wolf shuddered, and before the shocked eyes of the warriors and Utlapa, transformed into a man. The new man did not look like Taha'aki's body. He was far more glorious. He was the flesh interpretation of Taha'aki's spirit. The warriors recognized him at once, though, for they had flown with Taha'aki's spirit. Utlapa tried to run, but Taha'aki had the strength of the wolf in his new body. He caught the thief and crushed the spirit from him before he could jump out of the stolen body. The people rejoiced when they understood what had happened. Taha'aki quickly set everything right, working again with his people and giving the young wives back to their families. The only change he kept in place was the end of the spirit travels. He knew that it was too dangerous now that the idea of stealing a life was there. The spirit warriors were no more. From that point on, Taha'aki was more than either wolf or man. They called him Taha'aki the Great Wolf, or Taha'aki the Spirit Man. He led the tribe for many, many years, for he did not age. When danger threatened, he would resume his wolf self to fight or frighten the enemy. The people dwelt in peace. Taha'aki fathered many sons, and some of these found that after they had reached the age of manhood, they too could transform into wolves. The wolves were all different, because they were spirit wolves and reflected the man they were inside. So that's why Sam is all black, Quill muttered under his breath, grinning. Black heart, black fur. I was so involved in the story, it was a shock to come back to the present, to the circle around the dying fire. With another shock, I realized that the circle was made up of Taha'aki's great, to how many degrees, grandsons. The fire threw a volley of sparks in the sky, and they shivered and danced, making shapes that were almost decipherable. And your chocolate fur reflects what? Sam whispered back to Quill. How sweet you are. Billy ignored their jibes. Some of the sons became warriors with Taha'aki, and they no longer aged. Others who did not like the transformation refused to join the pack of wolfmen. These began to age again, and the tribe discovered that the wolfmen could grow old like anyone else if they gave up their spirit wolves. Taha'aki had lived the span of 3 old men's lives. He had married a 3rd wife after the deaths of the first 2, and found in her his true spirit wife. Though he had loved the others, This was something else. He had decided to give up his spirit wolf so that he would die when she did. That is how the magic came to us, but it is not the end of the story. He looked at old Quilitera, who shifted in his chair, straightening his frail shoulders. Billy took a drink from a bottle of water and wiped his forehead. Emily's pen never hesitated as she scribbled furiously on the paper. That was the story of the spirit warriors. Old Quill began in a thin tenor voice. This is the story of the third wife's sacrifice. Many years after Taha-Aki gave up his spirit wolf, when he was an old man, trouble began in the north with the Macaws. Several young women of their tribe had disappeared, and they blamed it on the neighboring wolves, who they feared and mistrusted. The wolfmen could still read each other's thoughts while in their wolf forms, just like their ancestors had while in their spirit forms. They knew that none of their number was to blame. Taha-Aki tried to pacify the Macaw chief, but there was too much fear. Taha-Aki did not want to have a war on his hands. He was no longer a warrior to lead his people. He charged his oldest wolf son, Tahawi, with finding the true culprit before hostilities began. Tahawi led the 5 other wolves in his pack on a search through the mountains, looking for any evidence of the missing macaws. They came across something they had never encountered before. A strange, sweet scent in the forest that burned their noses to the point of pain. I shrank a little closer to Jacob's side. I saw the corner of his mouth twitch with humor, and his arm tightened around me. They did not know what creature would leave such a scent, but they followed it, Old Quill continued. His quavering voice did not have the majesty of Billy's, but it had a strange, fierce edge of urgency about it. My pulse jumped as his words came faster. They found the faint traces of human scent and human blood along the trail. They were sure this was the enemy they were searching for. The journey took them so far north that Tahawi sent half the pack, the younger ones, back to the harbor to report to Taha-Aki. Tahawi and his 2 brothers did not return. The younger brothers searched for their elders, but found only silence. Taha-Aki mourned for his sons. He wished to avenge his son's death, but he was old. He went to the Macaw chief in his mourning clothes and told him everything that had happened. The Macaw chief believed his grief, and tensions ended between the tribes. A year later, 2 Macaw maidens disappeared from their homes on the same night. The Macaws called on the Quileute wolves at once, who found the same sweet stink through all the Macaw village. The wolves went on the hunt again. Only one came back. He was Yahauta, the oldest son of Taha-Aki's 3rd wife, and the youngest in the pack. He brought something with him that had never been seen in all of the days of the Quileutes. A strange, cold, stony corpse that he carried in pieces. All who were of Taha-Aki's blood, even those who had never been wolves, could smell the piercing smell of the dead creature. This was the enemy of the Macaws. Yahauta described what had happened. He and his brothers had found the creature, who looked like a man but was hard as granite rock, with the 2 Macaw daughters. One girl was already dead, white and bloodless on the ground. The other was in the creature's arms, his mouth at her throat. She may have been alive when they came upon the hideous scene, but the creature quickly snapped her neck and tossed her lifeless body to the ground when they approached. His white lips were covered in her blood, and his eyes glowed red. Yahauta described the fierce strength and the speed of the creature. One of his brothers quickly became a victim when he underestimated that strength. The creature ripped him apart like a doll. Yahauta and his other brother were more wary. They worked together, coming at the creature from sides, outmaneuvering it. They had to reach the very limits of their wolf's strength and speed, something that had never been tested before. The creature was hard as stone and cold as ice. They found that only their teeth could damage it. They began to rip small pieces of the creature apart while it fought them. But the creature learned quickly, and soon was matching their maneuvers. It got its hands on Yahuuta's brother. Yahuuta found an opening on the creature's throat and he lunged. His teeth tore the head off the creature, but the hands continued to mangle his brother. Yahuuta ripped the creature into unrecognizable chunks, tearing pieces apart in a desperate attempt to save his brother. He was too late, but in the end, the creature was destroyed. Or so they thought. Yahauta laid the reeking remains out to be examined by the elders. One severed hand lay beside a piece of the creature's granite arm. The two pieces touched when the elders poked them with sticks, and the hand reached out toward the arm piece, trying to reassemble itself. Horrified, the elders set fire to the remains. A great cloud of choking, vile smoke polluted the air. When there was nothing but ashes, they separated the ashes into many small bags and spread them far and wide. Some in the ocean, some in the forest, some in the cliff caverns. Taha'aki wore one bag around his neck, so he would be warned if the creature ever tried to put himself together again. Old Quill paused and looked at Billy. Billy pulled out a leather thong from around his neck. Hanging from the end was a small bag, blackened with age. A few people gasped. I might have been one of them. They called it the Cold One, the Blood Drinker, and lived in fear that it was not alone. They only had one wolf protector left, young Yahauta. They did not have long to wait. The creature had a mate, another blood drinker, who came to the Quileutes seeking revenge. The stories say that the Cold Woman was the most beautiful thing human eyes had ever seen. She looked like the goddess of the dawn when she entered the village that morning. The sun was shining for once, and it glittered off her white skin and lit the golden hair that flowed down to her knees. Her face was magical in its beauty, her eyes black in her white face. Some fell to their knees to worship her. She asked something in a high, piercing voice, in a language no one had ever heard. The people were dumbfounded, not knowing how to answer her. There were none of Taha'aki's blood among the witnesses but one small boy. He clung to his mother and screamed that the smell was hurting his nose. One of the elders, on his way to council, heard the boy and realized what had come among them. He yelled for the people to run. She killed him first. There were 20 witnesses to the Cold Woman's approach. 2 survived, only because she grew distracted by the blood and paused to sate her thirst. They ran to Taha'aki, who sat in council with the other elders, his sons, and his third wife. Yahauta transformed into his spirit wolf as soon as he heard the news.
he went to destroy the blood drinker alone. Taha'aki, his third wife, his sons, and the elders followed behind him. At first they could not find the creature, only the evidence of her attack. Bodies lay broken, a few drained of blood, strewn across the road where she'd appeared. Then they heard the screams and hurried to the harbor. A handful of the Quileutes had run to the ships for refuge. She swam after them like a shark, and broke the bow of their boat with her incredible strength. When the ship sank, she caught those trying to swim away and broke them too. She saw then the great wolf on the shore, and she forgot the fleeing swimmers. She swam so fast she was a blur, and came dripping and glorious to stand before Yahauta. She pointed at him with her one white finger and asked another incomprehensible question. Yahauta waited. It was a close fight. She was not the warrior her mate had been, but Yahauta was alone. There was no one to distract her fury from him. When Yahauta lost, Taha'aki screamed in defiance. He limped forward and shifted into an ancient, white-muzzled wolf. The wolf was old, but this was Taha'aki the spirit man, and his rage made him strong. The fight began again. Taha'aki's third wife had just seen her son die before her. Now her husband fought, and she had no hope that he could win. She'd heard every word the witnesses to the slaughter had told the council. She'd heard the story of Yahauta's first victory, and knew that his brother's diversion had saved him. The third wife grabbed a knife from the belt of one of the sons who stood beside her. They were all young sons, not yet men, and she knew that they would die when their father failed. The third wife ran toward the cold woman with the dagger raised high. The cold woman smiled, barely distracted from her fight with the old wolf. She had no fear of the weak human woman or the knife that would not even scratch her skin. And she was about to deliver the death blow to Taha'aki. And then the third wife did something the cold woman did not expect. She fell to her knees at the blood drinker's feet and plunged the knife into her own heart. Blood spurted through the third wife's fingers and splashed against the cold woman. The blood drinker could not resist the lure of the fresh blood leaving the third wife's body. Instinctively, she turned to the dying woman, for 1 second entirely consumed by thirst. Taha'aki's teeth closed around her neck. That was not the end of the fight, but Taha'aki was not alone now. Watching their mother die, 2 young sons felt such rage that they sprang forth as their spirit wolves, though they were not yet men. With their father, they finished the creature. Taha'aki never rejoined the tribe. He never changed back to a man again. He lay for 1 day beside the body of the third wife, growling whenever anyone tried to touch her, and then he went into the forest and never returned. Trouble with the cold ones was rare from that time on. Taha'aki's sons guarded the tribe until their sons were old enough to take their places. There were never more than 3 wolves at a time. It was enough. Occasionally a blood drinker would come through these lands, but they were taken by surprise, not expecting the wolves. Sometimes a wolf would die, but never were they decimated again like that first time. They'd learned how to fight the cold ones, and they passed the knowledge on, wolf mind to wolf mind, spirit to spirit, father
to sun. Time passed, and the descendants of Taha-Aki no longer became wolves when they reached manhood. Only in a great while, if a cold one was near, would the wolves return. The cold ones always came in ones and twos, and the pack stayed small. A bigger coven came, and your own great-grandfathers prepared to fight them off. But the leader spoke to Ephraim Black as if he were a man, and promised not to harm the Quileutes. His strange yellow eyes gave some proof to this claim that they were not the same as other blood drinkers. The wolves were outnumbered. There was no need for the Cold Ones to offer a treaty when they would have won the fight. Ephraim accepted. They've stayed true to their side, though their presence does tend to draw in others. And their numbers have forced a larger pack than the tribe has ever seen. Old Quill said, and for one moment his black eyes, all but buried in the wrinkles of skin folded around them, seemed to rest on me. Except, of course, in Taha-Aki's time, he said, and then he sighed. And so the sons of our tribe again carry the burden and share the sacrifice their fathers endured before them. All was silent for a long moment. The living descendants of magic and legend stared at one another across the fire with sadness in their eyes. All but one. Burden, he scoffed in a low voice. I think it's cool. Quill's full lower lip pouted out a little bit. Across the dying fire, Seth Clearwater, his eyes wide with adulation for the fraternity of tribal protectors, nodded his agreement. Billy chuckled, low and long, and the magic seemed to fade into the glowing embers. Suddenly, it was just a circle of friends again. Jared flicked a small stone at Quill, and everyone laughed when it made him jump. Low conversations murmured all around us, teasing and casual. Leah Clearwater's eyes did not open. I thought I saw something sparkling on her cheek like a tear, but when I looked back a moment later, it was gone. Neither Jacob nor I spoke. He was so still beside me, his breath so deep and even, that I thought he might be close to sleep. My mind was 1,000 years away. I was not thinking of Yahauta or the wolves, or the beautiful cold woman. I could picture her only too easily. No, I was thinking of someone outside the magic altogether. I was trying to imagine the face of the unnamed woman who had saved the entire tribe. The third wife. Just a human woman, with no special gifts or powers. Physically weaker and slower than any of the monsters in the story. But she had been the key, the solution. She'd saved her husband, her young sons, her tribe. I wish they'd remembered her name. Something shook my arm. Come on, Bells, Jacob said in my ear. We're here. I blinked, confused because the fire seemed to have disappeared. I glared into the unexpected darkness, trying to make sense of my surroundings. It took me a minute to realize that I was no longer on the cliff. Jacob and I were alone. I was still under his arm, but I wasn't on the ground anymore. How did I get into Jacob's car? Oh, crap! I gasped as I realized that I had fallen asleep. How late is it? Dang it, where's that stupid phone? I patted my pockets, frantic and coming up empty. Easy. It's not even midnight yet. And I already called him for you. Look, he's waiting there. Midnight? I repeated stupidly, still disoriented. I stared into the darkness, and my heartbeat picked up when my eyes made out the shape of the Volvo, 30 yards away. I reached for the door handle. Here, Jacob said, and he put a small shape into my other hand. The phone. You called Edward for me? My eyes were adjusted enough to see the bright gleam of Jacob's smile. I figured if I played nice, I'd get more time with you. Thanks, Jake, I said, touched. Really, thank you. And thanks for inviting me tonight. That was. Words failed me. Wow, that was something else. And you didn't even stay up to watch me swallow a cow. He laughed. No, I'm glad you liked it. It was nice for me, having you there. There was a movement in the dark distance, something pale ghosting against the black trees. Pacing? Yeah, he's not so patient, is he? Jacob said, noticing my distraction. Go ahead, but come back soon, okay? Sure, Jake, I promised, cracking the car door open. Cold air washed across my legs and made me shiver. Sleep tight, Bells. Don't worry about anything. I'll be watching out for you tonight. I paused, one foot on the ground. No, Jake, get some rest. I'll be fine. Sure, sure, he said, but he sounded more patronizing than agreeing. Night, Jake. Thanks. Night, Bella, he whispered as I hurried into the darkness. Edward caught me at the boundary line. Bella, he said, relief strong in his voice. His arms wound tightly around me. Hi. Sorry I'm so late. I fell asleep and. I know, Jacob explained. He started toward the car, and I staggered woodenly at his side. Are you tired? I could carry you. I'm fine. Let's get you home and in bed. Did you have a nice time? Yeah, it was amazing, Edward. I wish you could have come. I can't even explain it. Jake's dad told us the old legends, and it was like magic. You'll have to tell me all about it after you've slept. I won't get it right, I said, and then I yawned hugely. Edward chuckled. He opened my door for me, lifted me in, and buckled my seatbelt around me. Bright lights flashed on and swept across us. I waved toward Jacob's headlights, but I didn't know if he saw the gesture. That night, after I'd gotten past Charlie, who didn't give me as much trouble as I'd expected because Jacob had called him too, instead of collapsing in bed right away, I leaned out the open window while I waited for Edward to come back. The night was surprisingly cold, almost wintry. I hadn't noticed it at all on the windy cliffs. I imagined that had less to do with the fire than it did with sitting next to Jacob. Icy droplets spattered against my face as the rain began to fall. It was too dark to see much beside the black triangles of the spruces, leaning and shaking with the wind, but I strained my eyes anyway, searching for other shapes in the storm. A pale silhouette, moving like a ghost through the black, or maybe the shadowy outline of an enormous wolf. My eyes were too weak. Then there was a movement in the night, right beside me. Edward slid through my open window, his hands colder than the rain. Is Jacob out there? I asked, shivering as Edward pulled me into the circle of his arms. Yes, somewhere, and Esme is on her way home. I sighed. It's so cold and wet. This is silly. I shivered again. He chuckled. It's only cold to you, Bella. It was cold in my dream that night, too. Maybe because I slept in Edward's arms. But I dreamt I was outside in the storm. the wind whipping my hair in my face and blinding my eyes. I stood on the rocky crescent of First Beach, trying to understand the quickly moving shapes I could only dimly see in the darkness at the shore's edge. At first, there was nothing but a flash of white and black, darting toward each other and dancing away. And then, as if the moon had suddenly broken from the clouds, I could see everything. Rosalie, her hair swinging wet and golden down to the back of her knees, was lunging at an enormous wolf, its muzzle shot through with silver, that I instinctively recognized as Billy Black. I broke into a run, but found myself moving in the frustrating slow motion of dreamers. I tried to scream to them, to tell them to stop, but my voice was stolen by the wind, and I could make no sound. I waved my arms, hoping to catch their attention. Something flashed in my hand, and I noticed for the first time that my right hand wasn't empty. I held a long, sharp blade, ancient and silver, crusted in dried, blackened blood. I cringed away from the knife, and my eyes snapped open to the quiet darkness of my bedroom. The first thing I realized was that I was not alone, and I turned to bury my face in Edward's chest, knowing the sweet scent of his skin would chase the nightmare away more effectively than anything else. "Did I wake you?" he whispered. There was the sound of paper, the ruffling of pages, and a faint thump as something light fell to the wooden floor. "No," I mumbled, sighing in contentment as his arms tightened around me. "I had a bad dream. Do you want to tell me about it?" I shook my head. "Too tired. Maybe in the morning, if I remember." I felt a silent laugh shake through him. "In the morning," he agreed. "What were you reading?" I muttered, not really awake at all. "Wuthering Heights," he said. I frowned sleepily. "I thought you didn't like that book." "You left it out," he murmured, his soft voice lulling me toward unconsciousness. "Besides, the more time I spend with you, the more human emotions seem comprehensible to me. I'm discovering that I can sympathize with Heathcliff in ways I didn't think possible before." "Hmm," I sighed. He said something else, something low, but I was already asleep. The next morning dawned pearl gray and still. Edward asked me about my dream, but I couldn't get a handle on it. I only remembered that I was cold, and that I was glad he was there when I woke up. He kissed me, long enough to get my pulse racing, and then headed home to change and get his car. I dressed quickly, low on options. Whoever had ransacked my hamper had critically impaired my wardrobe. If it wasn't so frightening, it would be seriously annoying. As I was about to head down for breakfast, I noticed my battered copy of Wuthering Heights lying open on the floor where Edward had dropped it in the night, holding his place the way the damaged binding always held mine. I picked it up curiously, trying to remember what he'd said. Something about feeling sympathy for Heathcliff, of all people. That couldn't be right. I must have dreamed that part. 3 words on the open page caught my eye, and I bent my head to read the paragraph more closely. It was Heathcliff speaking, and I knew the passage well. "And there you see the distinction between our feelings. Had he been in my place and I in his, though I hated him with a hatred that turned my life to gall, I never would have raised a hand against him. You may look incredulous, if you please. I never would have banished him from her society as long as she desired his. The moment her regard ceased, I would have torn his heart out and drank his blood. But till then, if you don't believe me, you don't know me." Till then, I would have died by inches before I touched a single hair of his head. The three words that had caught my eye were "drank his blood." I shuddered. Yes, surely I must have dreamt that Edward said anything positive about Heathcliff, and this page was probably not the page he'd been reading. The book could have fallen open to any page. Chapter 12. Time. "I have foreseen," Alice began in an ominous tone. Edward threw an elbow toward her ribs, which she neatly dodged. "Fine," she grumbled. "Edward is making me do this, but I did foresee that you would be more difficult if I surprised you." We were walking to the car after school, and I was completely clueless as to what she was talking about. "In English?" I requested. "Don't be a baby about this. No tantrums. Now I'm scared. So we're having a graduation party. It's no big thing, nothing to freak out over. But I saw that you would freak out if I tried to make it a surprise party." She danced out of the way as Edward reached over to muss her hair. "And Edward said I had to tell you. But it's nothing, promise." I sighed heavily. Is there any point in arguing? "None at all." "Okay, Alice. I'll be there, and I'll hate every minute of it. Promise." "That's the spirit. By the way, I love my gift. You shouldn't have." "Alice, I didn't." "Oh, I know that. But you will." I racked my brains in panic, trying to remember what I'd ever decided to get her for graduation that she might have seen. "Amazing," Edward muttered. "How can someone so tiny be so annoying?" Alice laughed. "It's a talent." "Couldn't you have just waited a few weeks to tell me about this?" I asked petulantly. "Now I'll just be stressed that much longer." Alice frowned at me. "Bella," she said slowly, "do you know what day it is?" "Monday?" She rolled her eyes. "Yes, it is Monday. The 4th?" She grabbed my elbow, spun me halfway around, and pointed toward a big yellow poster taped to the gym door. There, in sharp black letters, was the date of graduation. Exactly 1 week from today. "It's the 4th of June? Are you sure?" Neither one answered. Alice just shook her head sadly, feigning disappointment, and Edward's eyebrows lifted. "It can't be! How did that happen?" I tried to count backwards in my head, but I couldn't figure out where the days had gone. I felt like someone had kicked my legs out from under me. The weeks of stress, of worry, somehow in the middle of all my obsessing over time, my time had disappeared. My space for sorting through it all, for making plans, had vanished. I was out of time. And I wasn't ready. I didn't know how to do this. How to say goodbye to Charlie and Renee, to Jacob, to being human. I knew exactly what I wanted, but I was suddenly terrified of getting it. In theory, I was anxious, even eager to trade mortality for immortality. After all, it was the key to staying with Edward forever. And then there was the fact that I was being hunted by known and unknown parties. I'd rather not sit around, helpless and delicious, waiting for one of them to catch up with me. In theory, that all made sense. In practice, being human was all I knew. The future beyond that was a big dark abyss that I couldn't know until I leaped into it. This simple knowledge, today's date, which was so obvious that I must have been subconsciously repressing it, made the deadline I'd been impatiently counting down toward feel like a date with the firing squad. In a vague way, I was aware of Edward holding the car door for me, of Alice chattering from the back seat, of the rain hammering against the windshield. Edward seemed to realize I was only there in body. He didn't try to pull me out of my abstraction. Or maybe he did, and I was past noticing. We ended up at my house, where Edward led me to the sofa and pulled me down next to him. I stared out the window, into the liquid gray haze, and tried to find where my resolve had gone. Why was I panicking now? I'd known the deadline was coming. Why should it frighten me that it was here? I don't know how long he let me stare out the window in silence, but the rain was disappearing into the darkness when it was finally too much for him. He put his cold hands on either side of my face and fixed his golden eyes on mine. Would you please tell me what you are thinking before I go mad? What could I say to him? That I was a coward? I searched for words. Your lips are white. Talk, Bella. I exhaled in a big gust. How long had I been holding my breath? The date took me off guard, I whispered. That's all. He waited, his face full of worry and skepticism. I tried to explain. I'm not sure what to do, what to tell Charlie, what to say, how to. My voice trailed off. This isn't about the party? I frowned. No, but thanks for reminding me. The rain was louder as he read my face. You're not ready, he whispered. I am. I lied immediately, a reflex reaction. I could tell he saw through it, so I took a deep breath and told the truth. I have to be. You don't have to be anything. I could feel the panic surfacing in my eyes as I mouthed the reasons. Victoria, Jane, Caius, whoever was in my room, all the more reason to wait. That doesn't make any sense, Edward. He pressed his hands more tightly to my face and spoke with slow deliberation. Bella, not one of us had a choice. You've seen what it's done, to Rosalie especially. We've all struggled, trying to reconcile ourselves with something we had no control over. I won't let it be that way for you. You will have a choice. I've already made my choice. You aren't going through with this because a sword is hanging over your head. We will take care of the problems, and I will take care of you, he vowed. When we're through it, and there is nothing forcing your hand, then you can decide to join me if you still want to. But not because you're afraid. You won't be forced into this. Carlyle promised, I mumbled, contrary out of habit. After graduation. Not until you're ready, he said in a sure voice. And definitely not while you feel threatened. I didn't answer. I didn't have it in me to argue. I couldn't seem to find my commitment at the moment. There, he kissed my forehead. Nothing to worry about. I laughed a shaky laugh. Nothing but impending doom. Trust me. I do. He was still watching my face, waiting for me to relax. Can I ask you something? I said. Anything. I hesitated, biting my lip, and then asked a different question than the one I was worried about. What am I getting Alice for graduation? He snickered. It looked like you were getting us both concert tickets. That's right. I was so relieved I almost smiled. The concert in Tacoma. I saw an ad in the paper last week and I thought it would be something you'd like, since you said it was a good CD. It's a great idea. Thank you. I hope it's not sold out. It's the thought that counts. I ought to know. I sighed. There's something else you meant to ask, he said. I frowned. You're good. I have lots of practice reading your face. Ask me. I closed my eyes and leaned into him, hiding my face against his chest. You don't want me to be a vampire. No, I don't, he said softly, and then he waited for more. That's not a question, he prompted after a moment. Well, I was worrying about why you feel that way. Worrying? He picked out the word with surprise. Would you tell me why? The whole truth, not sparing my feelings? He hesitated for a minute. If I answer your question, will you then explain your question? I nodded, my face still hidden. He took a deep breath before he answered. You could do so much better, Bella. I know that you believe I have a soul, but I'm not entirely convinced on that point. And to risk yours, he shook his head slowly, for me to allow this, to let you become what I am just so I'll never have to lose you, is the most selfish act I can imagine. I want it more than anything for myself. But for you, I want so much more. Giving in, it feels criminal. It's the most selfish thing I'll ever do, even if I live forever. If there were any way for me to become human for you, no matter what the price was, I would pay it. I sat very still, absorbing this. Edward thought he was being selfish. I felt the smile slowly spread across my face. So, it's not that you're afraid you won't like me as much when I'm different? When I'm not soft and warm and I don't smell the same? You really want to keep me, no matter how I turn out? He exhaled sharply. You were worried I wouldn't like you? He demanded. Then, before I could answer, he was laughing. Bella, for a fairly intuitive person, you can be so obtuse. I knew he would think it was silly, but I was relieved. If he really wanted me, I could get through the rest. Somehow, selfish suddenly seemed like a beautiful word. I don't think you realize how much easier it will be for me, Bella, he said, the echo of his humor still there in his voice. When I don't have to concentrate all the time on not killing you. Certainly there are things I'll miss. This, for one. He stared into my eyes as he stroked my cheek, and I felt the blood rush up to color my skin. He laughed gently. And the sound of your heart, he continued, more serious but still smiling a little. It's the most significant sound in my world. I'm so attuned to it now, I swear I could pick it out from miles away. But neither of these things matter. This, he said, taking my face in his hands. You, that's what I'm keeping. You'll always be my Bella. You'll just be a little more durable. I sighed and let my eyes close in contentment, resting there in his hands. Now will you answer a question for me? The whole truth, not sparing my feelings? He asked. Of course, I answered at once, my eyes opening wide with surprise. What would he want to know? He spoke the words slowly. You don't want to be my wife. My heart stopped and then broke into a sprint. A cold sweat dewed on the back of my neck and my hands turned to ice. He waited, watching and listening to my reaction. "That's not a question," I finally whispered. He looked down, his lashes casting long shadows across his cheekbones, and dropped his hands from my face to pick up my frozen left hand. He played with my fingers while he spoke. "I was worrying about why you felt that way." I tried to swallow. "That's not a question either," I whispered. "Please, Bella." "The truth?" I asked, only mouthing the words. "Of course. I can take it, whatever it is." I took a deep breath. "You're going to laugh at me." His eyes flashed up to mine, shocked. "Laugh? I cannot imagine that." "You'll see," I muttered, and then I sighed. My face went from white to scarlet in a sudden blaze of chagrin. "Okay, fine. I'm sure this will sound like some big joke to you, but really, it's just so embarrassing," I confessed, and I hid my face against his chest again. There was a brief pause. "I'm not following you." I tilted my head back and glared at him, embarrassment making me lash out, belligerent. "I'm not that girl, Edward. The one who gets married right out of high school like some small town hick who got knocked up by her boyfriend. Do you know what people will think? Do you realize what century this is? People don't just get married at 18. Not smart people, not responsible, mature people. I wasn't going to be that girl. That's not who I am." I trailed off, losing steam. Edward's face was impossible to read as he thought through my answer. "That's all?" he finally asked. I blinked. "Isn't that enough?" "It's not that you were more eager for immortality itself than for just me?" And then, though I'd predicted that he would laugh, I was suddenly the one having hysterics. "Edward!" I gasped out between paroxysms of giggles. "In here, I always thought that you were so much smarter than me." He took me in his arms, and I could feel that he was laughing with me. "Edward," I said, managing to speak more clearly with a little effort, "there's no point to forever without you. I wouldn't want one day without you." "Well, that's a relief," he said. "Still, it doesn't change anything." "It's nice to understand, though. And I do understand your perspective, Bella. Truly, I do. But I'd like it very much if you'd try to consider mine." I'd sobered up by then, so I nodded and struggled to keep the frown off of my face. His liquid gold eyes turned hypnotic as they held mine. "You see, Bella, I was always that boy. In my world, I was already a man. I wasn't looking for love, no. I was far too eager to be a soldier for that. I thought of nothing but the idealized glory of the war that they were selling prospective draftees then. But if I had found—" He paused, cocking his head to the side. "I was going to say if I had found someone, but that won't do. If I had found you, there isn't a doubt in my mind how I would have proceeded. I was that boy who would have, as soon as I discovered that you were what I was looking for, gotten down on one knee and endeavored to secure your hand. I would have wanted you for eternity, even when the word didn't have quite the same connotations." He smiled his crooked smile at me. I stared at him with my eyes frozen wide. "Breathe, Bella," he reminded me, smiling. I breathed. "Can you see my side, Bella? Even a little bit?" And for 1 second I could. I saw myself in a long skirt and a high-necked lace blouse, with my hair piled up on my head. I saw Edward looking dashing in a light suit, with a bouquet of wildflowers in his hand, sitting beside me on a porch swing. I shook my head and swallowed. I was just having Anne of Green Gables flashbacks. The thing is, Edward, I said in a shaky voice, avoiding the question, in my mind, marriage and eternity are not mutually exclusive or mutually inclusive concepts. And since we're living in my world for the moment, maybe we should go with the times, if you know what I mean. But on the other hand, he countered, you will soon be leaving time behind you altogether. So why should the transitory customs of one local culture affect the decision so much? I pursed my lips. When in Rome, he laughed at me. You don't have to say yes or no today, Bella. It's good to understand both sides, though, don't you think? So your condition is still in effect. I do see your point, Bella, but if you want me to change you myself. Dum dum da dum, I hummed under my breath. I was going for the wedding march, but it sort of sounded like a dirge. Time continued to move too fast. That night flew by dreamlessly, and then it was morning and graduation was staring me in the face. I had a pile of studying to do for my finals that I knew I wouldn't get halfway through in the few days I had left. When I came down for breakfast, Charlie was already gone. He'd left the paper on the table, and that reminded me that I had some shopping to do. I hoped the ad for the concert was still running. I needed the phone number to get the stupid tickets. It didn't seem like much of a gift now that all the surprise was gone. Of course, trying to surprise Alice wasn't the brightest plan to begin with. I meant to flip right back to the entertainment section, but the thick black headline caught my attention. I felt a thrill of fear as I leaned closer to read the front page story. Seattle terrorized by slayings. It's been less than a decade since the city of Seattle was the hunting ground for the most prolific serial killer in U.S. history. Gary Ridgway, the Green River Killer, was convicted of the murders of 48 women. And now a beleaguered Seattle must face the possibility that it could be harboring an even more horrifying monster at this very moment. The police are not yet calling the recent rash of homicides and disappearances the work of a serial killer. Not yet, at least. They are reluctant to believe so much carnage could be the work of one individual. This killer, if in fact it is one person, would then be responsible for 39 linked homicides and disappearances within the last 3 months alone. In comparison, Ridgway's 48-count murder spree was scattered over a 21-year period. If these deaths can be linked to one man, then this is the most violent rampage of serial murder in American history. The police are leaning instead toward the theory that gang activity is involved. This theory is supported by the sheer number of victims, and by the fact that there seems to be no pattern in the choice of victims. From Jack the Ripper to Ted Bundy, the targets of serial killings are usually connected by similarities in age, gender, race, or a combination of the three. The victims of this crime wave range in age from 15-year-old honor student Amanda Reed to 67-year-old retired postman Omar Jenks. The linked deaths include a nearly even 18 women and 21 men. The victims are racially diverse: Caucasians, African Americans, Hispanics, and Asians. The selection appears random. The motive seems to be killing for no other reason than to kill. So why even consider the idea of a serial killer? There are enough similarities in the modus operandi to rule out unrelated crimes. Every victim discovered has been burned to the extent that dental records were necessary for identification. The use of some kind of accelerant, like gasoline or alcohol, seems to be indicated in the conflagrations. However, no traces of any accelerant have yet been found. All of the bodies have been carelessly dumped with no attempt at concealment. More gruesome yet, most of the remains show evidence of brutal violence, bones crushed and snapped by some kind of tremendous pressure, which medical examiners believe occurred before the time of death, though these conclusions are difficult to be sure of, considering the state of the evidence. Another similarity points to the possibility of a serial. Every crime is perfectly clean of evidence, aside from the remains themselves. Not a fingerprint, not a tire tread mark, nor a foreign hair is left behind. There have been no sightings of any suspect in the disappearances. Then there are the disappearances themselves, hardly low profile by any means. None of the victims are what could be viewed as easy targets. None are runaways or the homeless, who vanish so easily and are seldom reported missing. Victims have vanished from their homes, from a fourth-story apartment, from a health club, from a wedding reception. Perhaps the most astounding, 30-year-old amateur boxer Robert Walsh entered a movie theater with a date. A few minutes into the movie, the woman realized that he was not in his seat. His body was found only 3 hours later when firefighters were called to the scene of a burning trash dumpster 20 miles away. Another pattern is present in the slayings. All of the victims disappeared at night. And the most alarming pattern? Acceleration. 6 of the homicides were committed in the first month, 11 in the second. 22 have occurred in the last 10 days alone. And the police are no closer to finding the responsible party than they were after the first charred body was discovered. The evidence is conflicting, the pieces horrifying. A vicious new gang or a wildly active serial killer, or something else the police haven't yet conceived of. Only one conclusion is indisputable. Something hideous is stalking Seattle. It took me 3 tries to read the last sentence, and I realized the problem was my shaking hands. Bella? Focused as I was, Edward's voice, though quiet and not totally unexpected, made me gasp and whirl. He was leaning in the doorway, his eyebrows pulled together. Then he was suddenly at my side, taking my hand. Did I startle you? I'm sorry. I did knock. No, no, I said quickly. Have you seen this? I pointed to the paper. A frown creased his forehead. I hadn't seen today's news yet, but I knew it was getting worse. We're going to have to do something. Quickly. I didn't like that. I hated any of them taking chances, and whatever or whoever was in Seattle was truly beginning to frighten me. But the idea of the Volturi coming was just as scary. What does Alice say? That's the problem. His frown hardened. She can't see anything, though we've made up our minds half a dozen times to check it out. She's starting to lose confidence. She feels like she's missing too much these days, that something's wrong, that maybe her vision is slipping away. My eyes were wide. Can that happen? Who knows? No one's ever done a study, but I really doubt it. These things tend to intensify over time. Look at Aro and Jane. Then what's wrong? Self-fulfilling prophecy, I think. We keep waiting for Alice to see something so we can go, and she doesn't see anything because we won't really go until she does. So she can't see us there. Maybe we'll have to do it blind. I shuddered. No. Did you have a strong desire to attend class today? We're only a couple days from finals. They won't be giving us anything new.
I think I can live without school for a day. What are we doing?
I want to talk to Jasper.
Jasper again. It was strange. In the Cullen family, Jasper was always a little on the fringe, part of things, but never at the center of them. It was my unspoken assumption that he was only there for Alice. I had the sense that he would follow Alice anywhere, but that this lifestyle was not his first choice. The fact that he was less committed to it than the others was probably why he had more difficulty keeping up. At any rate, I'd never seen Edward feel dependent on Jasper. I wondered again what he'd meant about Jasper's expertise. I really didn't know much about Jasper's history, just that he had come from somewhere in the South before Alice found him. For some reason, Edward had always shied away from my questions about his newest brother, and I'd always been too intimidated by the tall, blonde vampire who looked like a brooding movie star to ask him outright. When we got to the house, we found Carlyle, Esme, and Jasper watching the news intently, though the sound was so low that it was unintelligible to me. Alice was perched on the bottom step of the grand staircase, her face in her hands and her expression discouraged. As we walked in, Emmett ambled through the kitchen door, seeming perfectly at ease. Nothing ever bothered Emmett.
Hey, Edward.
Ditching Bella? He grinned at me.
We both are,
Edward reminded him. Emmett laughed.
Yes, but it's her first time through high school. She might miss something.
Edward rolled his eyes, but otherwise ignored his favorite brother. He tossed the paper to Carlyle.
Did you see that they're considering a serial killer now?
He asked. Carlyle sighed.
They've had two specialists debating that possibility on CNN all morning. We can't let this go on.
Let's go now, Emmett said with sudden enthusiasm.
I'm dead bored.
A hiss echoed down the stairway from upstairs.
She's such a pessimist,
Emmett muttered to himself. Edward agreed with Emmett.
We'll have to go sometime.
Rosalie appeared at the top of the stairs and descended slowly. Her face was smooth, expressionless. Carlyle was shaking his head.
I'm concerned. We've never involved ourselves in this kind of a thing before. It's not our business. We aren't the Volturi. I don't want the Volturi to have to come here, Edward said. It gives us so much less reaction time.
And all those innocent humans in Seattle? Esme murmured. It's not right to let them die this way.
I know,
Carlyle sighed.
Oh,
Edward said sharply, turning his head slightly to look at Jasper.
I didn't think of that. I see. You're right, that has to be it. Well, that changes everything.
I wasn't the only one who stared at him in confusion, but I might have been the only one who didn't look slightly annoyed.
I think you'd better explain to the others,
Edward said to Jasper.
What could be the purpose of this?
Edward started to pace, staring at the floor, lost in thought. I hadn't seen her get up, but Alice was there beside me. What is he rambling about? She asked Jasper. What are you thinking? Jasper didn't seem to enjoy the spotlight. He hesitated, reading every face in the circle, for everyone had moved in to hear what he would say. And then his eyes paused on my face.
You're confused,
he said to me, his deep voice very quiet. There was no question in his assumption. Jasper knew what I was feeling, what everyone was feeling.
We're all confused, Emmett grumbled. You can afford the time to be patient, Jasper told him. Bella should understand this too. She's one of us now.
His words took me by surprise.
as little as I'd had to do with Jasper, especially since my last birthday when he'd tried to kill me. I hadn't realized that he thought of me that way.
How much do you know about me, Bella?
Jasper asked. Emmett sighed theatrically and plopped down on the couch to wait with exaggerated impatience. Not much, I admitted. Jasper stared at Edward, who looked up to meet his gaze.
No,
Edward answered his thought.
I'm sure you can understand why I haven't told her that story. But I suppose she needs to hear it now.
Jasper nodded thoughtfully, and then started to roll up the arm of his ivory sweater. I watched, curious and confused, trying to figure out what he was doing. He held his wrist under the edge of the lampshade beside him, close to the light of the naked bulb, and traced his finger across a raised crescent mark on the pale skin. It took me a minute to understand why the shape looked strangely familiar. Oh, I breathed as realization hit. Jasper, you have a scar exactly like mine. I held out my hand, the silvery crescent more prominent against my cream skin than against his alabaster. Jasper smiled faintly.
I have a lot of scars like yours, Bella.
Jasper's face was unreadable as he pushed the sleeve of his thin sweater higher up his arm. At first, my eyes could not make sense of the texture that was layered thickly across his skin. Curved half moons crisscrossed in a feathery pattern that was only visible, white on white as it was, because the bright glow of the lamp beside him threw the slightly raised design into relief, with shallow shadows outlining the shapes. And then I grasped that the pattern was made of individual crescents like the one on his wrist, the one on my hand. I looked back at my own small solitary scar and remembered how I'd received it. I stared at the shape of James's teeth, embossed forever on my skin. And then I gasped, staring up at him. Jasper, what happened to you? Chapter 13. Newborn.
The same thing that happened to your hand,
Jasper answered in a quiet voice.
Repeated 1,000 times.
He laughed a little ruefully and brushed at his arm.
Our venom is the only thing that leaves a scar.
Why? I breathed in horror, feeling rude but unable to stop staring at his subtly ravaged skin.
I didn't have quite the same upbringing as my adopted siblings here. My beginning was something else entirely.
His voice turned hard as he finished. I gaped at him, appalled.
Before I tell you my story,
Jasper said,
you must understand that there are places in our world, Bella, where the lifespan of the never-aging is measured in weeks and not centuries.
The others had heard this before. Carlyle and Emmett turned their attention to the TV again. Alice moved silently to sit at Esme's feet. But Edward was just as absorbed as I was. I could feel his eyes on my face, reading every flicker of emotion.
To really understand why, you have to look at the world from a different perspective. You have to imagine the way it looks to the powerful, the greedy, the perpetually thirsty. You see, there are places in this world that are more desirable to us than others. Places where we can be less restrained and still avoid detection. Picture, for instance, a map of the Western Hemisphere. Picture on it every human life as a small red dot. The thicker the red, the more easily those who exist this way, can feed without attracting notice.
I shuddered at the image in my head, at the word feed. But Jasper wasn't worried about frightening me, not overprotective like Edward always was. He went on without a pause. Not that the covens in the south care much for what the humans notice or not. It's the Volturi that keep them in check. They are the only ones the southern covens fear. If not for the Volturi, the rest of us would be quickly exposed. I frowned at the way he pronounced the name, with respect, almost gratitude. The idea of the Volturi as the good guys in any sense was hard to accept. The North is, by comparison, very civilized. Mostly we are nomads here who enjoy the day as well as the night, who allow humans to interact with us unsuspectingly. Anonymity is important to us all. It's a different world in the South. The immortals there come out only at night. They spend the day plotting their next move or anticipating their enemies. Because it has been war in the South, constant war for centuries, with never one moment of truce. The covens there barely note the existence of humans, except as soldiers notice a herd of cows by the wayside, food for the taking. They hide only from the notice of the herd because of the Volturi. But what are they fighting for? I asked. Jasper smiled. Remember the map with the red dots? He waited, so I nodded. They fight for control of the thickest red. You see, it occurred to someone once that if he were the only vampire in, let's say, Mexico City, well, then he could feed every night. Twice, 3 times, and no one would ever notice. He plotted ways to get rid of the competition. Others had the same idea. Some came up with more effective tactics than others. But the most effective tactic was invented by a fairly young vampire named Benito. The first anyone ever heard of him, he came down from somewhere north of Dallas and massacred the 2 small covens that shared the area near Houston. 2 nights later, he took on the much stronger clan of allies that claimed Monterey in northern Mexico. Again, he won. How did he win? I asked with wary curiosity. Benito had created an army of newborn vampires. He was the first one to think of it, and in the beginning he was unstoppable. Very young vampires are volatile, wild, almost impossible to control. One newborn can be reasoned with, taught to restrain himself, but 10, 15 together are a nightmare. They'll turn on each other as easily as on the enemy you point them at. Benito had to keep making more as they fought amongst themselves, and as the covens he decimated took more than half his force down before they lost. You see, though newborns are dangerous, they are still possible to defeat if you know what you're doing. They're incredibly powerful physically for the first year or so, and if they're allowed to bring strength to bear, they can crush an older vampire with ease. But they are slaves to their instincts, and thus predictable. Usually they have no skill in fighting, only muscle and ferocity. And in this case, overwhelming numbers. The vampires in southern Mexico realized what was coming for them, and they did the only thing they could think of to counteract Benito. They made armies of their own. All hell broke loose, and I mean that more literally than you can possibly imagine. We immortals have our histories too, and this particular war will never be forgotten. Of course, it was not a good time to be a human in Mexico, either. I shuddered.
When the body count reached epidemic proportions, in fact, your histories blame a disease for the population slump, the Volturi finally stepped in. The entire guard came together and sought out every newborn in the bottom half of North America. Benito was entrenched in Puebla, building his army as quickly as he could in order to take on the prize, Mexico City. The Volturi started with him and then moved on to the rest. Anyone who was found with the newborns was executed immediately, and since everyone was trying to protect themselves from Benito, Mexico was emptied of vampires for a time. The Volturi were cleaning house for almost a year. This was another chapter of our history that will always be remembered, though there were very few witnesses left to speak of what it was like. I spoke with someone who once had, from a distance, watched what happened when they visited Culiacan.
Jasper shuddered. I realized that I had never seen him either afraid or horrified. This was a first.
It was enough that the fever for conquest did not spread from the south. The rest of the world stayed sane. We owe the Volturi for our present way of life. But when the Volturi went back to Italy, the survivors were quick to take their claims in the south. It didn't take long before covens began to dispute again. There was a lot of bad blood, if you'll forgive the expression. Vendettas abounded. The idea of newborns was already there, and some were not able to resist. However, the Volturi had not been forgotten, and the southern covens were more careful this time. The newborns were selected from the human pool with more care and given more training. They were used circumspectly, and the humans remained, for the most part, oblivious. Their creators gave the Volturi no reason to return. The wars resumed, but on a smaller scale. Every now and then someone would go too far, speculation would begin in the human newspapers, and the Volturi would return and clean out the city. But they let others, the careful ones, continue.
Jasper was staring off into space. That's how you were changed. My realization was a whisper.
Yes, he agreed. When I was human, I lived in Houston, Texas. I was almost 17 years old when I joined the Confederate Army in 1861. I lied to the recruiters and told them I was 20. I was tall enough to get away with it. My military career was short-lived, but very promising. People always liked me, listened to what I had to say. My father said it was charisma. Of course, now I know it was probably something more. But whatever the reason, I was promoted quickly through the ranks, over older, more experienced men. The Confederate Army was new and scrambling to organize itself, so that provided opportunities as well. By the first Battle of Galveston, well, it was more skirmish, really. I was the youngest major in Texas, not even acknowledging my real age. I was placed in charge of evacuating the women and children from the city when the Union's mortar boats reached the harbor. It took a day to prepare them, and then I left with the first column of civilians to convey them to Houston. I remember that one night very clearly. We reached the city after dark. I stayed only long enough to make sure the entire party was safely situated. As soon as that was done, I got myself a fresh horse, and I headed back to Galveston. There wasn't time to rest. Just a mile outside the city, I found 3 women on foot. I assumed they were stragglers and dismounted at once to offer them my aid. But when I could see their faces in the dim light of the moon, I was stunned into silence. They were, without question, the 3 most beautiful women I had ever seen. They had such pale skin, I remember marveling at it. Even the little black-haired girl whose features were clearly Mexican was porcelain in the moonlight. They seemed young, all of them, still young enough to be called girls. I knew they were not lost members of our party. I would have remembered seeing these three.
He's speechless.
The tallest girl said in a lovely, delicate voice. It was like wind chimes. She had fair hair and her skin was snow white. The other was blonder still, her skin just as chalky. Her face was like an angel's. She leaned toward me with half-closed eyes and inhaled deeply.
She
sighed.
Lovely.
The small one, the tiny brunette, put her hand on the girl's arm and spoke quickly. Her voice was too soft and musical to be sharp, but that seemed to be the way she intended it.
Concentrate, Nettie, she said.
I'd always had a good sense of how people related to each other, and it was immediately clear that the brunette was somehow in charge of the others. If they'd been military, I would have said that she outranked them.
He looks right. Young, strong, an officer?
The brunette paused, and I tried unsuccessfully to speak.
And there's something more. Do you sense it?
She asked the other two.
He's compelling.
Oh, yes, Nettie agreed quickly, leaning toward me again.
Patience,
the brunette cautioned her.
I want to keep this one.
Nettie frowned. She seemed annoyed.
You'd better do it, Maria.
The taller blonde spoke again.
If he's important to you, I kill them twice as often as I keep them.
Yes, I'll do it, Maria agreed.
I really do like this one. Take Nettie away, will you? I don't want to have to protect my back while I'm trying to focus.
My hair was standing up on the back of my neck, though I didn't understand the meaning of anything the beautiful creatures were saying. My instincts told me that there was danger, that the angel had meant it when she spoke of killing, but my judgment overruled my instincts. I had not been taught to fear women, but to protect them.
Let's hunt,
Nettie agreed enthusiastically, reaching for the tall girl's hand. They wheeled, they were so graceful, and sprinted toward the city. They seemed to almost take flight, they were so fast. Their white dresses blew out behind them like wings. I blinked in amazement, and they were gone. I turned to stare at Maria, who was watching me curiously. I had never been superstitious in my life. Until that second, I had never believed in ghosts or any other such nonsense. Suddenly I was unsure.
What is your name, soldier?
Maria asked me. Major Jasper Whitlock, ma'am, I stammered, unable to be impolite to a female, even if she was a ghost.
I truly hope you survive, Jasper,
she said in her gentle voice.
I have a good feeling about you.
She took a step closer and inclined her head as if she were going to kiss me. I stood frozen in place, though my instincts were screaming at me to run. Jasper paused, his face thoughtful. A few days later, he finally said, and I wasn't sure if he had edited his story for my sake, or because he was responding to the tension that even I could feel exuding from Edward. I was introduced to my new life. Their names were Maria, Nettie, and Lucy. They hadn't been together long. Maria had rounded up the other two. All three were survivors of recently lost battles. Theirs was a partnership of convenience. Maria wanted revenge, and she wanted her territories back. The others were eager to increase their herd lands, I suppose you could say. They were putting together an army, and going about it more carefully than was usual.
It was Maria's idea. She wanted a superior army, so she sought out specific humans who had potential. Then she gave us much more attention, more training than anyone else had bothered with. She taught us to fight, and she taught us to be invisible to the humans. When we did well, we were rewarded. He paused, editing again. She was in a hurry, though. Maria knew that the massive strength of the newborn began to wane around the 1 year mark, and she wanted to act while we were strong. There were 6 of us when I joined Maria's band. She added 4 more within a fortnight. We were all male. Maria wanted soldiers, and that made it slightly more difficult to keep from fighting amongst ourselves. I fought my first battles against my new comrades in arms. I was quicker than the others, better at combat. Maria was pleased with me, though put out that she had to keep replacing the ones I had destroyed. I was rewarded often, and that made me stronger. Maria was a good judge of character. She decided to put me in charge of the others, as if I were being promoted. It suited my nature exactly. The casualties went down dramatically, and our numbers swelled to hover around 20. This was considerable for the cautious times we lived in. My ability, as yet undefined, to control the emotional atmosphere around me was vitally effective. We soon began to work together in a way that newborn vampires had never cooperated before. Even Maria, Nettie, and Lucy were able to work together more easily. Maria grew quite fond of me. She began to depend on me, and in some ways I worshipped the ground she walked on. I had no idea that any other life was possible. Maria told us this was the way things were, and we believed. She asked me to tell her when my brothers and I were ready to fight, and I was eager to prove myself. I pulled together an army of 23 in the end. 23 unbelievably strong new vampires, organized and skilled as no others before. Maria was ecstatic. We crept down toward Monterey, her former home, and she unleashed us on her enemies. They had only 9 newborns at the time, and a pair of older vampires controlling them. We took them down more easily than Maria could believe, losing only 4 in the process. It was an unheard of margin of victory. And we were well trained. We did it without attracting notice. The city changed hands without any human being aware. Success made Maria greedy. It wasn't long before she began to eye other cities. That first year, she extended her control to cover most of Texas and northern Mexico. Then the others came from the south to dislodge her. He brushed 2 fingers along the faint pattern of scars on his arm. The fighting was intense. Many began to worry that the Volturi would return. Of the original 23, I was the only one to survive the first 18 months. We both won and lost. Nettie and Lucy turned on Maria eventually, but that we won. Maria and I were able to hold on to Monterey. It quieted a little, though the wars continued. The idea of conquest was dying out. It was mostly vengeance and feuding now. So many had lost their partners, and that is something our kind does not forgive. Maria and I always kept a dozen or so newborns ready. They meant little to us. They were pawns. They were disposable. When they outgrew their usefulness, we did dispose of them. My life continued in the same violent pattern, and the years passed. I was sick of it all for a very long time before anything changed. Decades later, I developed a friendship with a newborn who'd remained useful and survived his first 3 years against the odds. His name was Peter. I liked Peter. He was
Civilized, I suppose that's the right word. He didn't enjoy the fight, though he was good at it. He was assigned to deal with the newborns, babysit them, you could say. It was a full-time job. And then it was time to purge again. The newborns were outgrowing their strength. They were due to be replaced. Peter was supposed to help me dispose of them. We took them aside individually, you see. One by one. It was always a very long night. This time he tried to convince me that a few had potential, but Maria had instructed we get rid of them all. I told him no. We were about halfway through, and I could feel that it was taking a great toll on Peter. I was trying to decide whether or not I should send him away and finish up myself, as I called out the next victim. To my surprise, he was suddenly angry, furious. I braced myself for whatever his mood might foreshadow. He was a good fighter, but he was never a match for me. The newborn I'd summoned was a female, just past her year mark. Her name was Charlotte. His feelings changed when she came into view. They gave him away. He yelled for her to run, and he bolted after her. I could have pursued them, but I didn't. I felt averse to destroying him. Maria was irritated with me for that. 5 years later, Peter snuck back for me. He picked a good day to arrive. Maria was mystified by my ever-deteriorating frame of mind. She'd never felt a moment's depression, and I wondered why I was different. I began to notice a change in her emotions when she was near me. Sometimes there was fear and malice, the same feelings that had given me advance warning when Nettie and Lucy struck. I was preparing myself to destroy my only ally, the core of my existence, when Peter returned. Peter told me about his new life with Charlotte, told me about options I'd never dreamed I had. In 5 years they'd never had a fight, though they'd met many others in the north, others who could coexist without the constant mayhem. In one conversation, he had me convinced. I was ready to go, and somewhat relieved I wouldn't have to kill Maria. I'd been her companion for as many years as Carlyle and Edward had been together, yet the bond between us was nowhere near as strong. When you live for the fight, for the blood, the relationships you form are tenuous and easily broken. I walked away without a backward glance. I traveled with Peter and Charlotte for a few years, getting the feel of this new, more peaceful world. But the depression didn't fade. I didn't understand what was wrong with me, until Peter noticed that it was always worse after I'd hunted. I contemplated that. In so many years of slaughter and carnage, I'd lost nearly all my humanity. I was undeniably a nightmare, a monster of the grisliest kind. Yet each time I found another human victim, I would feel a faint prick of remembrance for that other life. Watching their eyes widen in wonder at my beauty, I could see Maria and the others in my head, what they had looked like to me that last night that I was Jasper Whitlock. It was stronger for me, this borrowed memory, than it was for anyone else, because I could feel everything my prey was feeling, and I lived their emotions as I killed them. You've experienced the way I can manipulate the emotions around myself, Bella, but I wonder if you realize how the feelings in a room affect me. I live every day in a climate of emotion. For the first century of my life, I lived in a world of bloodthirsty vengeance. Hate was my constant companion. It eased some when I left Maria, but I still had to feel the horror and the fear of my prey. It began to be too much. The depression got worse, and I wandered away from Peter and Charlotte. Civilized as they were, they didn't feel the same aversion I was beginning to feel. They only wanted peace from the fight. I was so wearied by killing anyone, even mere humans. Yet I had to keep killing. What choice did I have? I tried to kill less often, but I would get too thirsty and I would give in. After a century of instant gratification, I found self-discipline challenging. I still haven't perfected that.
Jasper was lost in the story, as was I. It surprised me when his desolate expression smoothed into a peaceful smile.
I was in Philadelphia. There was a storm, and I was out during the day, something I was not completely comfortable with yet. I knew standing in the rain would attract attention, so I ducked into a little half-empty diner. My eyes were dark enough that no one would notice them, though that meant I was thirsty, and it worried me a little. She was there, expecting me, naturally.
He chuckled once.
She hopped down from the high stool at the counter as soon as I walked in and came directly toward me. It shocked me. I was not sure if she meant to attack. That's the only interpretation of her behavior my past had to offer. But she was smiling, and the emotions that were emanating from her were like nothing I'd ever felt before.
"You've kept me waiting a long time," she said. I didn't realize Alice had come to stand behind me again. "And you ducked your head like a good Southern gentleman and said, 'I'm sorry, ma'am.'" Alice laughed at the memory.
Jasper smiled down at her. You held out your hand, and I took it without stopping to make sense of what I was doing. For the first time in almost a century, I felt hope.
Jasper took Alice's hand as he spoke. Alice grinned. "I was just relieved. I thought you were never going to show up." They smiled at each other for a long moment, and then Jasper looked back to me, the soft expression lingering.
Alice told me of what she'd seen of Carlyle and his family. I could hardly believe such an existence was possible. But Alice made me optimistic, so we went to find them. Scared the hell out of them, too, Edward said, rolling his eyes at Jasper before turning to me to explain. Emmett and I were away hunting. Jasper shows up, covered in battle scars, doing this little freak. He nudged Alice playfully, who greets them all by name, knows everything about them, and wants to know which room she can move into.
Alice and Jasper laughed in harmony, soprano and bass.
When I got home, all my things were in the garage, Edward continued.
Alice shrugged. "Your room had the best view." They all laughed together now. "That's a nice story," I said. 3 pairs of eyes questioned my sanity. "I mean the last part," I defended myself. "The happy ending with Alice."
"Alice has made all the difference," Jasper agreed. "This is a climate I enjoy."
But the momentary pause and the stress couldn't last. "An army," Alice whispered. "Why didn't you tell me?" The others were intent again, their eyes locked on Jasper's face.
I thought I must be interpreting the signs incorrectly, because where is the motive? Why would someone create an army in Seattle? There is no history there, no vendetta. It makes no sense from a conquest standpoint either. No one claims it. Nomads pass through, but there's no one to fight for it, no one to defend it from. But I've seen this before, and there's no other explanation. There is an army of newborn vampires in Seattle. Fewer than 20, I'd guess. The difficult part is that they are totally untrained. Whoever made them just set them loose. It will only get worse, and it won't be much longer till the Volturi step in. Actually, I'm surprised they've let it go on for so long. What can we do? Carlyle asked. If we want to avoid the Volturi's involvement, we will have to destroy the newborns, and we will have to do it very soon. Jasper's face was hard. Knowing his story now, I could guess how this evaluation must disturb him. I can teach you how. It won't be easy in the city. The young ones aren't concerned about secrecy, but we will have to be. It will limit us in ways that they are not. Maybe we can lure them out. Maybe we won't have to. Edward's voice was bleak. Does it occur to anyone else that the only possible threat in the area that would call for the creation of an army is us? Jasper's eyes narrowed. Carlyle's widened, shocked. Tanya's family is also near, Esme said slowly, unwilling to accept Edward's words. The newborns aren't ravaging Anchorage, Esme. I think we have to consider the idea that we are the targets. They're not coming for us, Alice insisted, and then paused. Or they don't know that they are. Not yet. What is that? Edward asked, curious and tense. What are you remembering? Flickers, Alice said. I can't see a clear picture when I try to see what's going on, nothing concrete. But I've been getting these strange flashes. Not enough to make sense of. It's as if someone's changing their mind, moving from one course of action to another so quickly that I can't get a good view. Indecision? Jasper asked in disbelief. I don't know. Not indecision, Edward growled. Knowledge. Someone who knows you can't see anything until the decision is made. Someone who is hiding from us, playing with the holes in your vision. Who would know that? Alice whispered. Edward's eyes were as hard as ice. Aro knows you as well as you know yourself. But I would see if they'd decided to come, unless they didn't want to get their hands dirty. A favor, Rosalie suggested, speaking for the first time. Someone in the South, someone who already had trouble with the rules, someone who should have been destroyed is offered a second chance, if they take care of this one small problem. That would explain the Volturi's sluggish response. Why? Carlyle asked, still shocked. There's no reason for the Volturi. It was there. Edward disagreed quietly. I'm surprised it's come to this so soon, because the other thoughts were stronger. In Aro's head he saw me at his one side, and Alice at his other. The present and the future, virtual omniscience. The power of the idea intoxicated him. I would have thought it would take him much longer to give up on that plan. He wanted it too much. But there was also the thought of you, Carlyle, of our family growing stronger and larger, the jealousy and the fear, you having not more than he had, but still things he wanted. He tried not to think about it, but he couldn't hide it completely. The idea of rooting out the competition was there. Besides their own, ours is the largest coven they've ever found. I stared at his face in horror. He'd never told me this, but I guessed I knew why. I could see it in my head now. Aro's dream. Edward and Alice in black flowing robes, drifting along at Aro's side with their eyes cold and blood red. Carlyle interrupted my waking nightmare. They're too committed to their mission,
They would never break the rules themselves. It goes against everything they've worked for. They'll clean up afterward. A double betrayal, Edward said in a grim voice. No harm done. Jasper leaned forward, shaking his head. No, Carlyle is right. The Volturi do not break rules. Besides, it's too sloppy. This person, this threat, they have no idea what they're doing. A first-timer, I'd swear to it. I cannot believe the Volturi are involved. But they will be. They all stared at each other, frozen with stress. Then let's go, Emmett almost roared. What are we waiting for? Carlyle and Edward exchanged a long glance. Edward nodded once. We'll need you to teach us, Jasper, Carlyle finally said. How to destroy them. Carlyle's jaw was hard, but I could see the pain in his eyes as he said the words. No one hated violence more than Carlyle. There was something bothering me, and I couldn't put my finger on it. I was numb, horrified, deathly afraid. And yet, under that, I could feel that I was missing something important, something that would make sense out of the chaos, that would explain it. We're going to need help, Jasper said. Do you think Tanya's family would be willing? Another 5 mature vampires would make an enormous difference. And then Kate and Eleazar would be especially advantageous on our side. It would be almost easy with their aid. We'll ask, Carlyle answered. Jasper held out a cell phone. I'd never seen Carlyle's innate calm so shaken. He took the phone and paced toward the windows. He dialed a number, held the phone to his ear, and laid the other hand against the glass. He stared out into the foggy morning with a pained and ambivalent expression. Edward took my hand and pulled me to the white love seat. I sat beside him, staring at his face while he stared at Carlyle. Carlyle's voice was low and quick, difficult to hear. I heard him greet Tanya, and then he raced through the situation too fast for me to understand much. Though I could tell the Alaskan vampires were not ignorant of what was going on in Seattle. Then something changed in Carlyle's voice. Oh, he said, his voice sharper in surprise. We didn't realize that Irina felt that way. Edward groaned at my side and closed his eyes. Damn Laurent to the deepest pit of hell where he belongs. Laurent? I whispered, the blood emptying from my face. But Edward didn't respond, focused on Carlyle's thoughts. My short encounter with Laurent early this spring was not something that had faded or dimmed in my mind. I still remembered every word he'd said before Jacob and his pack had interrupted. I actually came here as a favor to her. Victoria. Laurent had been her first maneuver. She'd sent him to observe, to see how hard it might be to get to me. He hadn't survived the wolves to report back. Though he'd kept up his old ties with Victoria after James's death, he'd also formed new ties and new relationships. He'd gone to live with Tanya's family in Alaska. Tanya, the strawberry blonde. The closest friends the Cullens had in the vampire world. Practically extended family. Laurent had been with them for almost a year previous to his death. Carlyle was still talking, his voice not quite pleading. Persuasive, but with an edge. Then the edge abruptly won out over the persuasion. There's no question of that, Carlyle said in a stern voice. We have a truce. They haven't broken it, and neither will we.
I'm sorry to hear that. Of course. We'll just have to do our best alone. Carlyle shut the phone without waiting for an answer. He continued to stare out into the fog. What's the problem? Emmett murmured to Edward. Irina was more involved with our friend Laurent than we knew. She's holding a grudge against the wolves for destroying him to save Bella. She wants... He paused, looking down at me. Go on, I said as evenly as I could. His eyes tightened. She wants revenge, to take down the pack. They would trade their help for our permission. No! I gasped. Don't worry, he told me in a flat voice. Carlyle would never agree to it. He hesitated and then sighed. Nor would I. Laurent had it coming. This was almost a growl. And I still owe the wolves for that. This isn't good, Jasper said. It's too even a fight. We'd have the upper hand in skill, but not numbers. We'd win, but at what price? His tense eyes flashed to Alice's face and then away. I wanted to scream out loud as I grasped what Jasper meant. We would win, but we would lose. Some wouldn't survive. I looked around the room at their faces. Jasper, Alice, Emmett, Rose, Esme, Carlyle, Edward. The faces of my family. Chapter 14. Declaration. You can't be serious, I said Wednesday afternoon. You've completely lost your mind. Say whatever you like about me, Alice answered. The party is still on. I stared at her, my eyes so wide with disbelief it felt like they might fall out and land on my lunch tray. Oh, calm down, Bella. There's no reason not to go through with it. Besides, the invitations are already sent. But insane, I spluttered. You've already bought my present, she reminded me. You don't have to do anything but show up. I made an effort to calm myself. With everything that is going on right now, a party is hardly appropriate. Graduation is what's going on right now, and a party is so appropriate it's almost passé. Alice, she sighed and tried to be serious. There are a few things we need to get in order now, and that's going to take a little time. As long as we're sitting here waiting, we might as well commemorate the good stuff. You're only going to graduate from high school, for the first time, once. You don't get to be human again, Bella. This is a once-in-a-lifetime shot. Edward, silent through our little argument, flashed her a warning look. She stuck out her tongue at him. She was right. Her soft voice would never carry over the babble of the cafeteria, and no one would understand the meaning behind her words in any case. What few things do we need to get in order? I asked, refusing to be sidetracked. Edward answered in a low voice. Jasper thinks we could use some help. Tanya's family isn't the only choice we have. Carlyle's trying to track down a few old friends, and Jasper's looking up Peter and Charlotte. He is considering talking to Maria, but no one really wants to involve the Southerners. Alice shuddered delicately. It shouldn't be too hard to convince them to help, he continued. Nobody wants a visit from Italy. But these friends, they're not going to be vegetarians, right? I protested, using the Cullens' tongue-in-cheek nickname for themselves. No, Edward answered, suddenly expressionless. Here? In Forks? They're friends, Alice reassured me. Everything's going to be fine. Don't worry.
And then Jasper has to teach us a few courses on newborn elimination. Edward's eyes brightened at that, and a brief smile flashed across his face. My stomach suddenly felt like it was full of sharp little splinters of ice. When are you going? I asked in a hollow voice. I couldn't stand this. The idea that someone might not come back. What if it was Emmett? So brave and thoughtless that he was never the least bit cautious. Or Esme, so sweet and motherly that I couldn't even imagine her in a fight. Or Alice, so tiny, so fragile looking. Or, but I couldn't even think the name, consider the possibility. A week, Edward said casually. That ought to give us enough time. The icy splinters twisted uncomfortably in my stomach. I was suddenly nauseated. You look kind of green, Bella, Alice commented. Edward put his arm around me and pulled me tightly against his side. It's going to be fine, Bella. Trust me. Sure, I thought to myself. Trust him. He wasn't the one who was going to have to sit behind and wonder whether or not the core of his existence was going to come home. And then it occurred to me. Maybe I didn't need to sit behind. A week was more than enough time. You're looking for help, I said slowly. Yes. Alice's head cocked to the side as she processed the change in my tone. I looked only at her as I answered. My voice was just slightly louder than a whisper. I could help. Edward's body was suddenly rigid, his arm too tight around me. He exhaled and the sound was a hiss. But it was Alice, still calm, who answered. That wouldn't really be helpful. Why not? I argued. I could hear the desperation in my voice. 8 is better than 7. There's more than enough time. That's not enough time to make you helpful, Bella, she disagreed coolly. Do you remember how Jasper described the young ones? You'd be no good in a fight. You wouldn't be able to control your instincts, and that would make you an easy target. And then Edward would get hurt trying to protect you. She folded her arms across her chest, pleased with her unassailable logic. And I knew she was right when she put it like that. I slumped in my seat, my sudden hope defeated. Beside me, Edward relaxed. He whispered the reminder in my ear. Not because you're afraid. Oh, Alice said, and a blank look crossed her face. Then her expression became surly. I hate last-minute cancellations. So that puts the party attendance list down to 65. 65? My eyes bulged again. I didn't have that many friends. Did I even know that many people? Who canceled? Edward wondered, ignoring me. Renee. What? I gasped. She was going to surprise you for your graduation, but something went wrong. You'll have a message when you get home. For a moment, I just let myself enjoy the relief. Whatever it was that went wrong for my mother, I was eternally grateful for it. If she had come to Forks now, I didn't want to think about it. My head would explode. The message light was flashing when I got home. My feeling of relief flared again as I listened to my mother describe Phil's accident on the ball field. While demonstrating a slide, he'd tangled up with the catcher and broken his thigh bone. He was entirely dependent on her, and there was no way she could leave him. My mom was still apologizing when the message cut off. Well, that's one, I sighed. One what? Edward asked. One person I don't have to worry about getting killed this week. He rolled his eyes. Why won't you and Alice take this seriously? I demanded. This is serious. He smiled. Confidence. Wonderful, I grumbled. I picked up the phone and dialed Renee's number. I knew it would be a long conversation, but I also knew that I wouldn't have to contribute much. I just listened and reassured her every time I could get a word in. I wasn't disappointed. I wasn't mad. I wasn't hurt. She should concentrate on helping Phil get better. I passed on my get well soon to Phil and promised to call her with every single detail from Forks High School's generic graduation. Finally, I had to use my desperate need to study for finals to get off the phone. Edward's patience was endless. He waited politely through the whole conversation, just playing with my hair and smiling whenever I looked up. It was probably superficial to notice such things while I had so many more important things to think about, but his smile still knocked the breath out of me. He was so beautiful that it made it hard sometimes to think about anything else. Hard to concentrate on Phil's troubles or Renee's apologies or hostile vampire armies. I was only human. As soon as I hung up, I stretched on my tiptoes to kiss him. He put his hands around my waist and lifted me onto the kitchen counter, so I wouldn't have to reach as far. That worked for me. I locked my arms around his neck and melted against his cold chest. Too soon, as usual, he pulled away. I felt my face slip into a pout. He laughed at my expression as he extricated himself from my arms and legs. He leaned against the counter next to me and put one arm lightly around my shoulders. I know you think I have some kind of perfect, unyielding self-control, but that's not actually the case. I wish, I sighed, and he sighed too. After school tomorrow, he said, changing the subject. I'm going hunting with Carlisle, Esme, and Rosalie. Just for a few hours. We'll stay close. Alice, Jasper, and Emmett should be able to keep you safe. Ugh, I grumbled. Tomorrow was the first day of finals, and it was only a half day. I had calculus and history, the only two challenges in my lineup, so I'd have almost the whole day without him, and nothing to do but worry. I hate being babysat. It's temporary, he promised. Jasper will be bored. Emmett will make fun of me. They'll be on their best behavior. Right, I grumbled. And then it occurred to me that I had one option besides babysitters. You know, I haven't been to La Push since the bonfire. I watched his face carefully for any change in expression. His eyes tightened the tiniest bit. I'd be safe enough there, I reminded him. He thought about it for a few seconds. You're probably right. His face was calm, but just a little too smooth. I almost asked if he'd rather I stayed here. But then I thought of the ribbing Emmett would no doubt dish out, and I changed the subject. Are you thirsty already? I asked, reaching up to stroke the light shadow beneath his eye. His irises were still a deep gold. Not really. He seemed reluctant to answer, and that surprised me. I waited for an explanation. We want to be as strong as possible, he explained, still reluctant. We'll probably hunt again on the way, looking for big game. That makes you stronger? He searched my face for something, but there was nothing to find but curiosity. Yes, he finally said. Human blood makes us the strongest, though only fractionally. Jasper's been thinking about cheating. Adverse as he is to the idea, he's nothing if not practical. But he won't suggest it. He knows what Carlisle will say. Would that help? I asked quietly. It doesn't matter. We aren't going to change who we are. I frowned. If something helped even the odds. And then I shuddered, realizing I was willing to have a stranger die to protect him. I was horrified at myself, but not entirely able to deny it, either. He changed the subject again.
That's why they're so strong, of course. The newborns are full of human blood, their own blood, reacting to the change. It lingers in the tissues and strengthens them. Their bodies use it up slowly, like Jasper said, the strength starting to wane after about a year.
How strong will I be?
He grinned. Stronger than I am.
Stronger than Emmett?
The grin got bigger. Yes. Do me a favor and challenge him to an arm wrestling match. It would be a good experience for him.
I laughed. It sounded so ridiculous.
Then I sighed and hopped down from the counter, because I really couldn't put it off any longer. I had to cram, and cram hard. Luckily, I had Edward's help, and Edward was an excellent tutor, since he knew absolutely everything. I figured my biggest problem would be just focusing on the tests. If I didn't watch myself, I might end up writing my history essay on the vampire wars of the South. I took a break to call Jacob, and Edward seemed just as comfortable as he had when I was on the phone with Renee. He played with my hair again. Though it was the middle of the afternoon, my call woke Jacob up, and he was grouchy at first. He cheered right up if I asked if I could visit the next day. The Quileute school was already out for the summer, so he told me to come over as early as I could. I was pleased to have an option besides being babysat. There was a tiny bit more dignity in spending the day with Jacob. Some of that dignity was lost when Edward insisted again on delivering me to the border, like a child being exchanged by custodial guardians. So, how do you feel you did on your exams? Edward asked on the way, making small talk. History was easy, but I don't know about the calculus. It seemed like it was making sense, so that probably means I failed. He laughed. I'm sure you did fine. Or if you're really worried, I could bribe Mr. Varner to give you an A. Thanks, but no thanks. He laughed again, but suddenly stopped when we turned the last bend and saw the red car waiting. He frowned in concentration, and then, as he parked the car, he sighed. What's wrong? I asked, my hand on the door. He shook his head. Nothing. His eyes were narrowed as he stared through the windshield toward the other car. I'd seen that look before. You're not listening to Jacob, are you? I accused. It's not easy to ignore someone when he's shouting. Oh, I thought about that for a second. What's he shouting? I whispered. I'm absolutely certain he'll mention it himself, Edward said in a wry tone. I would have pressed the issue, but then Jacob honked his horn. 2 quick, impatient honks. That's impolite, Edward growled. That's Jacob, I sighed, and I hurried out before Jacob did something to really set Edward's teeth on edge. I waved to Edward before I got into the rabbit, and from that distance, it looked like he was truly upset about the honking thing, or whatever Jacob was thinking about. But my eyes were weak and made mistakes all the time. I wanted Edward to come to me. I wanted to make both of them get out of their cars and shake hands and be friends. Be Edward and Jacob, rather than vampire and werewolf. It was as if I had those 2 stubborn magnets in my hands again, and I was holding them together, trying to force nature to reverse herself. I sighed and climbed into Jacob's car. Hey, Bills. Jake's tone was cheerful, but his voice dragged. I examined his face as he started down the road, driving a little faster than I did, but slower than Edward, on his way back to La Push. Jacob looked different, maybe even sick. His eyelids drooped and his face was drawn. His shaggy hair stuck out in random directions. It was almost to his chin in some places.
Are you all right, Jake?
Just tired, he managed to get out before he was overcome by a massive yawn. When he finished, he asked, "What do you want to do today?"
I eyed him for a moment. Let's just hang out at your place for now, I suggested. He didn't look like he was up for much more than that. We can ride our bikes later.
Sure,
He said, yawning again. Jacob's house was vacant, and that felt strange. I realized I thought of Billy as a nearly permanent fixture there. Where's your dad?
Over at the Clearwaters. He's been hanging out there a lot since Harry died. Sue gets lonely.
Jacob sat down on the old couch that was no bigger than a love seat and squished himself to the side to make room for me. Oh, that's nice. Poor Sue.
Yeah, she is having some trouble.
He hesitated.
With her kids.
Sure, it's gotta be hard on Seth and Leah, losing their dad.
Uh-huh,
He agreed, lost in thought. He picked up the remote and flipped on the TV without seeming to think about it. He yawned. What's with you, Jake? You're like a zombie.
I got about 2 hours of sleep last night, and 4 the night before, he told me.
He stretched his long arms slowly, and I could hear the joints crack as he flexed. He settled his left arm along the back of the sofa behind me, and slumped back to rest his head against the wall.
I'm exhausted.
Why aren't you sleeping? I asked. He made a face.
Sam's being difficult. He doesn't trust your bloodsuckers. I've been running double shifts for 2 weeks and nobody's touched me yet, but he still doesn't buy it. So I'm on my own for now.
Double shifts? Is this because you're trying to watch out for me? Jake, that's wrong. You need to sleep. I'll be fine.
It's no big deal.
His eyes were abruptly more alert.
Hey, did you ever find out who was in your room? Is there anything new?
I ignored the second question. No, we didn't find anything out about my, visitor.
Then I'll be around,
He said as his eyes closed. Jake, I started to whine.
Hey, it's the least I can do. I offered eternal servitude, remember? I'm your slave for life.
I don't want a slave. His eyes didn't open.
What do you want, Bella?
I want my friend Jacob, and I don't want him half dead, hurting himself in some misguided attempt. He cut me off.
Look at it this way. I'm hoping to track down a vampire I'm allowed to kill. Okay?
I didn't answer. He looked at me then, peeking at my reaction.
Kidding, Bella.
I stared at the TV.
So, any special plans next week? You're graduating. Wow, that's big.
His voice turned flat, and his face, already drawn, looked downright haggard as he closed his eyes again. Not in exhaustion this time, but in denial. I realized that graduation still had a horrible significance for him, though my intentions were now disrupted. No special plans, I said carefully, hoping he would hear the reassurance in my words without a more detailed explanation. I didn't want to get into it now. For one thing, he didn't look up for any difficult conversations. For another, I knew he would read too much into my qualms. Well, I do have to go to a graduation party. Mine. I made a disgusted sound. Alice loves parties, and she's invited the whole town to her place the night of. It's going to be horrible. His eyes opened as I spoke, and a relieved smile made his face look less worn.
I didn't get an invitation. I'm hurt,
he teased. Consider yourself invited. It's supposedly my party, so I should be able to ask who I want.
Thanks,
he said sarcastically, his eyes slipping closed once more. I wish you would come, I said without any hope. It would be more fun. For me, I mean.
Sure, sure, he mumbled. That would be very wise. His voice trailed off. A few seconds later, he was snoring. Poor Jacob. I studied his dreaming face, and I liked what I saw. While he slept, every trace of defensiveness and bitterness disappeared, and suddenly he was the boy who had been my very best friend before all the werewolf nonsense had gotten in the way. He looked so much younger. He looked like my Jacob. I nestled into the couch to wait out his nap, hoping he would sleep for a while and make up some of what he'd lost. I flipped through channels, but there wasn't much on. I settled for a cooking show, knowing as I'd watched that I would never put that much effort into Charlie's dinner. Jacob continued to snore, getting louder. I turned up the TV. I was strangely relaxed, almost sleepy too. This house felt safer than my own, probably because no one had ever come looking for me here. I curled up on the sofa and thought about taking a nap myself. Maybe I would have, but Jacob's snoring was impossible to tune out. So instead of sleeping, I let my mind wander. Finals were done, and most of them had been a cakewalk. Calculus, the one exception, was behind me, pass or fail. My high school education was over, and I didn't really know how I felt about that. I couldn't look at it objectively, tied up as it was with my human life being over. I wondered how long Edward planned to use this not because you're scared excuse. I was going to have to put my foot down sometime. If I were thinking practically, I knew it made more sense to ask Carlyle to change me the second I made it through the graduation line. Forks was becoming nearly as dangerous as a war zone. No, Forks was a war zone. Not to mention, it would be a good excuse to miss the graduation party. I smiled to myself as I thought of that most trivial of reasons for changing. Silly, yet still compelling. But Edward was right. I wasn't quite ready yet. And I didn't want to be practical. I wanted Edward to be the one. It wasn't a rational desire. I was sure that about 2 seconds after someone actually bit me and the venom started burning through my veins, I really wouldn't care anymore who had done it. So it shouldn't make a difference. It was hard to define, even to myself, why it mattered. There was just something about him being the one to make the choice. To want to keep me enough that he wouldn't just allow me to be changed. He would act to keep me. It was childish, but I liked the idea that his lips would be the last good thing I would feel. Even more embarrassingly, something I would never say aloud, I wanted his venom to poison my system. It would make me belong to him in a tangible, quantifiable way. But I knew he was going to stick to his marriage scheme like glue, because a delay was what he was clearly after, and it was working so far. I tried to imagine telling my parents that I was getting married this summer, telling Angela and Ben and Mike. I couldn't. I couldn't think of the words to say. It would be easier to tell them I was becoming a vampire. And I was sure that at least my mother, were I to tell her every detail of the truth, would be more strenuously opposed to me getting married than to me becoming a vampire. I grimaced to myself as I imagined her horrified expression. Then, for just a second, I saw that same odd vision of Edward and me on a porch swing, wearing clothes from another kind of world. A world where it would surprise no one if I wore his ring on my finger. A simpler place, where love was defined in simpler ways. 1 + 1 = 2.
Jacob snorted and rolled to his side. His arms swung off the back of the couch and pinned me against his body. Holy crow, he was heavy and hot. It was sweltering after just a few seconds. I tried to slide out from under his arm without waking him, but I had to shove a little bit, and when his arm fell off me, his eyes snapped open. He jumped to his feet, looking around anxiously. What? What? He asked, disoriented. It's just me, Jake. Sorry I woke you. He turned to look at me, blinking and confused. Bella? Hey, Sleepy. Oh man, did I fall asleep? I'm sorry. How long was I out? A few emeralds. I lost count. He flopped back on the couch next to me. Wow. Sorry about that. Really? I patted his hair, trying to smooth the wild disarray. Don't feel bad. I'm glad you got some sleep. He yawned and stretched. I'm so useless these days. No wonder Billy's always gone. I'm so boring. You're fine, I assured him. Ugh, let's go outside. I need to walk around or I'll pass out again. Jake, go back to sleep. I'm good. I'll call Edward to pick me up. I patted my pockets as I spoke, and realized they were empty. Shoot, I'll have to borrow your phone. I think I must have left his in the car. I started to unfold myself. No, Jacob insisted, grabbing my hand. No, stay. You hardly ever make it down. I can't believe I wasted all this time. He pulled me off the couch as he spoke, and then led the way outside, ducking his head as he passed under the doorframe. It had gotten much colder while Jacob slept. The air was unseasonably cold. There must be a storm on the way. It felt like February, not May. The wintry air seemed to make Jacob more alert. He paced back and forth in front of the house for a minute, dragging me along with him. I'm an idiot, he muttered to himself. What's the matter, Jake? So you fell asleep? I shrugged. I wanted to talk to you. I can't believe this. Talk to me now, I said. Jacob met my eyes for a second, and then looked away quickly toward the trees. It almost looked like he was blushing, but it was hard to tell with his dark skin. I suddenly remembered what Edward had said when he dropped me off, that Jacob would be telling me whatever he was shouting in his head. I started gnawing on my lip. Look, Jacob said, I was planning to do this a little bit differently. He laughed, and it sounded like he was laughing at himself. Smoother, he added. I was going to work up to it, but... And he looked at the clouds, dimmer as the afternoon progressed. I'm out of time to work. He laughed again, nervous. We were still pacing slowly. What are you talking about? I demanded. He took a deep breath. I want to tell you something, and you already know it, but I think I should say it out loud anyway, just so there's never any confusion on the subject. I planted my feet, and he came to a stop. I took my hand away and folded my arms across my chest. I was suddenly sure that I didn't want to know what he was building up to. Jacob's eyebrows pulled down, throwing his deep-set eyes into shadow. They were pitch black as they bored into mine. I'm in love with you, Bella, Jacob said in a strong, sure voice. Bella, I love you, and I want you to pick me instead of him. I know you don't feel that way, but I need the truth out there so you know your options. I wouldn't want a miscommunication to stand in our way.